Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51 Meeting Simmons again. The two bodyguards' hands had barely touched their pistol holsters when they saw their protectee fall straight to the ground. The two looked at each other, their movements frozen mid-air. Who understands that sense of horror? Boss, it's not that we didn't protect you, it's that the enemy was too cunning and didn't shoot according to convention. Rest in peace, amen. Zhang Jie blinked, looked down at his smoking gun barrel, then looked up at the fallen Corel. Only then did he realize what he had just done. Is that, the mission completed? An eerie silence fell over the corridor. The two bodyguards' hands were still hovering over their pistol holsters, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Such precise shooting made them dare not move. Would you bet that you're faster on the draw within 7 steps? Corel's body lay silently on the ground, as if silently protesting this absurd end. Finally, Zhang Jie cleared his throat, quickly pulled out his phone with his left hand, snapped 2 photos, and then slowly retreated. It's about making money, no shame in that. Who dares say I didn't kill this guy? This was the first time Zhang Jie realized that instinctive shooting could be used like this. Hands faster than the brain. He waved his hand awkwardly. You guys carry on. After saying that, he turned and ran, leaving the two bodyguards stunned in place. After exchanging glances, the two decisively began to search the body. It was a joke their employer was already gone, so if they didn't search the body, who would pay them? The impact of the castle banquet shooting was still expanding. Zhang Jie retreated along the planned route, changing into the prepared clothes and discarding his old ones as he went. All retreat routes precisely avoided surveillance to ensure no one would track his whereabouts. As for the pistol, he dismantled it as he went, throwing all parts into different sewers, trash cans, or simply discarding them randomly. A complete pistol quickly turned into countless parts, scattered in various corners of Prague. As for leaving fingerprints, that was even less possible, as Zhang Jie wore gloves the entire time. Although it affected some of his feel, it wasn't a significant difference. Thus, before the police surrounded the ancient castle, Zhang Jie had managed to evade their encirclement. However, one thing he was very clear about was that it would probably be impossible to leave Prague in the short term. This guy was the Deputy Minister of Finance for Czech. A citywide lockdown was a mild response. Troublesome. But one good thing was that the assassin app was completely anonymous. No one knew who placed the order, no one knew who took the order, and no one knew which account the money was deposited into. The 40% commission wasn't for nothing. He operated his phone to upload the photos he had just taken, and soon a notification message arrived. Citibank International reminds, your account ending in 1234 received a deposit of $36,000 on April 12. Available balance $38,425.75. If this was not performed by you, please call 1-800-374-9000 immediately. Good, it's in. Although the commission was high, the efficiency was also high. Indeed, with food in hand, one's heart is not flustered. However, Zhang Jie also noticed a display on the assassin app. Your assassin level has been updated. Codename, none. Star rating, badge level, silver. Missions completed, 42 times. You can go to the nearest Continental Hotel to collect universal gold coins. You can currently collect 3 gold coins. Note, completing a 3-star mission earns 1, 4-star missions 2, 5-star missions 3, 6-star missions 4. Gold coins are uniformly issued by the Continental Hotel. Oh, I have a rating too. 2.5 stars, silver. Presumably, it's because I haven't completed a mission independently. Thinking about it, it's true I've almost always benefited from others' efforts. But these gold coins are a good thing. Sometimes they are more useful than US dollars and can be used to purchase assassin services, cleaners, intelligence, medical sanctuary, etc. For several consecutive days, the police sirens in Prague did not stop. Zhang Jie stood by the stone railing of Charles Bridge, his fingers unconsciously tapping the ancient stone carvings. The Prague sunset stained the Vltava River golden, and the distant police sirens were still faintly audible. It's been 5 days. He sighed and looked at his proficiency records. Instinctive shooting, LV1, 60/100. Tactical awareness, LV1, 75/100. These numbers were experience he had earned with his life. Although there was still a gap to being a true top-tier assassin, compared to his rookie state when he first transmigrated, he had already entered the level of a professional assassin. Suddenly, a fight broke out in an alley across the river. Zhang Jie narrowed his eyes and saw two familiar figures, Simmons and Wesley, cornering a middle-aged man in a suit. Fuck. Damn it. He instinctively crouched down. Simmons' distinctive blonde hair was particularly striking in the sunset. The 1911 pistol in her hand fired at a strange angle, and the bullet actually curved around a utility pole, hitting the target's knee. What kind of evil technique is this? Zhang Jie muttered to himself. What shocked him even more was Wesley's change. This good-for-nothing, who was so scared he wet himself a week ago, was now as agile as a cheetah. He rolled, avoiding the target's counterattack, and a bullet hit the opponent's wrist from an incredible angle. The middle-aged man screamed, and his pistol dropped to the ground. Simmons stepped forward and fired another shot, cleanly ending the mission. Zhang Jie held his breath, watching the two quickly clear the scene. His gaze unconsciously followed the bullet's trajectory, trying to understand the principle behind it. He even imitated that shooting posture. Click. Great, his wrist was dislocated. Zhang Jie expressionlessly reset his wrist. His practical shooting experience told him that this was impossible and defied the laws of physics. He could make an arrow curve, but, a bullet curve? Go to bed. It really wasn't suitable. Just then, Simmons suddenly turned her head to look towards the bridge. Zhang Jie quickly lowered his head, his heart pounding like a drum. What's wrong? Wesley asked. Nothing. Simmons narrowed her eyes. Let's go, back to the textile factory for more training. Your accuracy is too poor. The sound of their footsteps faded, and only then did Zhang Jie let out a long sigh of relief. He pulled out his phone and found an unread message. Little brother, I guess you're still in Prague. Want to come to Kel Cafe for a sit-down? Veronica. How could she be in Prague? Zhang Jie frowned in thought, then suddenly realized something and looked sharply across the river, in the direction Simmons had left, which was exactly opposite to the agreed-upon cafe. He pulled down his hat brim and blended into the crowd of tourists. Why would Veronica suddenly appear in Prague? As he turned the street corner, Zhang Jie didn't notice an old man in a gray suit in a second-floor window. The old man glanced at the watch on his wrist. The cross-shaped emblem on the outside of the watch cover gleamed coldly in the sunset. Interesting fellow. The old man murmured to himself. Behind him, three burly men in black suits silently got up and followed in the direction Zhang Jie had left. Plus. 52, Chapter 52. Do it. Do it to be a bodyguard. Kyle Cafe. It's on a street corner about 500 meters from Charles Bridge, not very conspicuous. If you don't look carefully, it's easy to miss it. It carries a touch of ancient charm, like an old man curled up in the shadows. After looking up and confirming the shop's name, Zhang Jie pushed the door open and walked in. Ding! As he entered, the rich, bitter yet fragrant aroma, even mixed with a hint of burnt scent, wafted over him, making him feel a little intoxicated. The shop was sparsely populated, with only a few people seated. However, the ringing of the bell as he pushed the door open caught the attention of a staff member, who subtly nodded to Zhang Jie. Without much interaction, he continued with his work. Yes, he was making hand-ground coffee. Zhang Jie's gaze swept across the cafe, memorizing the environment, then fixed on the innermost table by the window. He walked directly towards it. By the window, a charming woman sat at a table. This woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Ana de Armas, was always dressed in such a sexy manner. At this moment, she was still wearing a deep V backless burgundy dress, holding a slender cigarette between her fingers. Light filtered through the window and fell upon her, creating a hazy, ethereal feeling. And as a thick plume of white smoke slowly exhaled from her red lips, it created a perfect world-famous painting. You didn't tell me you'd be here. Zhang Jie pulled out the wooden chair and sat down. He noticed an antique bronze ashtray on the table in front of him, filled with cigarette butts bearing red lipstick marks. Then he stared at Veronica. You didn't tell me you'd be assassinating the Deputy Minister of Finance of Czech, did you, little brother? Her lazy voice was as familiar as ever, sending shivers down Zhang Jie's spine. This kind of seduction was completely different from Max's style. Damn, why do I always encounter women like this? After silently complaining to himself, Zhang Jie asked directly, our relationship doesn't seem to have reached that level yet. Tell me, what do you need me for? When John was injured, she was at the Continental Hotel, and when he sent John back, she was also there, but they had very little contact afterward. Later, when he went to Blackthorn Castle, she provided him with a sensual intelligence sharing. And finally, recently, Zhang Jie's impression of this woman had always been that she was both dangerous and alluring. She seemed to float between various factions, knowing everyone but maintaining a distance. But then again, he still didn't know what Veronica's main profession was. Was it intelligence? Or was she an assassin? Can't I even want to see you if I have something to discuss? Veronica's resentful little gaze made Zhang Jie's eyelids twitch. Stop looking at me like that. You're making it seem like I abandoned you. Zhang Jie was a little overwhelmed. But Veronica suddenly looked at Zhang Jie with a playful smile and said, this whole thing has caused quite a stir recently, and you can't leave Czech for now, right? Are you bored? Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. I have a job here, but I don't know if you're willing to take it. Haha, I knew you weren't that simple, woman. Sure enough, you only come to me when you need something. Tell me about it. Zhang Jie didn't dare to casually agree to other people's requests. What if it was a death trap? Or if it was too dangerous? That wouldn't work either, so he had to hear the mission details first and then evaluate. His strength was limited, and he knew this very well. It's not a very difficult assignment. It's just that a sister of mine approached me. She hopes to hire a reliable bodyguard to protect the personal safety of her witness. After hearing Veronica's words, Zhang Jie was stunned. Wait, you mean you want me to protect someone else's safety? Come on, don't joke around. I'm a killer, I'm a professional killer, understand? I'm a killer, not a damn bodyguard. Zhang Jie was speechless when he heard Veronica's request. What were you thinking, using a killer as a bodyguard? It's just a simple escort mission, it won't be too complicated. Veronica straightened up, then crossed her arms, resting her elbows on the table, and leaned forward, looking at Zhang Jie. I'm not a nanny for good little babies. Bodyguard? Not even a dog would do that. Zhang Jie righteously refused again. Are you kidding me? Tell me to shoot 2 in the chest and 1 in the head, I can do that, but you want me to protect other people's safety? Please, I can't even guarantee my own safety. Are you really not going to take this mission? Veronica looked at Zhang Jie with a smiling face. I'm very sure, I won't. $100,000. It's not impossible. Veronica blew a puff of smoke into Zhang Jie's face. After tax. An unregistered black card was gently placed on the table. I'll do it. I must do it. I'll be a bodyguard. I absolutely love being a bodyguard. No one is more qualified for the position of bodyguard than I am. After hearing $100,000, after tax, Zhang Jie's expression instantly changed, and he stared at the black card on the table. He didn't care at all that Veronica had blown smoke into his face. Through the wisps of smoke, he saw a hint of ambiguous smile on Veronica's face. Little brother, I told you, you can be a bodyguard, even if it's just a temporary part-time job. Her soft, sweet voice entered his ears, but Zhang Jie felt it was like heavenly music. Thank you for understanding me, a poor man. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be done. If there is, it must be because the money offered is not enough. Then, Veronica once again returned to her original posture, leaning back in her chair, taking a light puff from the nearly finished slender cigarette in her hand. The waiter placed 2 cups of coffee on the table and then left. No one noticed the part of a tattoo peeking out from the waiter's cuff. At this moment, Veronica spoke again. Next, I'm going to introduce you to someone. She's been wanting to meet you. A large question mark slowly appeared above Zhang Jie's head. Good heavens, so being a bodyguard was just the first layer of meaning, and the second layer was waiting for him here. Ding! Someone else came in. Zhang Jie's attention was on Veronica's words, but since she had already said so much, not meeting seemed impossible. So, Zhang Jie could only nod. Who wants to see me? I don't remember having any appointments with anyone. Veronica looked at Zhang Jie's bewildered expression and suddenly laughed. Little brother, you're so cute. If it weren't for the current situation being inappropriate, I'd really like to have a deep conversation with you. Damn it, can't you make this conversation less obvious? Your car wheels have already rolled over my face, and I haven't even reacted yet. Zhang Jie's gaze couldn't help but subtly glance at Veronica's curvaceous body. Her clothes were so white. Veronica said nothing, only chuckled softly. Veronica suddenly said, the person who wants to see you is here. Hearing this, Zhang Jie subconsciously asked, who? It's me. A familiar voice sounded in his ear. Zhang Jie turned his head and saw a familiar person. It's you. Plus. 53, Chapter 53 Preparing to break out. The moment Zhang Jie clearly saw the person, he immediately tensed up and stood defensively. He couldn't help it in Zhang Jie's impression, this person was an extremely dangerous individual, a woman who looked like Sasha Ruth. Very good, it seems you all know each other, so I won't introduce her further. Veronica stretched, showcasing her curvaceous and proud figure to its fullest, her fair skin at her chest nearly bursting from the deep V-neck. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhang Jie was in no mood to appreciate such a beautiful sight. His attention was entirely focused on the newcomer. It's you, Razor Woman. Zhang Jie blurted out. He couldn't help it. Razor Woman's cold weapon combat had left an extremely deep impression on him. That's impolite. How can you just give people nicknames? Veronica stood up and positioned herself between the two. She gently stroked Serena's lower back and said with a smile, Serena, a top 5 assassin in the Black Rose organization, codenamed White Rose. You had a brief collaboration at Blackthorn Castle. Serena. This was the first time Zhang Jie had learned Razor Woman's name. So your codename is White Rose. Giving you the name Razor Woman really was an oversight on my part. Serena, however, looked at Zhang Jie with a somewhat complex gaze. Clearly, she was reminded of the scene where her sister, Kate, was killed by Zhang Jie. After much hesitation, she decided she had to speak, or she would go crazy. My sister's name was Kate, the female assassin you killed in Blackthorn Castle. As soon as she said this, Zhang Jie immediately remembered the Razor Woman who ambushed him in the castle and was ultimately killed by him with an iron rod. However, upon hearing the name Kate, other images flashed through his mind. Oh no, the images of death are attacking me again. In the constantly flickering fragments of memory, he discovered that he and Kate actually had an intimate relationship, so intimate that they had rolled around in bed. Only now did he realize that Kate was his ex-girlfriend. No, what is all this? As more and more flashback fragments appeared, Zhang Jie finally understood. Isn't this the photo he saw when he first arrived in this world? The blonde girl in that photo was named Kate. Damn it, that day in the castle, she was wearing a mask, so I had no idea who she was. And in our previous meeting, she was also wearing a mask. As the memory flashback ended, he roughly sorted out some of the relationships. He and this girl named Kate didn't have a very deep relationship, they had only drunk together at a bar and slept together. She couldn't be considered his ex-girlfriend, even though they had a photo together. And the reason why this Kate disliked him so much was that he had abandoned her after sleeping with her. That's why she recognized him outside the weapons store last time and wanted to kill him, but didn't succeed because he was well trained. But why did it turn out like this now? So, my dear original owner, what did you do when you were alive? Can you just tell me everything at once instead of making me guess like this? Seeing Serena's somewhat reddened eyes, Zhang Jie knew why she had come to find him. Was she here for revenge? No. If it were for revenge, she wouldn't have come to see him this way, it would have been a direct confrontation, not through Veronica. Regarding this matter, I am very sorry, but at the time, it was for self-preservation, and I had no other choice. There was no way to explain it logically or emotionally, so it was better to apologize directly. Moreover, in that situation in the ancient castle, it was either kill or be killed, so mutual slaughter had become the norm. It was impossible to say who was right or wrong. Serena merely wiped the corner of her eye and said faintly, "This matter is not your fault, you were also acting in self-preservation. But I need your help." As soon as she said this, Zhang Jie could keenly sense a terrifying murderous intent, hidden within her small frame, suppressed and waiting to erupt. "Oriska?" Zhang Jie asked tentatively. After all, the only connection remaining between the two of them was this guy. It couldn't possibly be James Bond, could it? Serena nodded. "I will investigate Oriska's true identity, and I will need your assistance then. After all, the KH Alliance is not something I can shake alone, and my organization won't intervene for my sister. After all, dead people are useless." Yes, this statement was very realistic. In an assassin organization, as long as a person is alive, they still have value. Once a person dies, even if you are the top-ranked assassin in the organization, it's useless. Moreover, her sister, Kate, wasn't even ranked in the top 50. No problem. Oriska, I'll have to deal with him sooner or later anyway. I'll assist you then. Killing Oriska was a consensus among everyone. By everyone, this referred to Zhang Jie, James, and Serena. She came to find Zhang Jie simply to confirm his attitude. After all, her sister Kate had been killed by him. If he had acted arrogantly, she wouldn't have hesitated to strike first and eliminate him. She had observed him since he entered the room. He had no weapons on him. Although as an assassin, a professional assassin, anything in their hands could become a lethal weapon. But having a weapon and finding a weapon are two different things. At this moment, a light seemed to flash in the distance outside the window, and Veronica saw it. Seeing that the small conflicts between the two had been resolved, Veronica said with a smile, "The main business is done. Now, let's have a small appetizer." Seeing their somewhat puzzled expressions, Veronica took a Glock 34 and a full magazine from her handbag and tossed them to Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie instinctively caught it, then just as instinctively disassembled the pistol, and rechecked the ammunition. Checking a weapon upon receiving it is an assassin's principle for survival. JW. Veronica was very satisfied with Zhang Jie's reaction, but Serena's reaction was somewhat peculiar. Her gaze was strange, as if she had suffered a loss in this regard before. "It seems our whereabouts have been exposed. Now we need to figure out how to break through." Stating the most dangerous fact in the calmest tone, Veronica then pulled out another 1911 from her handbag. "To be honest, I haven't taken action in a long time. I wonder if my skills have gotten rusty." Veronica glanced around, then smiled at Zhang Jie. "Want to have a little competition, little brother?" Before her words even fell, Veronica directly raised her pistol and pulled the trigger at the door. Bang! A splash of crimson blood bloomed on the cafe door. It turned out the waiter had tried to leave and was taken down by Veronica with a single shot. As for the other customers, they had already fled. Trying to run away at this point isn't a wise choice, Veronica teased. Serena silently drew 2 razors from her waist, then lightly said, "Count me in." Plus. 54, Chapter 54, Fierce Battle. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. The glass pane of the coffee shop's wooden door shattered instantly, scattering shards that reflected rainbow-like glints in the setting sun. Zhang Jie tilted his head, and that bullet actually grazed his ear, embedding itself in the wooden panel behind him. "Well, I'll be. That shot was aimed at me, wasn't it? If I hadn't had a crisis reaction, I probably would have been a goner." However, though their reactions differed, their objective was the same. They all retreated backward, seeking cover. Zhang Jie rolled sideways, taking cover behind the bar, his back pressed against the cold metal cabinet. The exquisite coffee equipment displayed on the bar clattered with the vibrations, and the pressure gauge needle of an Italy coffee machine trembled wildly. Serena, like a nimble cat, darted behind a Roman pillar, her light golden hair tracing a graceful arc in the air. Veronica elegantly retreated to the corner of the restroom, casually flipping over a solid wood coffee table to use as a temporary barrier. 3 burly men in black suits stood at the doorway, brandishing HK-416s. Muzzle flashes erupted, bullets swept across the room, tables and chairs exploded, and wood splinters and ceramic shards flew everywhere. Their movements were crude, like street thugs rather than professional killers, but their firepower was fierce, pinning the 3 down. The 3 burly men in black kicked open the shattered shop door and rushed in. They were all dressed in black suits, but their ties were loose, their cuffs rolled up, revealing gruesome cross tattoos on their forearms. The scar-faced leader carried an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, its muzzle still smoking. The afternoon sun streamed in from behind him, casting long shadows of the 3, like reapers come for souls. Time for that bitch. The scar-faced man grinned, revealing a gold-capped front tooth. His thick finger pulled the trigger, and the 416 Hong Kong dollars spat out deadly flames. Duh, duh, duh. Bullets rained down like a storm. The glass sugar jar on the bar exploded, and sugar cubes scattered like snowflakes. A display wall covered in vintage coffee pots was riddled with holes, and copper pots clattered to the floor. Zhang Jie smelled the strong scent of gunpowder mixed with the burnt aroma of coffee beans, a bizarre combination that made his nostrils itch. Mad dog of the Cross Gang. Veronica, hiding behind the overturned coffee table, gritted her teeth. Her slender fingers quickly checked the 1911's magazine, her crimson nail polish strikingly bright in the dim light. I should have known you wouldn't keep your word. Serena calmly observed the battle. Her slender fingers caressed Razor's blade, the silver surface reflecting her ice-blue pupils. It's not just for you, she whispered, her gaze fixed on a fleeting shadow outside the window. Before her words faded, the piercing roar of motorcycles came from outside the shop. 6 Harley-Davidsons screeched to a halt in front of the cafe, their tires scraping the pavement with a teeth-grinding sound. The riders were all wearing leather vests, revealing tattooed arms. The burly leader took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of murky gray eyes. There, he yelled, pointing at the Roman pillar where Serena was hiding. White rose of black rose. The boss said he wants her alive. The 2 groups met head-on at the coffee shop entrance. The scar-faced man from the Cross Gang paused, then cursed, "Get lost. This is none of your business." The burly man in leather was not to be outdone, brandishing a shotgun. "You're the ones who should get lost. This woman killed the boss's brother. Now this woman is worth 500,000 USD. Then try and take her." The scar-faced man directly raised his gun at the burly man in leather. "Fuck. Then let's try." The burly man was equally defiant. Seeing this, Zhang Jie fired a shot, and the 2 already tense factions almost simultaneously opened fire, but by a strange twist of fate, they ended up shooting at each other. The ensuing scene was nothing short of absurd. 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle bullets pierced the shoulder of a man in leather, while shotgun pellets blew a Cross Gang member's face into a bloody mess. Stray bullets flew everywhere, shattering the last few intact chandeliers in the coffee shop, and glass fragments rained down. Zhang Jie seized the opportunity to lean out from behind the bar, his Glock 34 firing a steady 3-round burst. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots almost merged into one line. The first bullet struck the scar-faced man's gun-wielding wrist, the second burrowed into his knee, and the third accurately entered his brow. The burly man collapsed, blood gushing from the 3 bullet holes, quickly forming a dark red puddle on the oak floor. Amidst the hail of bullets, Serena, like a ghost, sliced into the battlefield. Her razor traced deadly silver lines in the dim light, and a leather-clad man's gun-wielding fingers were severed at the root. Before the man could react, the second cut had already slit his throat. Blood sprayed in a fan shape onto the coffee shop's brick wall, mixing with the previous coffee stains to form a bizarre abstract painting. Veronica's performance was even more stunning. She moved effortlessly in 10-centimeter high heels, the 1911 seemingly alive in her hands. Every gunshot was accompanied by an enemy falling, every shot finding its mark. A leather-clad man tried to ambush her from behind, but she kicked him cleanly in the groin with a swift back kick, then smashed his nose with a gun butt. "Watch out!" Zhang Jie suddenly shouted. A Cross Gang member, not quite dead, was stealthily reaching for a fallen 416 Hong Kong dollars. Serena, without looking back, flung razor. The blade spun through the air, then plunged with a thunk into the man's eye socket. He let out an inhuman scream, clutching his face and rolling on the ground. Zhang Jie, without thinking, raised his hand and fired a shot, ending him. The last man in leather, seeing the dire situation, turned and fled. He crashed through the already precarious display window, glass shards cutting him all over. But before he had run 2 steps, Serena's second thrown razor plunged deep into his back. Then Veronica followed up with a shot, and blood bloomed. He stumbled and fell onto the sidewalk, convulsing a few times before becoming still. Silence returned to the coffee shop, broken only by the distinct sound of dripping blood. The setting sun lengthened the shadows of the 3, casting them on the bullet-riddled wall. Veronica elegantly adjusted her disheveled hair, pulling out a lipstick from her purse to reapply her makeup. "So," she said, pursing her red lips in the shattered mirror, "now we have 3 problems." Zhang Jie checked the remaining ammunition in his Glock 34. "First, why is that cross gang chasing you?" Serena retrieved razor from a corpse, wiping the blood clean on the deceased suit. "Second, it's just a small gang, and they think 50,000 USD is enough to buy me." Veronica ejected the empty magazine, replacing it with a new one. "Third." She suddenly turned, pointing her gun at the corner outside the coffee shop, "And that gentleman who watched the whole thing, will you come out yourself, or shall I invite you out?" From the shadows, an old man in a gray-white suit slowly raised his hands. "Such a greeting isn't very friendly, is it, beautiful lady?" The old man's expression was very calm. He looked at Veronica and Zhang Jie and smiled. Zhang Jie's eyes widened instantly. Wasn't this the same old black man he had asked Veronica about earlier? Plus. 55, Chapter 55 Manchester. "Sloane, what are you, an old geezer, doing here?" Veronica recognized the old man at a glance, but she didn't reveal his identity. Zhang Jie, who was beside her, knew who he was. "Sloane, isn't he the leader of the Brotherhood? A very exciting battle, you two cooperated well." The old man smiled, looking relaxed, and casually pointed inside the coffee shop, chuckling. "From a tactical standpoint, your coordination was good, but in terms of individual combat power, you're still a bit lacking." This statement was very subtle, and he didn't specify who it was directed at. "Of course, after all, we don't do wrist flicks," Veronica said with a smile, showing no panic when facing Sloane. In fact, she could be described as composed. One must know, standing before her was the leader of the Assassin Brotherhood, the one who could make bullets curve, and he could do it too, yet he stood so casually in front of them. "Don't tell me you just happened to be passing by and decided to watch a show." Sloane nodded, then looked towards a distant high platform and pointed. "I just wanted to tell you, there's someone watching from that spot." The 3 immediately looked towards the location he pointed to, but unfortunately, it was too far, and they couldn't see anything. "However, it's a pity, he has already left." Sloane shrugged, making a, expression. But Veronica gritted her teeth. "Damn Victor. He had just finished talking with them, and then immediately sent his subordinates to ambush her. Was he just trying to give her a warning? Oh, right, what I wanted to tell you is, when dealing with untrustworthy people, we usually like to solve it with bullets, but it seems you don't need our help." After Sloane finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the corner of the street. Who would have thought that this old man, dressed in a meticulous gray suit, was the leader of the Brotherhood? The Assassin Brotherhood was among the top-ranked assassin organizations in the world. Although their numbers were small, their bizarre shooting methods made many people afraid to provoke them. All organizations and all teams hated going up against people from the Brotherhood. Those curving bullets were simply impossible to guard against. However, fortunately, they were also well aware of the threat they posed, so they almost always operated in Czech or a few small neighboring countries. Otherwise, they would have long become a target for everyone. The battle here concluded, and everyone quickly evacuated, lest they get caught when the police arrived. Before they parted, Veronica gave Zhang Jie a note. "Go to this address, someone will meet you there. Just tell her whatever you need, little brother." Veronica took out a pair of sunglasses from her purse and put them on, then pushed them down with her hand, making a cute little waving gesture to Zhang Jie, very playful. And Serena's last words were, "Wait for my news." Zhang Jie, of course, pulled his hat down, put his hands in his pockets, and continued walking towards less crowded areas, avoiding surveillance as he went. To be honest, today's situation was truly awful. Sometimes, he wondered, what if he didn't become an assassin? Living daily in such a high-pressure, mentally tense state was also very difficult. But the problem was, living in such a world, his only survival skill was being an assassin. He subconsciously felt that being an assassin was his only path. He didn't know what the original owner was thinking. But if he really left the assassin industry to become an office worker, he didn't seem very willing either. Back at the hotel, Zhang Jie looked at the note in his hand, which had an address and a contact number written on it. He naturally couldn't call now, so Zhang Jie packed up and checked out. He was going to Manchester, but fortunately, with a guaranteed $100,000, this travel expense was nothing. Go, go, go. When Zhang Jie arrived in Manchester with his luggage, he was a bit unaccustomed, but fortunately, he adapted quickly. He pulled out the note Veronica had given him and dialed the number directly. Beep. The phone rang several times before someone answered. It was a female voice, and it sounded a bit chaotic on her end. "Hello, is anyone there?" After a series of crackling sounds on the phone, a female voice came through. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy here. May I ask who this is?" I was introduced by Veronica." Upon hearing that the call was from someone introduced by Veronica, there was a sudden burst of noise on the other end, startling Zhang Jie so much that he moved the phone away from his ear. After quite a while, chattering sounds came through. "Oh, that's great. It's like this, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited. So, there's an escort mission that needs your assistance. To escort an important witness from Manchester to the Hague International Court." Starting with a mission assignment, Zhang Jie liked it, but escorting someone from Manchester to the Hague International Court, that journey seemed a bit far. I wanted to say. He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the other person. Don't worry, all weapons, equipment, and vehicles will be provided by us. What's going on? You, Interpol, actually need to hire bodyguards to escort your prisoners to another place? I didn't mishear, did I? As if she had realized, or understood the silence on the other end of the phone, the woman slapped her forehead. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Amelia, and I'm an Interpol agent. Originally, we were responsible for escorting a prisoner from Manchester Royal Prison to the Hague International Court, but there was an unforeseen incident midway. So, I had no choice but to ask Veronica for help in finding a reliable person. Since I hadn't heard from her all day, I thought no one would take this commission, so I contacted my ex-boyfriend to be a bodyguard. So you mean you both commissioned Veronica to find a bodyguard and also asked your ex-boyfriend to take on this commission, right? Damn it, having someone compete for the mission right at the start is a bit much. The other side seemed to have heard Jean Jie's dissatisfaction and quickly explained, don't worry, we need both bodyguards because this hostage is very important, and my ex-boyfriend doesn't charge. So, where do I meet you all? Jean Jie asked the crucial question. The safe house in Coventry. We are in Coventry now. We'll contact you then. Alright, you're the employer, you call the shots. Jean Jie wouldn't complain about the employer after all, they paid for his service, and his service quality had to be good. There was nothing wrong with that, it was just that he had to travel from Manchester to Coventry again, though it wouldn't take much time. So he simply called a taxi to take him to the train station. Taking the train from here was the fastest, only taking about an hour to arrive. Upon arriving at the train station, he bought a train ticket to Coventry for $35. Very good, very reasonable. Plus. 56, Chapter 56, Meeting acquaintances makes people jealous. The sunlight outside Coventry train station made Jean Jie squint. He clutched a crumpled city map, scratching key intersections with his fingernail as he walked. The map's proficiency mostly allowed Jean Jie to quickly remember general information. The larger the area, the less useful it became, as the amount of information was so vast that remembering it all was very difficult. In reality, it was just his strong memory. The proficiency only let him know his level of mastery, which was useless. So, the method Jean Jie chose was to focus on the surrounding area and main routes. Turn left, third intersection, red mailbox. He muttered softly, engraving the route into his mind. As a professional killer, remembering escape routes was as natural as breathing. Turning a street corner, a trash can caught his attention. Jean Jie casually crumpled the finished map into a ball and tossed it in with a perfect arc. 3 points. He muttered to himself. Just then, crash. A man carrying a silver briefcase collided squarely with him. Jean Jie instinctively recoiled half a step, his right hand already reaching for his lower back. The moment he saw the man, Jean Jie's mind flickered. Little Deadpool. What the FCK? Damn it. Deadpool. That face was all too familiar. Ryan Reynolds' iconic roguishly handsome face, just without the terrible scars. Yes, it was Deadpool, the guy whose mouth reeked across the entire universe. He had actually appeared right before his eyes. Oh, it shouldn't be like this in this universe, he shouldn't be called Deadpool. But no matter where he was definitely a deadly chatterbox. The other party also retreated warily, dangerous light flickering in his blue eyes. Whoa, easy there, brother. The man raised his empty left hand. I'm just a handsome bodyguard passing by, not a bad guy, though bad guys always say that. Jean Jie's mouth twitched. This familiar chatterbox, it was definitely Deadpool, no doubt about it. However, he said this because he sensed a different aura from Jean Jie, an aura belonging to a killer, and as a former 3A level bodyguard, he was extremely sensitive to it. So, the next second, he unhesitatingly pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Jean Jie. And Jean Jie also pulled out his pistol, aiming it at the man who looked like Deadpool. The tension between them was so high it could explode at any moment. Who are you? Oh, he even asked first. Jean Jie also shouted at the man, then who are you? A big question mark slowly floated above both their heads. The man glanced upstairs, then shook the silver briefcase in his hand. I'm here to do something. Same here. After exchanging glances, both suddenly said simultaneously, Amelia. Alright, even though I don't know why she called you, since she did, let's go up together. Michael shrugged, put away his pistol, and casually pointed upstairs. Michael Bryce. The man suddenly extended his hand seriously. 3A level professional bodyguard, former presidential Secret Service member, currently employed by. Stop. Jean Jie interrupted him. I didn't ask for all that. Michael pouted. Alright, Mr. Cool. So, who are you? Jean Jie raised an eyebrow. As you said, a cool killer. Ha, I knew it. Michael waved his hands exaggeratedly. She never believed in my abilities. My protection missions were always perfectly executed. Jean Jie's temple throbbed. He was now certain that no matter the universe, this guy's talkative nature would never change. Listen. Jean Jie suppressed the urge to knock him out with a punch. Shouldn't we go upstairs? Oh, right. Michael slapped his forehead, almost forgot the main thing, but seriously, your cool-faced killer style would suit a cool line, like I bring death, or, the night is my cloak, or something. Zhang Jie decided to completely ignore him and walked straight to the stairs. In front of the safe house door on the 3rd floor, Zhang Jie knocked. The door opened, and a young woman with a ponytail and tactical vest stood there. Michael. Amelia's face turned ugly when she saw the man behind Zhang Jie. Michael handed her the small box. If you didn't need help, you wouldn't want to call me, would you? Indeed, I'm thinking about how to remove your 3A bodyguard certification. Amelia's voice was as cold as ice. Michael's expression suddenly became serious. You said you wouldn't. If it wasn't for your promotion back then, leaking our and the protected target's whereabouts, how could my mission have failed? Do you know how much I love you? I only spoke to you about that mission. My previous status was like this. Thanks to you, my current status has plummeted. It's barely higher than a doghouse now. What? Amelia looked shocked. I never. Oh, then why did Interpol promote you the next day? What a fucking coincidence. Listen, I'm sorry for what you went through, I really didn't know. Listen, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Michael also calmed down for a moment and spoke directly. Where's the target? Amelia pointed to the room inside. The protected target is in there. Michael walked forward. At this moment, the argument between the two outside attracted the attention of the person inside. He dragged his newly bandaged calf, preparing to come out and see what was happening. He had just walked out of the inner room, having performed a bullet removal surgery on himself, holding a pistol in one hand and with one leg still bandaged. That bastard brother. As soon as the door opened, he saw Michael's face, and the smile on Michael's face instantly vanished. What the FCK? Michael was shocked, not expecting to meet his archenemy, Jean Kaid, here. Zhang Jie was speechless when he saw this person. Isn't this motherfucker man, Director Nick Fury? The bald black man raised his pistol without a word. He also recognized who the person in front of him was. Old acquaintances meet with red-hot eyes. As a 3A level bodyguard, Michael's reaction speed was naturally superb. The moment he saw Jean Kaid, his vigilance had already been raised to the highest level. The instant he caught sight of Jean Kaid raising his pistol, he reached out and deflected the pistol aside. He then followed up with a kick, which unfortunately landed squarely on Jean Kaid's injured calf. How could Jean Kaid allow him to snatch the pistol? So he immediately reached out to pull the pistol back, but Michael gave him no chance, twisting his hand back directly. At the same time, he kicked Jean Kaid's injured calf again. Seeing this, Jean Kaid knew he couldn't get the pistol back, so he let go and pulled another pistol from his lower back. But Michael's reaction was astonishing. He snatched the pistol again. Grab, turn, shoulder, swing the pistol all in one fluid motion. However, Jean Kaid clung to the pistol tightly, and seeing that Michael, that bastard, had pulled out his own pistol, Jean Kaid immediately crashed into Michael, pushing him against the wall. Bang! Zhang Jie's eyelids twitched. Wow, they're really going at it, huh? Amelia, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered and shocked. What happened? How did the bodyguard and the protected target start fighting? A foul-mouthed plus verbose combination. This mission is going to be fun. Plus. 57, Chapter 57. Kick the lame man's bad leg. Jean Kaid and Michael's fight continued. Temporarily pinning Michael against the wall, Jean Kaid mercilessly delivered 2 knee strikes. Michael, seizing the opportunity, kicked Jean Kaid hard in the calf again. Zhang Jie on the side was also dumbfounded. What was this? Kicking the cripple's bad leg. Jean Kaid, wincing in pain, let out a breath, and Michael immediately pushed Jean Kaid away, the pistol in his hand pointing wildly. Suddenly, both pistols were aimed at Amelia, who froze for a moment before drawing her own pistol and pointing it at the two. Seeing this, the two immediately redirected their muzzles, this time pointing them at Zhang Jie, who was watching the show. Zhang Jie. However, his reaction was faster though his mind hadn't caught up. His hands had swiftly drawn 2 Glocks and pointed them at the two. Instinct +1. With a pistol pointed at each of their heads, the two froze, then immediately redirected their muzzles again and resumed fighting. Then Michael knocked the pistol out of Jean Kaid's hand, but Jean Kaid also grabbed Michael's pistol, and the two immediately separated. However, Michael's hand speed was very fast. The moment they separated, he removed the magazine from his pistol. Raising his hands, he ejected the bullets from the magazine. He. Whoa, calm down, can we sit down, have some tea, and chat? Jean Kaid's pistol pointed at Michael. Even a fool like you would think to leave 1 bullet in the pistol. The camera moved down, and the calf that Michael had repeatedly kicked began to gush blood again. Jean Kaid, still speaking, also felt something was wrong. His vision began to blacken. Shit. Motherf. Jean Kaid's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed directly to the ground, knocking over a nearby shoe rack as he passed out. Watching Jean Kaid fall, Michael didn't forget to add a snarky remark. Good night, stinky baby. Already injured, he had lost a lot of blood when he had just removed the bullet, and now, with Michael repeatedly kicking his injured leg, it was gushing blood. Due to excessive blood loss, he directly fainted. Amelia was immediately alarmed, quickly putting away her pistol and rushing to help Jean Kide. Come help. Darius Jean Kide, this guy is the target I'm supposed to protect. Michael looked incredulous. Damn it, my shirt is ruined. He muttered to himself as he walked up to Jean Kide, thought for a moment, but still didn't reach out. Jean Kide, a legendary figure in the assassin world, who loved to deliver a fatal blow just as the target was about to succeed, this bastard. It was he who had ruined his mission, making it fail. Jean Kide, what the hell are you doing here? Shut up, Amelia interrupted him. First, help me get him onto the bed. Zhang Jie, leaning against the wall and silently smoking again, felt annoyed, as if a fly was buzzing in his ear. However, he finally understood why Veronica had recommended this mission. This drama was much more interesting than he had imagined. An escort mission for a level 3 bodyguard was ruined by a top assassin. Although it saved his AAA certificate, it couldn't save his job, barely allowing him to make ends meet. And fate always loved to play such jokes unexpectedly. Many years later, the two rivals met again in a narrow path, only this time, the top bodyguard needed to protect the top assassin. Michael had believed that everything from many years ago was caused by his girlfriend, Amelia. Today, it was Amelia again who brought these two together. Was this fate? Truly worthy of being an ace bodyguard, only protecting the most elite assassins. In fact, Zhang Jie had already sensed that unique characteristic of a top assassin from Jean Kide, just like John. Even though he had spent so many years in prison, there were still very obvious traces. The fight between the two seemed comical, but it was actually very professional prevention, disarming, counterattack. Every step was for survival. Especially Michael's final magazine removal. The only flaw was that he didn't eject the bullet in the chamber, which was a mistake, as that one bullet posed a very high threat. Michael was still chattering, while Zhang Jie and Amelia had already carried Jean Kide to the bed to give him a blood transfusion. He couldn't die. Otherwise, who would he get his $100,000 from? He hadn't even given him the black card password yet. After everything was settled, Michael and Amelia started arguing again. Zhang Jie was a bit speechless. Michael truly did not want to protect his sworn enemy. He pointed at Zhang Jie. Didn't you also call him? I'm not getting involved. Amelia, however, stopped him. You're almost good at nothing, except protecting other people's lives. Protect him, please, and you'll return to the life you've always dreamed of. Then Amelia glanced at Zhang Jie, and Zhang Jie understood. After all, he had been paid. Then Amelia looked at Michael and continued, the extra reward is that you'll never hear from me again. Michael was silent for a while, then could only stubbornly say, deal. By evening, Jean Kide finally woke up. He looked at Michael sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but speak again. You're a completely incompetent bodyguard. Thanks for the compliment. I don't think a murderer deserves good treatment, Michael retorted mercilessly. Honestly, I don't really approve of the bodyguard you hired. Jean Kide said this to Amelia, and the object of this statement was, of course, Zhang Jie, because at this moment, Zhang Jie was leaning by the window, smoking. Michael also turned his gaze to Zhang Jie, and Amelia directly explained, this is a bodyguard my good friend found for me. Bodyguard? Jean Kide stared at Zhang Jie for a while. Then he quipped, if he's a bodyguard, I'll throw your ex-boyfriend off this building. Michael, you're talking, why drag me into this? Zhang Jie tugged at his collar, looked at Jean Kide, and smiled, although you're a senior, if you're going to say that, then I can only say, you're a great judge of character. For the sake of money, I'll tolerate you for now. Seeing Zhang Jie say such a thing with a serious face, Jean Kide's lips curved into a smile. He's an interesting fellow, at least much better than that dullard. Jean Kide said, turning his gaze to Michael, then turned his head away with a hint of disdain. This time, Michael truly couldn't tolerate it anymore. Hey, what do you mean by that? Nothing, just that you're not professional enough. F you. Clearly, Michael was very displeased with Jean Kide's sarcasm. Seeing them argue so much, Zhang Jie looked out the window, then walked straight over and hit Michael on the back of the head. Michael, who was in the middle of spewing profanities, was suddenly forced into a silent pause. Jean Kide, who was retaliating with trash talk, immediately froze, and Amelia also froze, looking at the man slumped on the sofa, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Zhang Jie. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Zhang Jie spread his hands. He's too much of a chatterbox. I can only use the baby's peaceful sleep method. Rest well for a day. You've lost too much blood and can't move for now. We'll leave tomorrow. Oh, and don't report the work yet. Zhang Jie stopped Amelia from making a phone call. Plus. 58. Chapter 58. Killing all is also a type of assassination. Why? She didn't understand why Zhang Jie stopped Amelia from calling her superior to report on the mission. Zhang Jie remained silent, only pointing to his phone, then upwards, then to his ear. Someone's listening. Amelia didn't get it, and Zhang Jie sighed. How did you become an Interpol agent? And a special agent at that? Even administrative staff have more brains than you. An inside man. The moment Zhang Jie uttered those two words, Amelia's eyes involuntarily widened. Impossible. Why so many impossibles? 9:23 p.m. Zhang Jie's ears twitched, keenly catching the sound of a police siren, and the direction it was coming from. Slap. Zhang Jie clapped his hands. Alright everyone, I don't think we can wait until tomorrow. The police are here. What? The few of them were instantly alarmed. However, Michael clearly didn't believe Zhang Jie. He hadn't heard anything, so how could Zhang Jie hear the police coming? Furthermore, Amelia was Interpol, shouldn't the police be assisting them? Zhang Jie went to the window, pulled back the curtain a tiny bit, and looked down to see several cars parked downstairs, with people getting out. Believe it or not, the guys who are here to assassinate Jean Kide are already in position. Get ready to leave here, this is no place to linger. At this moment, Michael also came to the surveillance screen and looked, immediately amazed by Zhang Jie's performance. Oh shit, you really are a formidable man. It was only then that Michael believed Zhang Jie. Indeed, many people had surrounded the place, and it looked like a tough fight was coming. However, Michael was thinking about how to safely get Jean Kide out, not about engaging in a firefight with them. He drew his pistol, cautiously opened a crack in the door, glanced outside, and muttered, "This building has 2 towers, connected by a skybridge in the middle. There's no stairwell, no fire escape, no emergency exit. And no adjacent rooftops." By now, Jean Kide had jumped out of bed, grabbed a gun, and walked out. "You know, you bastard, you're not the only one on this planet who's good at observing, motherfucker." It seemed his injuries were recovering while he was already cussing. But Michael was clearly in the zone and not in the mood to bicker with him. He directly told Jean Kide, "I'll go out first, you follow. I need to check all passages for safety before you can come." Jean Kide looked indifferent. "Really? Do you think that's necessary? My mission is to keep you from harm." With that, Michael opened the door and walked out. What a load of shit, I am the harm. Jean Kide felt quite speechless. What was this guy talking about? Zhang Jie merely glanced at the scene downstairs again, pondered for a moment, and came up with a decent escape route. However, looking at Jean Kide's limp leg, this plan seemed a bit risky. After all, his mission was to protect Jean Kide, not to get him killed. So he could only say to Amelia, "Stay here, don't go anywhere. That way you'll be safe." The target was Jean Kide, not anyone else. The 3 of them went into the hallway. Michael observed from the front but found that the enemies had blocked it off, so he decided to go around. "There are people here, let's go the other way." Zhang Jie and Jean Kide exchanged glances, a slight smile playing on both their lips. The next second, the 2 of them yanked open the corridor door and charged out. Michael was stunned. Fuck. The metal door of the safe house was kicked open, and Zhang Jie and Jean Kide burst into the corridor like 2 leopards. They both raised their arms almost simultaneously, the muzzles of their guns cutting 2 silver lines in the dim light. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jie's Glock 34 was the first to fire, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. The 9mm bullets tore through the air, the first hitting the nearest enemy's bulletproof vest, the impact making the man stumble backward. The second shot precisely hit the same spot, and the ceramic plate finally shattered. The third shot entered through the jaw, bringing forth a spray of blood mist. Jean Kide's fighting style was even wilder. The bald, muscular man held his pistol with one hand, shooting as he moved, each bullet accompanied by a furious roar of "motherfucker." The .45 ACP round sent the killer at the stairwell flying backward, smashing through the railing and tumbling downstairs. 3 o'clock. Zhang Jie suddenly growled. Without even looking, Jean Kide sidestepped and swung his pistol, the bullet passing through the glass window on the fire door, headshotting the ambusher hiding behind it. Shattered glass shards mixed with brain matter splattered on the wall, a gruesome sight. 3 gunmen suddenly appeared around the corner on the 2nd floor. Zhang Jie performed a sliding tackle, rushing forward low to the ground, bullets grazing his hair and embedding in the ceiling. The moment he stopped sliding, he dual-wielded his Glock 34s, firing simultaneously. His left-hand pistol suppressed enemy fire, while his right-hand pistol fired precise shots for kills. The leftmost killer's knee was hit first, and the moment he knelt, the second bullet had already pierced his eye socket. Jean Kide seized the opportunity to push forward. He limped but didn't slow down, swinging a fire axe with his thick arm to cleave open a wooden door, while his other hand reached out from under the axe blade to fire. The nearest enemy had just raised his MP5 when 3.45 bullets blew bloody holes in his chest. Bang! Zhang Jie suddenly shifted his aim, a bullet whizzing past Jean Kide's ear, shattering the Adam's apple of a gangster who was about to ambush them. Jean Kide gave a thumbs up without looking back, then used his pistol but to knock out an enemy attacking from the side. When Michael finally rushed out of the room, only smoke and bodies remained in the corridor. 8 bodies lay in various twisted postures, the bullet holes showing an astonishing pattern. Zhang Jie's kills were all standard Mozambique drills, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, while Jean Kide's were mostly 3-shot bursts to the torso. "You guys are fucking cheating, aren't you?" Michael stared with wide eyes. "Oh, thank God, you're finally here." Jean Kide limped over to a body, picked up a dropped Desert Eagle, and checked the magazine. "Rookie, top assassins are this efficient." He deliberately emphasized the word top. "But your Asian friend really has some skills." Zhang Jie, who was using the tip of his shoe to pick up another MP5, smiled at the comment. "The feeling's mutual." He noticed that although Jean Kai's leg injury hadn't healed, he always precisely used walls and doorframes as pivot points when moving, minimizing the impact of his limp. This was the battlefield wisdom of a true veteran assassin. Your assassins, is killing everyone also an assassination? Zhang Jie smiled. Then I ask you, does that mean no one knows? Michael. Alright, let's go, the police will be here any minute. The three immediately ran upstairs. The previous skirmish had made them lose the initiative, so they could only go to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Michael was dumbfounded. There were no stairs, no skybridge. But Jean Kai had no time to dally. He saw the garbage truck below, so without a word, he just jumped down. Zhang Jie covered his face, unable to watch. Because Jean Kai. Clang. Ah. Thump. Fuck. Clang. Shit. Thump. Motherfucker. He landed safely, lying in the garbage truck, sucking in cold air. Smashing through construction scaffolding all the way down must have been tough for him. Plus. 59, Chapter 59. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Watching Jean Kai make such a hard landing, Michael also gasped. It hurt so much, I felt the pain for him. But when he turned his head, he found Zhang Jie was gone. Looking down, Zhang Jie was nimbly grabbing onto the scaffolding and sliding down. At this moment, dense footsteps also came from the other side of the rooftop door. Michael knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he quickly jumped down as well, using the scaffolding to climb down. The three successfully met downstairs. At this time, the helicopter's spotlight on the rooftop was sweeping around, searching for suspicious individuals. The police officers upstairs searched everywhere but found no trace of anyone. Jean Kai limped in front, Michael walked behind, and Zhang Jie looked around. The three quickly ran to the parking lot. Since Amelia hadn't come down with them, their vehicle situation couldn't be resolved. However, Michael also had his unique skills. He pulled out a pack of lock-picking tools from his body, preparing to demonstrate keyless entry for Jean Kai and Zhang Jie. Then, he directly chose an older Mercedes-Benz to work on. Watching Michael still deliberating over which small tool to use, Jean Kai couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was about to act, he heard a bang from beside him. It turned out to be Zhang Jie, who had directly punched and shattered the Mercedes-Benz car window. What the F? Michael watched Zhang Jie calmly get into the driver's seat, and his whole demeanor changed. Zhang Jie simply pulled off two wires from the ignition under the steering wheel, touched them together a few times, and the Mercedes-Benz started. See, this is what you call being professional, unlike you, fiddling with a few little sticks for ages and still not knowing how to do it. We prioritize high efficiency. Jean Kai laughed, picked up a bag from the ground, threw it into the car, and got into the passenger seat. Let's go. Zhang Jie floored the accelerator and the Mercedes-Benz drove off. Michael, still stunned on the spot, looked at the tools in his hand before realizing what had happened and shouted loudly in the direction the Mercedes-Benz had left. Hey, I haven't gotten in yet. F, you. Michael was utterly depressed. That Asian man had stolen his job, driven the car away, and even left him behind. After chasing for 200 meters, the Mercedes-Benz finally stopped. Michael, panting, opened the back door and directly got in. You first better not try to leave me behind. That was his first sentence upon getting in the car. Jean Kai looked in the rearview mirror and said with a hearty laugh, as a professional bodyguard, you should always remain vigilant, not stand there like an idiot, dazed. A frustrated Michael was speechless. But Jean Kai had no intention of letting him off the hook. Look at you, God, you're a 3A rated bodyguard. By the way, what did you just say? You said, once. Oh my God, once I was a 3A rated idiot bodyguard, driving a Jaguar. But now I'm cruising the streets in a beat-up old Mercedes-Benz. Michael finally couldn't take it anymore and retorted directly. Buckle up. Zhang Jie silently drove the car, listening to these two motormouths bickering. It seemed like a decent experience. So, as a former top assassin, how were you caught by Interpol? Having been constantly mocked by Jean Kai, Michael couldn't help but retaliate. Jean Kai, hearing this question, was clearly silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, because of love. This answer clearly stunned Michael. He had thought Jean Kai might have countless explanations, but this one was completely unexpected. Zhang Jie, who had been quietly driving beside them, suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at now? Michael was very confused. I'm laughing at you, you big straight man, motherfucker. After being mocked by Zhang, Michael was instantly speechless. How did you also pick up Jean Kai's foul mouth? Do you know what simple insults, ultimate pleasure, means? Zhang Jie replied without thinking. Michael thought about it, then suddenly understood. It seemed to make sense. Jean Kai, on the side, seemed lost in thought. He said with a smile, that year, I was on a mission in Geneva, about to take out the target, when I received a call from my wife, Sophia. She had been severely injured in a car accident and was being rescued in the hospital. Out of concern, I abandoned the mission and rushed back to Mexico. When I arrived at the hospital room, I was held at gunpoint by over 20 agents. Motherfucker. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Jie and Michael couldn't help but laugh. They never expected a top assassin to have such a clumsy moment. You know, Jean Kaid, this kind of behavior is called telecommunication fraud in Huagua, Zhang Jie said seriously, implying that Jean Kaid, with his love-struck mind, deserved to be caught. Ha 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 ha. Jean Kaid also laughed. Recalling this incident, he also thought he was quite foolish. He took out the flask he carried and took a sip. He said thoughtfully, but isn't life like this? Full of uncertainty and harm, you never know what will happen next second, and I didn't dare to bet that Sophia was truly fine. No, no, no. I don't agree with your point of view. I believe that with meticulous calculation and planning, we can minimize uncertainty and harm, or even eliminate it entirely. Michael clearly disagreed with Jean Kaid's point of view. Jean Kaid screwed the cap back onto his flask and looked back at Michael. Really? Have you ever taken a bullet for a client? Michael answered this question without thinking, no. Hearing this, Jean Kaid immediately started swearing again. You can't even take a bullet for a client, what the F kind of 3A bodyguard service is that? Jean Kaid continued mercilessly, the 3A service I want is for there to be one person between me and the bullet, do you understand? Motherfucker. That's what 3A service is. After rendering Michael speechless, Jean Kaid started humming a tune to himself. Life is a highway. And it's fing long. It is full of twists and turns. So you know some shits are going wrong. It actually sounded quite good, but Michael was very annoyed at the moment and completely didn't want to listen, so he directly lunged forward, trying to turn on the radio. You can slip. You can slap. You can run, but you can't hide. Nobody gets out of life. Jean Kaid took a sip of wine, then looked at Michael and continued to sing. Nobody gets out of life. At this moment, Michael had completely quieted down. When Jean Kaid finished singing the last line, Zhang Jie couldn't help but say, good singing, blues. Ha ha ha. Plus. 60, Chapter 60 attacked again. The camera cuts back to Amelia. When the police arrived and only found bodies everywhere and Amelia sitting in the safe house, they could only hastily withdraw. Everyone had fled, so where were they supposed to catch them? And it was late at night. Amelia was taken back to Interpol headquarters. A series of events, from the convoy ambush to the discovery of their whereabouts, and then Amelia being brought back to Interpol headquarters, raised the suspicions of Amelia's superiors. Through surveillance and technical comparison, they quickly identified one of the suspects, Michael. As for Zhang Jie, since there was no information about him there, they had no idea who he was. When they traced Michael, they quickly discovered that he and Amelia had previously been in a relationship. So, the director directly questioned Amelia. Confess voluntarily. Where is Jean Kaid now? And where is Michael? Amelia couldn't answer truthfully, because before Zhang Jie and his group left, Zhang Jie had told Amelia that there was an informant within Interpol. So Amelia could only insist she didn't know. Not getting the answer he wanted, her superior could only put Amelia on leave and asked her to hand over her pistol and identification. Amelia, leaving the interrogation room, was very disheartened, feeling helpless and a little worried. At that moment, someone called out to her from behind. This person was also Amelia's superior, Deputy Director Fouch of Interpol. Amelia turned around to look at Fouch, who directly said to her, hey, listen, I believe you are right, and I also think your decision was correct. I will explain your situation to the director later and arrange for you to go to The Hague, but you must tell me everything you know. Meanwhile, Interpol sent people to the prison where Sophia was held to question her, hoping she could provide information about Jean Kaid's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Sophia immediately exploded. You arrested my husband, then made my husband a witness, now you've lost my husband, and then you come to ask me where my husband is. Are you here to make a joke? Sophia's outburst left the Interpol agents feeling very helpless. Don't worry, you little brats, it doesn't matter if you can't find him. My husband is a man of his word, but I really don't know where he is. Although he called me, he was just flirting with me, and how many other young girls he flirted with, how many layers of heart steel armor he stacked for himself, that's all. If you're afraid my husband won't arrive at the international court on time, then you can rest assured. My husband's vitality is comparable to a cockroach. Even if he loses a leg, he can still arrive at the international prison on time tomorrow. Don't worry, all of you. Faced with Sophia's assurance, the Interpol agents could only give up. What else could they do? The person was already gone. They could only pray that he would arrive at court on time, although they didn't really believe that in their hearts. Just as they were about to get up and leave, Sophia suddenly spoke. Wait a moment, I forgot to mention something important. So, the three Interpol agents patiently sat down, waiting for Sophia to finish speaking. However, the next second, Sophia started swearing. I shit on your whore of a mother. Congratulations on getting rich. And I shit on your whore of a mother. Congratulations on getting very rich every day. Motherfuckers, get out of my fucking cell. Congratulations to your whole family on getting rich. The Interpol agent said with some helplessness, very well. And then led his subordinates away. The scene shifts again, returning to the old, dilapidated Mercedes-Benz. Inside the car, it was much quieter now. Zhang Jie was still silently driving, while Jean Kaid seemed a bit tired, and Michael, sitting in the back, was also silent. After driving onto a country road, Michael silently pulled out his phone and sent a message to Amelia, letting her know he was safe. Stop for a moment, I need to go to the bathroom. Hearing Jean Kai's words, Michael, sitting in the back, immediately said, just use the bottle in your hand. Are you serious? My bottle is too small, it won't work. Maybe you can. Zhang Jie, however, directly stopped the car and began to check his weapons. Michael, sitting in the car, watched Jean Kai get out and couldn't help but grumble, how long has it been, and he already needs to go to the bathroom. Is this the skill of a top assassin? Too pathetic. A few minutes later, Michael realized something was wrong, because Jean Kai seemed to still be peeing. That shouldn't be right, did he really have that much pee? So Michael got out of the car to look for him, and at this moment, Jean Kai also quietly snuck back, looking a bit surprised when he saw Zhang Jie. Motherfucker, you're still here. Jean Kai hadn't expected Zhang Jie not to go look for him. In such a remote, desolate place, with no village ahead and no shop behind, where could you possibly go? Zhang Jie stared at Jean Kai's leg, smiling as he spoke. Fuck. I was careless. However, he also noticed Zhang Jie's actions. Are you checking your weapons? Yes, I'm checking my weapons, because I suddenly remembered that someone has some bad little habits. Click. After pushing the magazine into the pistol, Zhang Jie looked at Jean Kai and said, prepare for battle. And at this moment, Michael also returned. Damn it, where did you run off to? Before his words even finished, the sound of gunfire, da-da-da-da-da-da, erupted from behind. Bullets struck the Mercedes-Benz, making clanging sounds, and stray bullets occasionally flew past. Fuck. When were we targeted? The three of them got out of the car as soon as the gunfire started, hiding in front, using the Mercedes-Benz to block the bullets. If they had stayed in the car, they would probably have been riddled with bullets, but by hiding in front, they could still be somewhat protected by the engine. The situation is very urgent, we need to come up with a countermeasure quickly, or we'll die here. Boom. The leaking Mercedes-Benz caught fire from sparks caused by the bullets. Jean Kai, however, was very calm, pulling out his pistol and preparing to counterattack. Michael's priority was how to ensure their safety, but seeing Jean Kai preparing to counterattack, he stopped talking nonsense and asked directly, now. Before his words even finished, Zhang Jie, who was on the far side, suddenly stood up while the opponents were reloading. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive, precise headshots. Hitting moving targets, perhaps I'm still a bit weak, but hitting these stationary targets, I never said I was a noob. Watching Zhang Jie turn and take out the pursuers with 3 shots, Jean Kai nodded and said with a smile, honestly, I've never admired an Asian person so much, you're the first. Well, thank you very much for the compliment. Plus. 61, Chapter 61 Kincaid admits his mistake. The few people who had just stood up and chatted for a bit turned around to look at the old Mercedes-Benz that was already burning. Jean Kai said, it seems we're not very lucky the car is gone. Zhang Jie, who was about to respond, suddenly had a very strange feeling that danger was imminent. This feeling, it was a crisis reaction. Out of instinct, he directly lunged to the other side without any warning. His body's reaction was always faster than his mind's. What the F dash? FCK, what are you D dash? Zhang Jie's sudden, unprovoked action stunned the 2 people who were talking. Before they could figure out what was happening, the car behind them suddenly exploded. The oil leak combined with the prolonged burning caused the pressure inside the car's fuel tank to reach its maximum, resulting in an instant explosion. The huge impact force directly sent Jean Kai and Michael flying. Holy SHT. GD. Again. Both of them fell hard and were a bit dazed. Zhang Jie, who had already avoided it beforehand, watched the 2 wailing on the ground with a smile, then walked towards the car driven by the 3 gunmen behind him. Damn it, how did he know the car was going to explode? Jean Kai apparently hadn't connected the explosion with Zhang Jie's sudden lunge to the side. You lunged, and then the car exploded, are you a prophet? He had no idea that this was actually a subconscious action brought about by Zhang Jie's long-term trained crisis reaction. In short, his body was always one step faster than his mind. Michael, on the other hand, was furious. He had wanted to say something earlier, and after the explosion, he became even angrier. He simply couldn't understand how these guys had managed to follow them. There were 3 people in this car, a top-tier 3A level bodyguard, a top-tier assassin, and another assassin who was also skilled. From their interactions today, this guy was definitely a hidden master. With just these 3 people, driving an old Mercedes-Benz, they had taken such a long, winding detour on the road, and yet they were still followed. Didn't this mean all 3 of them were idiots? What the hell was going on? Especially that explosion just now. Luckily, they weren't inside the car, otherwise wouldn't they have been done for? Looking distraught, Michael was about to speak when he suddenly saw a phone lying in front of him. He clearly remembered that Jean Kai didn't have a phone on him. Where did this phone come from? What the FCK? In an instant, it was as if a light flashed through his mind. The cunning frog keeps touching his belly. In that moment, he understood how these guys had followed them. So he directly picked up the burnt phone from the ground and looked at Jean Kai furiously. What is this? Is this your phone? Facing Michael's question, Jean Kide said with a hint of smugness, I probably found this on a dead mercenary. After hearing this, Michael instantly felt a bit of a breakdown. You probably. He quickly adjusted his emotions, then stared at Jean Kide and said seriously, don't you know they can track phones? Michael then directly broke open the phone in his hand and took out the SIM card inside. That's why my phone card is a virtual chip, so they can't track it. Seeing Jean Kide's bewildered look, as if he didn't understand, Michael became even angrier. He pointed at the burning Mercedes-Benz and shouted loudly. My point is, your phone exposed our whereabouts. We were f***ing driving in circles to avoid these people, and you f***ing had a tracker in your pocket, guiding them. Seeing Michael's extreme anger, Jean Kide understood. He raised his hands slightly and said to Michael, my fault. Your fault. Michael's anger subsided a bit. You have no idea how 21st century technology works. I want to ask you, how have you managed to live this long? Jean Kide also started to get a bit angry. While you guys are wasting time planning, setting targets, and calculating, I can only do what's at hand first. What I do at hand is more useful than all your messy plans. Just like Zhang Jie, he always achieves efficient goals in the simplest way. After hearing Jean Kide's words, Michael was speechless. In fact, he also felt that Jean Kide was right, because he and Zhang Jie always solved the most complex problems in the fastest way. Whether it was the gunfight in the safe house or the crude car theft, wasting even 1 second was a disrespect to their profession as assassins. Great, whatever you say, you're just so wonderful. Michael casually tossed the keys to Jean Kide, letting him unlock his handcuffs. Then he turned and walked towards the burning car behind them, while loudly complaining. I'm so f***ing happy, your methods are always better than mine. As he spoke, he kicked the door of the Mercedes-Benz. At this moment, Zhang Jie had already driven the dead men's car over to them. Get in, though I don't know how far it can go. They got in, one on each side, still bickering. You don't want this gun anymore? Jean Kide asked, holding the gun in his hand. No, it's yours. Take it and shoot me dead. Michael looked dejected. This was probably the first time someone had openly criticized his efficiency, his plans, and his goals as a complete mess. He felt as if his heart had been pierced. No, 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 I'm going to use this gun to shoot you. Zhang Jie glanced at the two of them. They were truly a bickering couple, sharp tongue against sharp tongue. As they spoke, the rear compartment of the Mercedes-Benz suddenly exploded. Zhang Jie saw it and immediately knew something bad was happening. He stomped on the accelerator, and the van immediately sped away. The Mercedes-Benz had ammunition in its rear, and after burning for so long, it was bound to explode. As they sped past the Mercedes-Benz, Zhang Jie distinctly heard a few clinking sounds from behind. Gentlemen, our car seems to have been shot. I don't know how far it can go. Let's pray to God now. Zhang Jie cheerfully told them this unfortunate fact. God, perhaps he's too busy for us. It might be faster if we make a wish to Satan. FCK, it's all your fault. Michael rolled his eyes. Clearly, he knew very well who was responsible for their current predicament. Listening to Michael's sarcastic remarks, Jean Kide didn't humor him at all. I'm an old man, what the FCK do I know? I've been in prison for so many years, I don't understand any of this f***ing high-tech stuff, motherfucker. Alright, both of you stop complaining. What's done is done and cannot be undone. Isn't it better to look forward? Instead of arguing here, why not think about what we might encounter next? Zhang Jie played the peacemaker, while also continuing to drive forward. His only hope now was that this dilapidated van could last a little longer. He really didn't want to walk. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 62, Chapter 62 Nun Killer. Zhang Jie's premonition ultimately came true. The car did indeed have problems. The fuel tank had a hole, leaking oil all the way, and the tire also had a hole, letting out air. However, a flat tire wasn't too bad, they could continue driving. But with no fuel, there was truly nothing they could do. Fortunately, they weren't far from the highway at that moment, so the three of them had no choice but to abandon the car and walk. This is just great. Ever since I took on this mission, nothing has gone smoothly for me. Complaining as he walked, Michael felt his day was utterly ruined. Zhang Jie, on the other hand, was nonchalant. They were already by the roadside, so they should be able to flag down a car to take them part of the way. Jean Kide was even more unconcerned. He hummed a tune as he walked in front, showing no signs of dejection or anger, as if everything was meant to be. As they walked, Jean Kide, who was humming in front, suddenly turned his head and smiled at Michael. I think you'd really like to make up with Amelia, wouldn't you? Michael immediately denied it. Humph, old man, don't project your thoughts onto me. Oh, is that so? Zhang Jie, walking behind, suddenly interjected. Seeing that Michael had no intention of continuing, Jean Kide didn't mind. Instead, he began to talk about his own experiences. More precisely, his romantic history. Do you know, before I met my wife, I never believed in love, but everything was overturned in that bar where I met her. Jean Kai's eyes held beautiful memories. At that time, I had just finished a mission and was drinking at a bar to relax. As he slowly recounted in a low voice, Zhang Jie also roughly understood how Jean Kai and Sophia got together. He had to admit, their love story was quite explosive. What? Sophia, a woman, faced 6 men without falling behind and even beat them to a pulp. It must be said, Mexican women are different, taking on 6 at once. Her combat power was definitely maxed out, and it was all close-quarters combat, utilizing everything she could to beat up those men who tried to flirt with her. To be honest, I was truly captivated at that time. Jean Kai smiled, a happy smile. I never thought a woman could be so fierce. From the moment she took the bottle from my hand and drank it all, I knew I could never leave her in this life. After hearing Jean Kai's and his wife Sophia's story, Zhang Jie suddenly understood why he would say that. Perhaps it was from the perspective of someone who had been through it, or perhaps he sensed the subtle relationship between Michael and Amelia. He was hinting at him. Zhang Jie had also seen and heard Amelia say that she would disappear from Michael's world forever that night, and Michael's expression was clearly shocked and unwilling. Ultimately, they were still a bickering couple, weren't they? After walking for about half an hour, a small minivan finally appeared before them. The driver was a priest, who rolled down the window and asked the 3 of them, "Oh, God, I imagine you 3 could use a little help, couldn't you?" "Oh, of course, thank you, Father." Zhang Jie was overjoyed and quickly expressed his thanks. Great, no more walking. Jean Kai was also incredibly happy, only Michael looked dejected and frustrated. When Michael got into the car, he found it full of nuns, and upon seeing Michael's expression, the nuns all let out a collective shhh sound. Naturally, Jean Kai followed. As soon as he got in, he looked at the nuns with a smile and warmly said, "Hello, beautiful nuns. 12. Clearly, Jean Kai's greeting style and his smile were more to the nuns' liking. The last to get in was, of course, Zhang Jie. As soon as he got in, he brightly said to the nuns, "Oh, God, encountering a group of beautiful and kind sisters at this moment is truly my good fortune." Wow 12. Clearly, the enthusiastic Zhang Jie was the most popular. Seeing this, Jean Kai, of course, refused to be outdone. Then on which sister's lap should I sit? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie immediately conceded defeat. Good heavens, good heavens, when it comes to being thick-skinned and shameless, it has to be you, Jean Kai. How could you even say that? However, it must be admitted that the effect of that sentence was indeed good. The nuns voluntarily made space, letting the 3 of them sit in their midst. And so, Zhang Jie and Jean Kai happily chatted with the nuns, while the gloomy Michael was left ignored. Thus, the sky gradually began to lighten, and the car was filled with laughter. At the ferry terminal, when the minivan stopped, the 3 of them, Zhang Jie, also got out, of course, amidst the nuns' farewells. They enthusiastically said goodbye to Jean Kai and to Zhang Jie. Michael, at this moment, Michael finally couldn't help but say, "May God be with you." Then he pointed to Jean Kai beside him. "This guy has killed over 150 people. To be precise, over 250 people, both easily and happily." Jean Kai chuckled as he interjected, then looked at Zhang Jie, "And you? Zhang Jie?" Why did the question suddenly turn to me? How would I remember how many people I've killed? 100? Probably. Come on, don't look at me like that, I really don't remember. Zhang Jie spread his hands. God knows how many people I've killed. Anyway, with a gun in hand, the world is mine, bang 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 all the way, who knows how many people were killed. Clearly, Zhang Jie's answer somewhat shocked both Michael and Jean Kai. You're kidding, fuck. If you're not kidding, then I must have misheard, motherfucker. The fact is, I really don't know how many people I've killed. Heaven knows, I've never counted that number, okay? Hearing this, Michael was even more puzzled. Why did these nuns like these 2 ruthless killers so much? All along the way, the most laughter and joy they gave was to these 2 killers, Zhang Jie and Jean Kai, while he, the bodyguard, was the one who needed the nuns to pray for his soul. Facing Michael's confusion, Jean Kai directly posed a very philosophical question. Which act do you consider worse, killing a heinous villain or protecting a heinous villain? Hearing this question, Michael became completely silent. He began to seriously consider the question, not believing that Jean Kai had asked it idly. Zhang Jie glanced at Michael, then also said a sentence. Killing thousands can lead to instant enlightenment, while 100 years of good deeds can lead to a single thought of evil. Which one makes people feel more unforgivable? The 2 questions began to constantly swirl in Michael's mind. He hadn't expected these 2 killers to pose such philosophical and profound questions. Was this something they should be thinking about? Stick to a minimum of 4 chapters daily. Give some encouragement, click the little yellow button more often. Bury me with gifts. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 63, Chapter 63, Stupidity and Romance. The questions Zhang Jie and Jean Kai posed were too complex. This one delves into deep philosophical territory, and how to resolve it completely depends on your perspective. Actually, for Zhang Jia, both questions were very simple. This was essentially an alternative trolley problem, testing human morality. And Zhang Jia and Jean Kai themselves were assassins, so this question wasn't a problem for them. But for Michael, who always saw himself as a righteous messenger, it wasn't so simple. He only ever focused on his tasks and completing them, without delving into the root causes. You give me money, I provide security services, it's that simple. Suddenly thinking on a deeper level, of course, caused him to freeze up. Even as he boarded the ferry to Amsterdam, Michael still hadn't figured it out. The three leaned against the stern railing, and Jean Kai began to recount his first mission. Before I was an assassin, I was only 16 that year. Jean Kai's eyes looked into the distance, somewhat ethereal, as he continued speaking. That night, it was raining heavily, and a person rushed into the church. The pastor inside thought he was just there to rob money, so he told him to move the valuable items himself. Unfortunately, that person wasn't after money. He picked up the iron poker in his hand and swung it at the unsuspecting pastor. The two listened quietly. It was rare for a top assassin to be willing to share his story. He placed the pastor's body on the altar for his congregation to see. The Bible says, "Do not take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath." But I couldn't leave room for God's wrath, so I decided to personally send him to meet the Lord. When the gunshots rang out, I didn't feel the nausea after killing. I looked at the crows startled by the gunshots on the tree branches outside the car window, and my heart was very calm. At this point, Zhang Jia had already understood what Jean Kai wanted to express. This was a question of morality and stance. Jean Kai looked at Michael. So, when you point the moral compass at me, you're not wrong, because you're actually pointing at a good person. Jean Kai pointed to himself. Michael was puzzled. Then why would a good person be associated with a scoundrel like Dukivik? I don't know what that person did. Jean Kai denied this. That's a really good excuse. Michael didn't believe him. Jean Kai looked at Michael again. Can you tell me, do you know the past of every one of your clients? No, I don't decide the life or death of my clients. Michael shook his head, looking at Jean Kai. Zhang Jia patted Michael's shoulder. You can't just look at the surface of things. Your job is to protect, and our job is to eliminate. Essentially, both are about completing tasks. Killing and saving lives are actually no different. Zhang Jia turned to look at the distant sea. If you kill one person to save a city, or save one person to kill a city, what would you choose? Would you decide based on the number of people? Michael didn't even think. Of course, kill one person. Zhang Jia shrugged and looked back at Michael. See, you still decided the life or death of the other party. Michael was speechless, but Jean Kai burst out laughing. Interesting fellow, I'm starting to appreciate you more and more. Arriving in Amsterdam, the three stood in front of the safe house. Watching Michael trying the password, Zhang Jia and Jean Kai exchanged glances. This is your so-called safety. We can't even get through the door. Motherfucker. Jean Kai was as irritable as ever. Michael was also sweating profusely. Fuck. It must be that I haven't been here for too long, and the password has been changed. It's okay, I can open it. Michael took out his heirloom lock-picking tools, preparing to open the lock. The problem is these windows are all PC material, with a pressure-resistant layer, just like bulletproof glass. Forcing it open won't work. Zhang Jia smiled, watching Jean Kai go to work. He took out his phone, opened the camera interface, and stood behind them, starting to record. Michael mumbled while concentrating on opening the door. There's also an alarm system here. It's the latest on the market. It has triple protection, if I can. Suddenly, the door opened, startling him so much that he instinctively drew his gun and pointed it forward. It turned out to be Jean Kai, drinking beer and looking at the two, which completely flustered Michael. He looked around wildly but didn't hear the alarm sound. Oh, fuck. God. Michael had never seen anything so crazy in his life. This was a safe house. A safe house with an anti-theft system and an alarm system. Damn it. How did you get in? How many minutes had it been? I'm Darius Jean Kai, not God. Jean Kai joked. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Jia, behind him, laughed heartily as he recorded the video. Oh, that's brilliant. He checked the time. There were still 5 hours until the court hearing. The three decided to rest in the safe house first before heading to court. At this moment, Zhang Jia noticed Jean Kai looking towards the direction of Big Ben outside the window. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, Jean Kai went upstairs. Michael, meanwhile, picked up the phone and called Amelia. To be honest, he had thought a lot on this journey, and with Jean Kai's guidance, he seemed to have understood his own feelings. So, after the call connected, Michael's first words were, "Hey, Amelia, I've forgiven you." Amelia, what the fuck? What in the world are you talking about to me? What the hell are you talking about to me? Hearing a suppressed roar from the other end of the phone, Michael was stunned. His carefully cultivated emotions were instantly scattered. What? Amelia clearly had no intention of stopping there, because there was something more important to do right now. Are you sure you want to discuss this kind of thing with me at a time like this? What? What do you need to forgive me for? What did I do wrong? What? Michael was completely bewildered, confused by Amelia's words. Your mission right now is to safely bring Jean Kai to court, understand? Now, immediately. You idiot. The angry Amelia hung up the phone directly. Michael was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had imagined saying, after building up his emotions, that he had forgiven Amelia. And shouldn't Amelia have responded joyfully, really? Then let's get back together. But the reality was that he was scolded fiercely by Amelia. When he turned his head, with a face full of question marks, to look at Zhang Jie, he saw Zhang Jie stifling a laugh. It must be said that being with this guy certainly brought a lot more laughter. If you say he's professional, he really is professional. If you say he's stupid, he's not stupid either. But why does he always fail to react in some critical situations? However, he quickly adjusted. The main task now was to get Jean Kai to court on time, without delay. But did Jean Kai really need to shower for so long? The sound of water upstairs was still audible, but Zhang Jie had already left. He had already guessed that Jean Kai had slipped away again. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 64, Chapter 64, Foolishness and Romance. At this moment, the vicinity of the Hague International Court in Amsterdam was already teeming with Interpol agents and Dukivica's men. As long as Jean Kai dared to show his face, he would either be captured or killed. So, what was Jean Kai, who had snuck away, doing at this moment? He was buying a hat, a grey plaid cap, from a small vendor. He then put it on, covering his distinctive bald head. Afterward, he bought a basket of tulips from a stall further ahead. Earlier, when he was retrieving bullets at a safe house in Coventry and spoke to his wife, Sophia, he had been scolded by her for getting the name and location of the tulips wrong. But Sophia did like tulips. He then walked down the street, swaggering, carrying this basket of tulips. Zhang Jie, standing in the distance, shook his head and sighed. Damn it, I'm an assassin, how did I end up in this bodyguard business? Damned Veronica, you owe me compensation. Saying this, Zhang Jie immediately went forward, covered the mouth of a person wearing headphones, and then struck him on the back of his neck. It's getting dark, time to sleep, bad baby. He placed this Interpol agent on a roadside seat, making him appear to be asleep, and then continued to follow. At this moment, Michael also appeared. He saw what Zhang Jie had done and understood what Jean Kai intended to do. He did not intervene, merely following silently behind with Zhang Jie, clearing their path. Jean Kai carried that basket of Dutch tulips as if he were an idler going for an outing in the countryside. Jean Kai hummed an off-key jazz tune, his steps light, the bouquet of tulips swaying gently in the basket. A man in a cheap leather jacket leaned against a shop window, pretending to admire the displayed hard bagels, while one hand quietly slid towards a bulging armpit. Mine. Zhang Jie clung to him like a ghost. His movements were precise and swift. His left hand clasped the man's gun-drawing hand, his thumb pressing accurately on an acupoint on the inner side of the wrist bone. The thug's arm instantly went numb, his fingers loosened, and before he could even draw his pistol, Zhang Jie had tucked it into his own trench coat pocket. At the same time, Zhang Jie's right knee delivered a violent kick to the man's soft abdomen, then he shoved him into a narrow doorway piled with empty beer crates nearby. On Michael's side, a textbook German suplex. The burly man's body arced clumsily through the air, then slammed heavily onto the wet bridge deck with a thud, splashing water everywhere, and he was completely still. Michael clapped his hands, then bent down nimbly to pull out the Glock pistols tucked into the small of both men's backs. With a casual flick of his arm, the two guns traced a silvery arc, then, with a dull plop, plop, they sank into the murky canal below the bridge. Just like that, Jean Kai continued to limp towards the clock tower, carrying the tulips, as if he knew nothing. Behind him, all the Interpol agents or Dukivica's men who spotted him were either knocked unconscious or directly carried away and stuffed into trash cans by Zhang Jie and Michael, then disarmed. It must be said that the two men's actions were indeed professional and swift, without any unnecessary delay. All the guys who discovered Jean Kai were quickly dealt with by the two. Under the escort of Zhang Jie and Michael, Jean Kai arrived at the museum's clock tower. He looked up at the clock tower, a smile playing on his lips. Jean Kai gently placed the basket of vibrant tulips on the eaves below the clock, then took off the baseball cap on his head and casually placed it over the flower basket, pressing down a few petals that were restless in the wind. Afterward, he looked towards the women's prison below the clock tower and turned to leave. In her prison room, Sophia was unleashing a torrent of Russian curses, like a storm, at an expressionless female guard. Her vocabulary was so rich that it made the female guard swear she had never heard so many vulgarities in her life. After a long while, Sophia, tired of cursing, turned to look out the window. She instinctively glanced in the direction of the clock tower, where the time was displayed. Then her gaze fixed intently on the distant clock tower opposite. In the dim rain, a baseball cap was comically placed over a basket of burning tulips, like a clumsy but unmistakably clear signal. The anger on Sophia's face receded as rapidly as a tide. A trace of disbelief, followed by a huge, ecstatic smile bright enough to illuminate the entire cell, suddenly bloomed at the corners of her mouth. The smile was so radiant, so out of place, that the female guard opposite, who was accustomed to all sorts of hysterics and despair, was stunned, and confusedly followed her gaze to look back. She saw nothing. Through the iron bars of the prison window, sunlight refracted on Sophia's face. Her eyes were so dazed as she looked at the distant tulips, muttering to herself, "Oh, my charming little cockroach." Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous narrow alley below the clock tower, Michael was stuffing the last unconscious Dukievich henchman into a huge green trash can. He grumbled as he pushed down, "This trash can, who designed it? It's so hard to stuff a grown man in. Hey buddy, tuck in your butt." Zhang Jie, with his arms crossed, leaned against the alley wall, watching Michael struggle to stuff a person, a suppressed smile playing on his lips. "Alright, that's enough. I think Jean Kide should be done too." And Jean Kide slowly appeared behind them. Before Jean Kide could even speak, Michael immediately grabbed Jean Kide and ranted furiously. "Don't you know how dangerous Amsterdam is right now? The streets are crawling with Interpol and Dukievich's men, and you still have the leisure to deliver flowers." Michael felt like he was going crazy. He had never protected such a troublesome target. "Of course I know how dangerous it was along the way, but isn't that precisely the service you, as a 3A level bodyguard, should provide? Honestly, I'm very satisfied with this service." Yes, he was able to deliver the flowers to the clock tower without incident, thanks to Zhang Jie and Michael. Did he not know how dangerous Amsterdam was right now? Of course he did. As a top assassin, his observational skills were remarkably keen. He knew every assassin and every Interpol agent he had passed. But what did it matter? This could not deter his determination to express his love to Sophia. The flowers had to be delivered in person. He also believed that Michael and Zhang Jie would understand his intentions. Life is short, you must cherish the one beside you. Emilia is such a good person, and you, with your foul mouth, she was still willing to be with you. Why did you two have to break up? Jean Kide once again posed a soul-searching question to Michael, also serving as a final nudge. He believed Michael deserved a woman like Emilia, and he also believed Emilia deserved a man like Michael. Facing Jean Kide's questioning, Michael remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I should forget about that Kurosawa incident. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey." 65, Chapter 65 Street Fight. What? Michael's sudden remark left Jean Kide a bit confused. "How's Zirong?" Michael said calmly. "Huh." This time, not only was Jean Kide a little stunned, but even Zhang Jie was. Michael continued, "He was my client, but Emilia exposed him, and then he was killed." Silence. Jean Kide, suddenly. "Ha ha ha." Jean Kide looked at the man in front of him, and a huge sense of absurdity suddenly welled up in his heart, making him burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Michael was speechless. "Are you still mocking me at a time like this?" Jean Kide rubbed his stomach, which ached from laughing, and waved his hand. "It wasn't her who exposed your client. I took out Hao Zhe." At this point, Jean Kide began to explain. "At that time, I was on the rooftop, watching another target at the airport, and then I accidentally saw him. I was lucky, but he wasn't so lucky. Because that corrupt Asian bastard could earn me double the money. That was the most perfect shot I ever made in my assassin career, through a C-cup-sized double-paned window from 3,000 meters away. Ha ha ha, I thought you already knew I was the one who took him out." Looking at the smug Jean Kide, Michael was completely dumbfounded. Countless memories surged wildly in his mind, finally converging on that single shot, the moment he saw Hao Zirong get shot in the head inside the cabin. Everything seemed so absurd, yet everything seemed so logical. Zhang Jie, who was beside them, couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that the final mistake of a 3A level bodyguard was merely a fleeting glance from a professional assassin, a casual act. If this got out, Michael's reputation would truly be ruined. Looking at Jean Kide, who was still laughing, he finally couldn't resist punching him right in the nose. "Ow, fuck, what the hell are you doing?" But Michael said nothing. He only now realized that the ultimate culprit who caused him to lose his job and break up with Emilia was his arch-nemesis, the very person he was supposed to protect. God seemed to have played a huge joke on him, bringing him back to the starting point after all the twists and turns. Michael left. He really left. At this moment, he was dazed and heartbroken. He hadn't expected that his current downfall was all because of someone's casual act. Broken, he went to the street and started drinking directly. He was done. This job was absolutely impossible to do anymore. Just as Jean Kide and Zhang Jie walked out of the alley, Dukievich's subordinates spotted them and, without hesitation, pulled out their pistols and opened fire. Bang! Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhang Jie immediately pressed down Jean Kide's head, dodging a shot. "Motherfucker! Why are these people so persistent?" Jean Kide cursed angrily, drawing his pistol and returning fire, and Zhang Jie naturally wasn't to be outdone. Amsterdam's Canal Street was instantly engulfed by a storm of steel. The street was in chaos, screaming pedestrians, fleeing vehicles, dodging waiters, all seemed to become the source of the pandemonium. Michael, with an indifferent expression, seemed as if nothing concerned him. Bullets whizzed past him, but he remained unmoved. He even mumbled some trash talk. "I hope they really kill him. I really do." The waiter looked at him blankly, only able to respond, "Okay, okay. Even if I save him again, what then? He'll just say everything was part of my plan, motherfucker." Behind them, Jean Kide and Zhang Jie returned fire, constantly shooting down enemies. Bang bang bang. Taking down an enemy with 3 shots, Zhang Jie's movements were still so swift. Jean Kide, of course, wouldn't be outdone. He swayed left and right twice, and with 2 shots, directly blew 2 people's heads off. Efficient. And Michael continued to grumble, "Even if the mission is completed, he'll still say, 'My actions are always faster than your plans, motherfucker. I think I'm allergic to bullets, motherfucker.' This bastard has completely ruined that word, motherfucker." Michael really didn't want to save him anymore. He took another big gulp of alcohol and then said, "I'm a 3A level bodyguard, you know. High above, this high." Thinking of this, he finally realized that he was still a bodyguard, and he couldn't abandon his mission for personal emotions. Bullets tore through the damp air, whistling as they struck brick walls, boat hulls, and trash cans, sending sparks flying. Dukivika's subordinates fired wildly from every corner, a spray of bullets. To hell with the mission. With that, Michael turned and walked away, pulling out his pistol and joining the battle. Zhang Jie pressed close to the wreckage of a bullet-riddled van. A gunman peeked out from behind a cafe door, and the muzzle of his AK flared. Zhang Jie's Glock 34 roared almost simultaneously. Bang, bang. 2 bullets precisely struck the upper chest of the opponent, the impact making the body jerk violently. Followed by a 3rd shot. Bang. It entered through the slightly open mouth, and the back of the head exploded with red and white. The target collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Zhang Jie crouched, swiftly sliding behind a large concrete planter nearby. Jean Kide leaned against an overturned motorcycle. An enemy was raising his hand, about to throw a grenade. Jean Kide slightly raised his wrist. Bang! A crimson dot blossomed on the forehead. The grenade slipped from his hand and fell back inside the window, followed by a muffled explosion, with flames and thick smoke gushing out. Another thug yelled, rushing out from behind a car and raising his pistol. Jean Kide merely tilted his wrist slightly. Bang! The bullet passed through the gap in his bent arm, instantly piercing his forehead. The empty casing clinked as it fell onto the wet cobblestone street. Michael rolled to avoid a burst of gunfire, his back against the thick brick wall corner. Behind the canal railing, an enemy exposed his shoulder, attempting to aim. Michael raised his pistol, gripped tightly with both hands. Bang, bang. The first bullet pierced the shoulder, and the second, almost seamlessly, entered through the jaw, tearing open the entire top of the skull. The target fell into the water. The gunfire abruptly ceased, as if cut off by a sharp blade. Smoke swirled and settled in the narrow street. A dozen bodies lay twisted on the street, the fatal wounds, without exception, in vital areas of the head and chest. Brass casings rolled into the canal, clinking. Silence descended. Only the gurgling of the canal water, and in the distance, the siren of a police car grew from faint to strong, tearing through the rain, screaming as it approached. The 3, not far apart, exchanged glances. They all knew this was not a place to linger. So the 3 once again regrouped and rushed into the underground parking lot. This time, Michael finally had time to showcase his lock-picking talent. He pulled out tools, unzipped, pulled out more tools, picked the lock, opened the door, pulled wires, cut wires, and started the ignition all in one fluid motion. The 3 got into the car and buckled their seatbelts. This time, Michael was driving. He floored the accelerator, the tires smoking against the pavement, and then the Ford shot out. "I told you, my lock-picking skills are still very good." The Ford, bursting out of the basement exit, smashed through the barrier. Michael then quickly swerved the steering wheel, but it was still too late. The car crashed into a vehicle parked on the side of the road. Bang! Airbags deployed. God. Fuck. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 66, Chapter 66 Highway Chase. Zhang Jie was very glad that he had held onto the handrail tightly from the start, so he was fine. However, the 2 guys in front were bounced hard by the airbags, and Jean Kide was furious with embarrassment. He shot and blew up the airbag in front of him, then pointed his Glock at Michael, threatening him to get out of the car. "Damn it, your driving is as bad as your plan. This is the shittiest ride I've ever had. Now, get the hell out of the car immediately, or I'll shoot you dead." Michael knew he was in the wrong and could only get out of the car silently. Zhang Jie suddenly reminded him, "Hurry, time is running out." Jean Kide directly climbed from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. After Michael got into the car, he said he was just not paying attention, but Jean Kide ignored him. However, since they were preparing to depart for the Hague International Court, Michael made a call to Amelia. After the call connected, Michael's mouth started rambling again. Amelia, I'm so sorry, I was wrong. I'm very sorry for blaming you for the failure to protect Hei's. It was my fault, I blamed everything on you, that wasn't fair, you deserve to be treated better. Amelia was dumbfounded. Bro, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be telling me where you are right now? What kind of mistake are you admitting? Were you possessed by something dirty? Amelia, unable to bear it any longer, exploded again. Why are you telling me this now? I think now is a good time. Zhang Jie, sitting in the back, glanced at his watch and said expressionlessly, 25 minutes left. Jean Kide glanced in the rearview mirror, we're being followed. Then he spun the steering wheel and drove onto another road. Meanwhile, Michael was still building up the courage to confess his feelings. Amelia, The little Ford sped through the streets, and only then did Michael say, I just wanted to say. Looking at such a hesitant Michael, Jean Kide and Zhang Jie were almost dying of impatience. Both couldn't help but lean closer, their mouths almost touching the phone. Both their mouths were forming the same words, I love you. Jean Kide, who was driving, didn't notice the stone pillar ahead, and when he finally caught a glimpse of it, bang, they had already crashed into it. Michael, sitting in the passenger seat, was propelled by inertia directly through the front windshield, doing a front flip and landing on the road, looking utterly bewildered. God, Gazerde, why is it always me? Zhang Jie and Jean Kide, meanwhile, were huddled together, looking at Michael through the broken hole. Dumbfounded Jean Kide stifled a laugh. What about all those safety belt lectures you always give? Zhang Jie glanced behind him and roared, FCK, get in the car now. Michael quickly leaped through the large hole he had just broken and squeezed back in. What's going on? Jean Kide and Michael dared not underestimate Zhang Jie now. Every time Zhang Jie said there was a problem would surely arise. Stop talking nonsense, drive. Jean Kide slammed on the accelerator. Almost the instant he did, a black Mercedes-Benz behind them accelerated sharply, the window rolled down, and the barrel of an MP5 submachine gun emerged. Da-da-da-da. Bullets tore through the air, and the little Ford's rear window instantly shattered, sending fragments flying. Michael instinctively ducked his head. A bullet grazed his scalp and embedded itself in the dashboard, sparking. Your intuition is spot on, Michael said, convinced. As for Amelia on the other end of the phone, she could only hear gunshots. She certainly didn't hear Michael's subsequent 3 words. Motherfucker. Jean Kide cursed, violently turning the steering wheel. The little Ford swerved in a dangerous arc on the highway, tires screeching against the pavement. They have more than one car. Zhang Jie growled, seeing 2 other modified Audis flanking them in the rearview mirror, gun muzzles flashing from their windows. Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down, clanging against the little Ford's body, and the rearview mirror was shot off. This crappy car isn't even bulletproof. Jean Kide roared, pulling a Glock 19 from under his seat. He rolled down the window, leaned halfway out, and returned fire while driving. Bang, bang, bang. His shooting was precise and controlled, each shot aimed at the opponent's tires or hood. However, the opponents were clearly well trained, their cars deftly dodging bullets while maintaining unyielding suppressive fire. Reload. Jean Kide ducked back inside the car, quickly changing magazines. Zhang Jie didn't waste the opportunity. He violently pushed open the car door, his body almost suspended outside the car, holding his Glock with both hands, calmly aiming at the driver of the closest Audi. Bang! A headshot. The out-of-control Audi instantly veered off the road, crashed into the guardrail, and rolled, exploding into a fireball. Nice. Jean Kide grinned, simultaneously slamming on the brakes, causing the Mercedes-Benz hot on their tail to overshoot them unexpectedly. Now. Zhang Jie growled. Jean Kide immediately yanked the steering wheel. The little Ford fishtailed, its rear slamming hard into the side of the Mercedes-Benz. Boom. The Mercedes-Benz lost its balance, flipped sideways, skidded off the highway, and crashed into the roadside farmland. Its fuel tank ruptured, instantly bursting into raging flames. One left. Michael shouted. The last pursuing black Toyota had clearly learned its lesson. It no longer clung close but maintained a distance, MP5s wildly spraying bullets from its windows. Bang! Bullets rained down, clanging against the little Ford's body, and the car door was riddled with bullet holes. Steady! Zhang Jie roared, his right hand gripping the roof handle tightly, his left hand holding his Glock, aiming at the Toyota's windshield. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired in quick succession. The Toyota's windshield instantly shattered, forcing the driver to slow down and dodge. Seizing this opening, Jean Kide gritted his teeth, controlling the almost out-of-control little Ford. Zhang Jie looked at the car relentlessly chasing behind, holding his Glock with both hands, and gently exhaled. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. A patch of blood erupted from the driver's seat of the trailing car, which then instantly lost control and crashed into a roadside utility pole. The hood was twisted and deformed, the fuel tank leaked, and gasoline flowed everywhere. Boom! A violent explosion sent a wave of heat, and flames shot skyward. Jean Kide sneered, abruptly turning the steering wheel to make the little Ford drive in reverse. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jia and Michael leaned out and simultaneously opened fire on the car behind, suppressing its windows with bullets, preventing the opponents from returning fire. Jean Kai timed it perfectly, raising his Glock and firing directly through the shattered windshield. Bang! A headshot. The vehicle instantly lost control, crashed into the nearby guardrail, then flipped twice in the air, smashing heavily onto the ground. The fuel tank ruptured, and flames instantly engulfed the entire car body. Silence finally returned to the highway, leaving only burning wreckage and acrid gunpowder smoke. Michael gasped, looking at Zhang Jia. How did you know they would catch up? Zhang Jia stared at the distant end of the highway, shrugging. Intuition. Time is running out. He glanced at his watch. Only 12 minutes remained. At the Hague International Court, everyone was present. Dukievich was also seated in the defendant's dock, and reporters were ready. All that was missing was Darius Jean Kai. Time on the wall ticked by minute by minute. Emilia also anxiously watched her watch. Can they make it in time? If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 67, Chapter 67. Don't let him run away. No one knew if they would make it in time, but time was ticking away. As the time gradually approached 5 p.m., the jury, the judge, and the prosecution all began to stir. Yet, at this crucial moment, Michael's phone was unreachable. Emilia could only fret, while Dukievich, seated in the defendant's box, subtly curved his lips into a smile, seemingly pleased that his subordinates had succeeded. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, a battered, completely totaled Ford rattled its way over, astonishing the Interpol officers present. Where did this junk car come from? We've waited all this time just for this piece of junk. A group of police officers swarmed in from behind, completely surrounding the small, dilapidated car. Michael opened the door, but it fell directly to the ground and broke apart. The back door wasn't much better. Zhang Jia simply kicked it off. At this point, he couldn't bother with the door anymore. He walked directly to the Interpol officers, pointing at Jean Kai, who was climbing out of the car window. This is the witness who will be testifying, Darius Jean Kai. The leading Interpol officer paused, sized up the three of them, then tilted his head and said, "Follow me." As the three went through security, the security machines blared wildly. "Gentlemen, please take everything out of your pockets." The two gentlemen referred to were, of course, Zhang Jia and Jean Kai. The two then walked to the tray and began to pull out the weapons they carried. Zhang Jia was relatively straightforward, 2 spare magazines and 2 Glock 34s, and he was done. Jean Kai, however, was busy for quite a while, pulling out one gun after another from his body, making Zhang Jia's eyes widen. "Are you Doraemon? Where do you even put so many guns on your body?" Jean Kai actually pulled out 7 guns from his person. Michael, standing nearby, was almost going crazy. "Can you hurry up? We're almost out of time." At this moment, inside the courtroom, the judge tapped her gavel twice. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, she began to declare, "It seems the time limit has expired, and I have no choice but to announce that this case will naturally become." Before she could finish her sentence, the courtroom door suddenly burst open. Jean Kai and Michael stood at the doorway. The key witness had arrived, and the trial resumed. Michael began his self-introduction. Zhang Jia, naturally uninterested in such a lengthy self-introduction, began his sweep as soon as the two entered the courtroom. Yes, because along the way, he had already noticed several anomalies. These individuals didn't resemble police officers or court personnel at all. Instead, they looked like assassins. Since he had taken on this job, he naturally had to protect his employer's safety. His bodyguard mission wasn't over until the trial concluded. So, as he walked, Zhang Jia continuously cleared out the assassins disguised as staff members. Either knocking them out or directly eliminating them, he was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. And in the courtroom, Michael finally understood. It turned out that the murdered pastor was Jean Kai's biological father, and Jean Kai had not actually accepted Dukievich's employment in the true sense. Instead, on April 17, 2012, he had visited Dukievich, hoping he could help eliminate political rivals who had fled to England. Faced with the substantial commission, Jean Kai did not agree. "I cannot condone those who indiscriminately kill innocent people." Jean Kai's answer echoed in Michael's ears, deafening like thunder. It turned out he had misunderstood him all this time, and the first mission at 16 he spoke of was actually to avenge his own biological father. But the judge, of course, couldn't just take his word for it and immediately asked, "Do you have evidence to prove this?" Of course. Although he hadn't accepted Dukievich's employment, he had witnessed Dukievich massacring civilians and had preserved all the footage. As a top assassin, how could he not have a backup plan? So he turned to the clerk next to him and said, "Open the Raven 257 FTP site." The clerk immediately complied and opened the website's index, but a password prompt popped up. At this moment, Jean Kai, as if waking from a dream, said, "I'm sorry, the password is Dukievichasasha. Diao, with Diao, lowercase and everything else uppercase." At this, everyone burst into laughter. Such blatant sarcasm truly let the whole world know about Dukivika's small dd. Subsequently, Jean Kide added, "These things cannot be handed over to Interpol, they are not trustworthy." As the website opened, images began to pop up, and everyone on the projector was shocked. The pictures showed photographs of massacred people and photos taken during the massacres, each one bloody. With the evidence laid bare, amidst everyone's shock, Dukivik knew he had no way to recover. He gave a look to his subordinate seated on the periphery. Then he stood up and openly admitted his atrocities. "I am the president of the country. All my actions are legal. Those lawless elements who resist me should be massacred." This blatant anti-human declaration directly stimulated the nerves of everyone present. Deputy Director Ferge, seeing the situation, knew he couldn't stay any longer, so he stealthily slipped out. As soon as he walked out, he ran into Zhang Jie, who had just finished clearing out everyone and was walking over. Seeing him in this state, Zhang Jie instinctively punched him. The punch directly knocked the deputy director to the ground, dazed, followed by another punch. "Baby sleep fist, good night." Amelia, who had followed them out, was astonished to see this. "Oh, Amelia, good afternoon." Zhang Jie smiled and greeted her, then prepared to push open the door and enter the courtroom. Boom! A massive explosion accompanied by a shockwave directly rushed into the hallway. Zhang Jie was hit by the shockwave and almost fainted. "Damn it, what era is this? There's still a bombing attack." Dazed, Zhang Jie stood up. The shockwave of the explosion had made him a bit blurry. When he pushed open the door and entered the courtroom, he saw Dukivik snatch a bailiff's gun and fire a shot at Jean Kide. Michael, standing nearby, was immediately alarmed and threw himself forward, positioning himself between the bullet and Jean Kide. He tackled Jean Kide to the ground, simultaneously blocking the shot. Jean Kide, sprawled on the ground, exclaimed, "This is the 3A service I wanted. Fantastic." At this moment, Michael officially became a level 3 bodyguard. However, when Jean Kide looked down and saw bloodstains on his shirt, he was shocked. Fuck. He didn't feel any pain, which meant the blood was from Michael, who had just taken the bullet for him. He quickly looked at Michael and anxiously shouted, "Doctor. Call a doctor. Don't worry about me. Go and catch Dukivik. Don't let him get away with it. He must receive the punishment he deserves." Even injured, Michael had no intention of letting Dukivik, that madman, go. Jean Kide, gun in hand, chased after him. He absolutely couldn't let the man who injured his bodyguard escape. Meanwhile, Dukivik had already rushed out of the courtroom, staggering. The dizzy and confused Zhang Jie and Dukivik brushed past each other. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 68, Chapter 68, Revenge for the Bodyguard. Dukivik, who had intended for his subordinates to rendezvous with him, found that all of his men had vanished without a trace. Helpless, he could only frantically run towards the rooftop, as his last rendezvous point was there. He had no idea that during the time he was on trial, Zhang Jie, who had been dazed earlier, had already eliminated all of his subordinates, every single one. Hot on his heels was Jean Kide, gun in hand, chasing after him. Although his leg injury hadn't fully healed and he was limping, this did not dampen his resolve. He also saw Zhang Jie, still dazed at the door, but he didn't blame him, because this matter he had to handle personally. It was only when Jean Kide ran past Zhang Jie that Zhang Jie recovered slightly. Damn it. Only then did he have time to check on Michael's injuries, but Michael was truly an unkillable cockroach. He actually stood right up. "Very good, it looks like the injury isn't very serious," Zhang Jie quipped. "How the hell can you say that? I got shot, a gunshot wound." Hearing Zhang Jie's relaxed tone, Michael's grievances immediately flared up. He didn't know why he had suddenly lunged out to shield Jean Kide from the bullet, but he had done it. A gunshot, but in that moment, you were truly handsome. Zhang Jie offered the highest form of respect between men. Seeing that Michael was fine, Zhang Jie also picked up his gun and rushed out. Jean Kide alone wouldn't be enough, who knew what other tricks Dukivik might have up his sleeve. Thus, Zhang Jie followed Jean Kide's direction and also arrived on the rooftop. At this moment, a helicopter was hovering above, and a gunman was seated in the helicopter, frantically shooting towards Jean Kide's position. Dukivik stood at the other end, laughing heartily. "No one can catch me, no one can punish me, because I am the true dictator." Seeing him laugh so wildly, Zhang Jie didn't even bother to respond. He simply raised his hand and fired at the helicopter, sweeping his gun at the guy. It was 3 shots. 1 shot to the arm, 1 to the chest, and 1 headshot. The assassin was killed, but he did not release the trigger in his hand before he died. As he fell, the sweeping machine gun also killed the helicopter pilot. Dukivik, who had been laughing heartily and celebrating his impending rebirth, watched in utter bewilderment as the helicopter coming to rescue him spun and crashed. Boom! The explosion was enormous, flames shot into the sky, and shattered parts flew everywhere. And in front of this, Jean Kide, gun in hand, limped towards Dukivik. Is this what it means for a true man to never look back at an explosion? Zhang Jie put away his gun and stood at the stairwell, saying nothing more. He knew that the rest of the job belonged to Jean Kaid. Listen, you can't kill me. I can only be imprisoned by the International Court of Justice. Dukivik also became nervous. He shouted loudly at Jean Kaid. Listening to Dukivik's incessant chatter, Jean Kaid simply raised his hand and fired a shot into Dukivik's left kneecap. Bang! Ah, fuck. An eye for an eye. Your subordinate shot my right leg in Coventry, and now I'll shoot your right leg here. We're even. Then, he walked step by step towards Dukivik, while Dukivik slowly sat by the wall, watching Jean Kaid approach. He suddenly started to laugh. The true colors of a ruthless hero were fully displayed at this moment. You wouldn't think that by killing me, you'd become a hero, would you? Dukivik's eyes were filled with pity and sarcasm. Even if you kill me, you won't find salvation. A butcher like you, who kills without mercy, doesn't deserve atonement. Even if you were saved, you'd be followed by a trail of corpses, and I'd be one of them. You will live in fear your entire life. Jean Kaid was expressionless, watching Dukivik continuously spew insults. Suddenly, he also laughed, even louder than Dukivik. Dukivik was stunned, watching Jean Kaid suddenly burst into laughter. What's going on? This bald black man isn't affected by my taunts at all. What is he laughing at? After Jean Kaid's laughter subsided, he looked at Dukivik and said, I don't give a damn about salvation, who cares about that? But from the moment you injured my bodyguard, you were dead. Dukivik looked utterly bewildered. Who? But Jean Kaid had no intention of explaining to him. He simply kicked Dukivik in the chest. A strong sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped Dukivik. He screamed in terror, but it was already too late. 3 seconds later, he plunged directly from the 12th floor onto the roof of a car on the first floor. Thud. The enormous sound attracted the attention of others outside. It was unbelievable that a generation's ruthless hero, executioner, mass murderer, and genocidal maniac died so swiftly and decisively outside the International Court of Justice. The scene returned to the rooftop, where Jean Kaid turned and looked at Zhang Jie. Thanks, brother. He was thanking Zhang Jie for not directly eliminating Dukivik, only taking care of the gunman in the sky. It's nothing. I think my escort mission should be over now. Zhang Jie waved his hand. None of that was important. Money was the most important thing. Haha, that little slut Veronica hasn't given you the password yet, has she? Jean Kaid teased. Zhang Jie shrugged helplessly. No choice. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to save you. After exchanging glances, the two burst into laughter. Zhang Jie perfectly suited Jean Kaid's taste, simple, decisive, and never dragging things out. Thus, Zhang Jie perfectly completed his mission, and Veronica very readily gave Zhang Jie the password. Deposit plus $100,000. Subsequently, Jean Kaid's conditions were naturally met. Sophia was released, and Jean Kaid was redetained. Michael's injury received timely treatment and was not serious. He and Amelia also reconciled. After this escort mission, he understood his own heart and also the meaning of being a bodyguard. But being a bodyguard was really too dangerous. He would still go and be a celebrity bodyguard. Zhang Jie also returned to New York, back to his room. Lying on his bed, he could finally close his eyes and rest peacefully. A golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as one's own doghouse. It must be said, this period had been truly exhausting. First, going to Czech to assassinate a Czech dignitary, then taking on Veronica's mission, transferring to England to escort Jean Kaid's journey was incredibly perilous, but there were also gains. Shooting, LV3, 35/100. Combat, LV2, 97/100. Crisis response, LV1, 95/100. Overall, it was quite a fruitful experience. A few days later, news came from England. Darius Jean Kaid, the most dangerous assassin in history, had escaped from prison. Zhang Jie smiled when he saw this news. He, of course, knew why Jean Kaid had escaped. The scene returned to the rooftop of the International Court of Justice. Motherfucker, my wedding anniversary with Sophia is in a few days. Jean Kaid seemed to suddenly remember something. So what are you going to do? Zhang Jie found it somewhat amusing. To remember something like this at such a time, you really are completely out of touch. Jean Kaid, however, said with a smile, prison can't hold me, and it certainly can't hold my determination to spend my anniversary with Sophia. And at this very moment, in a bar in Mexico, Jean Kaid and Sophia were embracing and dancing in the center of the bar. Compared to their peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, the people around them were not so friendly. They were fighting each other. I really didn't expect you to break out of prison for our wedding anniversary, my little cockroach. Sophia looked up at Jean Kaid, her eyes full of tenderness. Jean Kaid just smiled and replied, everything else can be forgotten, but the wedding anniversary cannot be forgotten, my dear. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Motherfucker. Then the two embraced and kissed. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 69, Chapter 69 Chinese Bargaining. Back in New York, Zhang Jie finally enjoyed a few days of peace. Every day, he would wake up naturally, go to John's house to feed Hades, the dog, and check if there were any signs of outsiders visiting John's apartment. Unfortunately, there were still no clues. He couldn't reach him by phone either. Then he would go to the shooting range to practice with his pistol. But what annoyed him was that the progress of shooting LV3 35/100 not only didn't increase but also dropped by 3 points, becoming 32/100. Fuck. Zhang Jie stared at the panel, gritting his teeth. He tried various shooting stances, even blind shooting with his eyes covered, but the proficiency seemed to determine that his training lacked practical significance, and the proficiency decreased instead of increasing. Combat LV2 97/100 was also stuck. No matter how much he furiously attacked the sandbag, the progress bar remained motionless. Indeed, without the stimulation of life-or-death situations, training alone can't break through the bottleneck. He sighed, put away his pistol, and decided to give up for now. As soon as he returned to his apartment, Mrs. Schneider blocked the doorway. Zhang. The old lady stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes sharp. You haven't paid this month's noise pollution fee yet. Noise pollution fee. Zhang Jie looked bewildered. I didn't throw a party. You're thump hitting a sandbag in your house every night. Mrs. Schneider said self-righteously, you've scared my cat into having heart problems. Zhang Jie was speechless but still pulled out his wallet. Fine, how much? $200. 200. Zhang Jie's eyes widened. You might as well just rob me. 300. Mrs. Schneider sneered, bargain again, and I'll raise it to 500. Zhang Jie conceded and obediently paid the money. The old lady counted the banknotes with satisfaction, then suddenly leaned in mysteriously. By the way, have you struck it rich recently? What do you mean? Zhang Jie frowned. Mrs. Schneider narrowed her eyes. I heard you're considering buying a car. Zhang Jie was speechless. You're well informed. Although his savings were still $135,214, Zhang Jie knew very well that in a place like New York, money disappeared faster than bullets. He decided to upgrade his equipment first. Glock 34 upgrade, extended magazine, plus 4 rounds, custom suppressor, night sight upgrade, bulletproof suit, 2 custom-made suits, Kevlar lining, combining comfort and protection. Tactical dagger, replaced with a lighter, sharper model, easy to conceal and carry. With the right equipment, I can live longer. Zhang Jie looked at the bill, and although it pained him, at least his sense of security improved. After the equipment was sorted, Zhang Jie finally decided to solve his transportation problem. He was tired of taking the subway and tired of having to steal or hijack a car for every mission. It was time to buy his own car. He went straight to a black market car dealership in Brooklyn and found Deshawn, a well-known local black brother. Yo, Zhang. Deshawn grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. What brings you here? He was completely familiar. In fact, he remembered every assassin who worked in this area clearly. After all, this line of work involves contact with all sorts of people, and Deshawn did quite well in this regard. Buying a car, Zhang Jie went straight to the point. I want something cheap, but not too bad. Ha, then you've come to the right person. Deshawn patted a yellow Chevrolet Camaro next to him, just arrived, 16th-hand car, but the engine has just been replaced, absolutely durable. Zhang Jie walked around the car and found that there were still unpatched bullet holes on the car door. This car has been through a gunfight. Small problem. Deshawn waved his hand. The previous owner was a tough guy, but unfortunately, he had bad luck. How much? Friendship price, $8,000. It's a 16th-hand car, not even original paint, and you're selling it to me for $8,000. You might as well point a pistol at my head and tell me to give you the money. Zhang Jie sneered. 3,000, not a penny more. What? Deshawn's eyes widened. Brother, this makes me feel worse than being robbed. He had never seen such a bargaining method. Coming in and directly slashing it in half, then trying to cut another 1,000, what kind of bargaining is this? This is practically a dragon-slaying blade. 7,500, no less. Facing someone like Zhang Jie who didn't play by the rules, Deshawn didn't have many good options. 3,500, no more. Fuck. Deshawn was frantic. At least 5,000. Heaven and earth, I've never seen anyone bargain so fiercely. Your bargaining method makes me want to pull out my pistol and shoot you in the head to see what's inside. 4,000, cash, deal now. Zhang Jie pulled out the banknotes and waved them. Damn it, hell, how can there be such a bargaining method? Although my cars are not exactly legitimate, your bargaining method squeezes my profits to the extreme. Hell, you must be Satan. But the cash Zhang Jie pulled out and waved in front of him was too tempting. Deshawn stared at the money, struggled for a few seconds, and finally collapsed, holding his head. Fine, you win, but next time you have to buy me a drink. Make a little less, so be it. Damn it, why are all Asians so shrewd? Deal. Zhang Jie grinned. Zhang Jie took the keys from Deshawn's hand, jumped into the car, and then started the yellow bumblebee. The powerful roar instantly echoed through the parking lot. Nice, it's still the one I like, still that feeling. Oh, And remember to get the paperwork done for me, Zhang Jie said to Deshawn with a smile, knowing he could do it. Driving a car without paperwork felt unsafe. $500. When he said this, Deshawn even sounded a little unsure, afraid that Zhang Jie would cut him again. Deal. With that, Zhang Jie floored the accelerator and drove away in the Camaro, leaving Deshawn alone in the wind. Wait, you bargained so hard before, why aren't you bargaining now? I was already mentally prepared for you to bargain. How can you not bargain anymore? Come back. Hey. When Zhang Jie drove the yellow Camaro back to the apartment, Mrs. Schneider was watering flowers at the door. The old lady looked up, and the watering can in her hand dropped to the ground with a clatter. Holy shit. She widened her eyes. Zhang, did you rob a bank? I bought it. Zhang Jie locked the car calmly. Bought it. Mrs. Schneider rushed over, walked around the car once, then suddenly lowered her voice. Did you take on some big job? Zhang Jie was speechless. Old lady, have you been watching too many gangster movies? Humph. Mrs. Schneider pouted. I used to be involved with gangs when I was young. This car of yours clearly has a story. Zhang Jie was too lazy to explain, waved his hand, and went upstairs. Mrs. Schneider, however, looked at Zhang Jie's back, then at the yellow Chevrolet Camaro parked in the yard, and mumbled, I should make him pay the air cleaning fee, parking fee, and land occupation fee as well. Back in his apartment, Zhang Jie checked his savings, $78,563. It doesn't last long. Buying the car cost $4,000, and equipment upgrades cost almost $50,000, his savings visibly shrinking. Economic crisis. He rubbed his temples. It seems he needs to take on a new mission soon. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 70. Chapter 70 Video Conferencing. After a day of running around, Zhang Jie was utterly exhausted. He had spent the entire day outside, buying equipment, picking out a car, and haggling with his Malay brothers. Heaven knows how mentally draining it was. He would rather have a real fight with real weapons. Following Michael's advice, he also got himself a virtual number to prevent being tracked. He wondered what that little slut Jing Ji was up to lately. Had she recovered from her injuries? And Jean Kaid, that guy, surely he wouldn't be caught, would he? It was hard enough to escape, going back now would be pointless. Thinking of this, he remembered Mrs. Schneider's eldest granddaughter, Max, and second granddaughter, Simmons. One was a legal eagle on Wall Street and a top assassin for Ouroboros. The other was a top assassin for the Brotherhood. And these two were twins. Who exactly was Mrs. Schneider? Although she always provided lodging and refuge for down-on-their-luck assassins, her family was a bit outlandish, wasn't it? Both granddaughters were assassins for top organizations, so what about the youngest granddaughter? Was she really just an ordinary nurse? And what about her children? He had never heard her talk about them, and there was no information or photos of them in the house. It was very strange. Moreover, he had never thought of leaving this place, even in the face of all sorts of bizarre fees. He also wondered what John was doing lately. Hades was almost able to cook for himself. Damn it. Recalling what had happened in the past 2 months, it was truly too cool. A mix of danger and wealth, yet he always seemed to be stuck with the persona of a poor guy. Just thinking about it made him tired. He reviewed his training results from this period, and there was no improvement. He had even lost quite a few points. Zhang Jie was completely exhausted. This proficiency panel really didn't give any hints, nothing at all. He had to figure everything out himself. Moreover, after level 2, proficiency training couldn't increase at all. Sometimes it would even drop points, which was really frustrating. Actual combat. Haha, improving and evolving in actual combat. Am I crazy? Perhaps I should learn some other skill. And so, Zhang Jie, lost in thought, lay on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. 12:59 a.m. The screen of his phone on the bedside table lit up. A message quietly appeared on the screen. The sender was JW, and the content was, "Beware of the Malay." On the other side, after sending the text message, John turned off his phone. He glanced at the assassin still struggling to reach the pistol just 10 centimeters away from him, then raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The gruesome red and white scene was still bloody, the dead man's eyes still staring at the pistol within reach. He was currently in Belgium. He already knew what Zhang Jie had been doing lately and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. His growth rate was indeed very fast, becoming more and more like that guy. Equally intelligent, equally fast in progress. Oh, it seemed there was still a slight difference. Zhang Jie took 6 months, while he only took 3 months. Even their temperaments were very similar, but unfortunately, they weren't the same person. That little guy wouldn't be coming back either. He had been investigating the KH Alliance recently and had found some clues. Previously, he was injured near the Continental Hotel, attacked by 6 Malays, and the KH Alliance was behind it. However, due to the tight information blockade, he couldn't get much information, so he could only continue to investigate. Logically, he had been retired for over 4 years, almost 5 years. No one should be coming for him. But the world of assassins was just that cruel. You never knew if your retirement meant embracing an alternative retirement life. However, since a peaceful life could no longer continue, it was better to make a comeback, but this time it was just for himself. Looking around, there were at least a dozen bodies on this floor. Although he had gathered some information, it wasn't much. John left, leaving behind a mess. Meanwhile, in a certain safe house, an old man in a black suit once again opened his laptop. After some operations, the screen lit up, showing a 9-grid display, with a figure in each frame. Mountbatten's face appeared first. He was wiping fresh blood from his knuckles with a blood-stained silk scarf, and the wooden blinds behind him cut the moonlight into fragments, like blades hanging overhead. His breathing was heavy, as if he had just been in a fight. In fact, he had just vented, and he had to admit that the body was indeed very tempting. Every cut made him tremble and feel an indescribable pleasure. John, that old dog, is crazy. He watched the screen, his voice squeezed through his teeth. 3 days, 2 strongholds, 37 people, it's a massacre. In the bottom right corner of the screen, Victor's figure slowly emerged. He sat in an antique high-backed chair, an unlit cigar between his fingers, and his other hand slowly twirling a gold coin. The gold coin flipped between his fingers, occasionally reflecting a cold light that illuminated his enigmatic eyes. I remember, his voice was low and elegant, last time you said a retired dog wasn't even fit to be a doorman. The third screen flickered, and a woman's face appeared in the frame. Her image was clearer than the others, as if she wasn't in a safe house but a hotel room. Your mistake wasn't provoking him. Her voice was clear, yet with a strange intonation, but killing someone you shouldn't have, and using those incompetent Malay idiots. Mars was the last to connect. His image was somewhat blurry, only vaguely showing him wearing clothes. So he sat in a windowless room, playing with a butterfly knife. The blade flipped between his fingers, occasionally flashing a cold light. He didn't speak, just gently tapped the lens with the tip of the knife, making a crisp ding sound. Everyone knew what that meant. Mars only spoke when it was time to kill. Mountbatten's fist slammed on the table, making the camera shake. It was a collective decision back then. He roared, now that there's a problem, you want me to take the blame alone. Victor finally lit his cigar, and smoke swirled in front of the screen. The resolution was, observe, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and you directly sent people to kill him. Did you really think he was too old to move? The woman simply took out a voice recorder, pressed it lightly, and Mountbatten's voice clearly came through. If he dares to come, I'll personally wring his neck. The room fell into a brief silence. Mars's knife stopped. I have a suggestion, the woman suddenly said, her eyes meeting the camera for the first time. John's new guy. That name made everyone look up. She pulled up a photo of Zhang Jie standing on a New York street, carrying a supermarket shopping bag, looking nothing like an assassin. Mars finally spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. How do we do it? The woman smiled. Whatever he cares about most, we take away. The old man, who had been silent, laughed. I think you might have made a mistake. This new guy fought his way out of Blackthorn Castle. He only managed to fight his way out by relying on James and that white rose. He's just a lucky kid. What real strength does he have? The woman scoffed. If it weren't for John, he'd be an unknown nobody. Then you all try it. The screens went dark one by one, until only Mountbatten's face remained. He stared at the pitch-black screen and suddenly laughed. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 4,050 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 71, Chapter 71, Gas Station Robbery. Zhang Jie, still groggy from sleep, reached for the Glock 34 under his pillow with one hand, while the other went for his charging phone. He unlocked his phone, glanced at the time, and then saw the message. Be careful of the Malay. Looking at the message from John, Zhang Jie was a bit confused, but he quickly remembered that the first time he saw John injured at the Continental Hotel, John told him that 6 well-equipped Malay had ambushed him. It seems John has found some clues. Is this a warning to him, afraid that he might be caught in the crossfire by the Malay? It shouldn't be. After all, he had only just entered the world of assassins, and if they wanted to find him, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? But Zhang Jie remained vigilant, because since John reminded him, it meant this matter was very important, and if he wasn't careful, he could very likely lose his life. He checked his pistol, got up and put on his holster, then placed 2 pistols into the holster, and put on a loose casual denim jacket. Then he tucked the folding knife from his nightstand into a dedicated pouch at his lower back. As for the tactical dagger, he wouldn't bring it. It was too inconvenient. It's always wise to be on guard against others. After preparing everything, Zhang Jie planned to modify his old car. This 2010 16th-hand Chevrolet Camaro SS with a V8 engine was the only reason Zhang Jie was attracted to it. After all, what man doesn't love the roar of a V8? As for environmental protection, haha, American big V8, to hell with environmental protection. A real man should drive a big V8. The muscular lines and the roaring sound are what get a man's blood pumping. He got in, closed the door, turned the key, put it in first gear, and floored the accelerator. Boom bang. Wow, it can even backfire, I like it. Just like that, Zhang Jie drove this Bumblebee Edition Camaro to Detroit. After all, Detroit is a paradise for modified cars. Of course, Zhang Jie also wanted to clear his head. Staying in New York for too long had become a bit tiresome. He also wanted to test just how exhilarating his American big V8 truly was. Driving along I-78W and I-80W, Zhang Jie pressed hard on the accelerator the whole way. The V8 engine let out a deafening roar, and the speedometer instantly shot up to 150 miles per hour. Whoa, awesome. Watching the scenery rapidly recede outside the window, Zhang Jie was incredibly excited. However, this kind of speeding didn't last too long before Zhang Jie started to feel a bit tired. Initially, he was very excited, but 2 hours later, Zhang Jie's car speed had dropped to 120 miles per hour. Another hour passed, and Zhang Jie's car speed had already fallen to 100 miles per hour. To be honest, driving alone is really tiring. Zhang Jie refueled at the gas station ahead and used the restroom. When he came out, he saw a black guy leaning on his car window, doing something. Hey, you, get your dirty hands off my car. Zhang Jie was never soft on those who intended to harm him. Courtesy before force was his basic requirement, but his hand was already on the holster under his armpit. Startled by Zhang Jie's shout, the black guy turned his head and saw Zhang Jie's Asian face, immediately becoming reckless. Yo, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's a yellow-skinned monkey. I like your car, give it to me. If it were a white person or another black guy, the guy might have hesitated a bit, but seeing that it was an East Asian, he immediately became indifferent. If you don't change your address, I'll make you regret it, motherfucker. Clearly, Zhang Jie was very displeased about being called a yellow-skinned monkey. Not to mention he was Chinese American, such an insulting term infuriated him. But the black guy seemed to feel nothing about it, and even became more arrogant. I'm calling you a yellow-skinned monkey, what can you do about it? You shameless, dirty foreign invaders, get out of our America. Oh, he didn't realize it, but he was also a racist. Get out of your America. Listen, you should go back to your mom and ask her for cotton-picking tools. Zhang Jie's sharp tongue was naturally not bad after being influenced by Michael and Jean Kide. His offensive power was also extremely strong. But the black guy clearly didn't understand what cotton-picking meant. Oh, you actually don't understand what cotton-picking means, that's such a pity. This is the finest heritage of your race, it should be passed down. But the black guy clearly understood that Zhang Jie was insulting him, so he directly pulled out the pistol from his waist, holding his crotch with one hand and pointing the pistol at Zhang Jie with the other. Yellow-skinned monkey, this is my last warning, throw over the car keys, otherwise, I'll let you know what a death threat is. Watching the black guy touch his crotch while pointing a pistol at him, as if he was rapping, Zhang Jie almost burst out laughing. With such a flawed attack posture, he could take down 10 of them in 1 second. Being threatened with a pistol, wouldn't it be too embarrassing if Zhang Jie didn't react? So, Zhang Jie directly pulled out his pistol from under his armpit, and without even aiming, fired a shot that hit the black guy's pistol. Whoa, fuck. The black guy was startled by the sudden shot, so he immediately tried to raise his pistol to retaliate, but found that the pistol made no movement. At this moment, he felt a bit of pain in his finger, so he flipped the pistol over and discovered that his index finger had been shot off at some point, and the severed finger was lying on the ground. Fuck, damn it. The black guy, now hit by pain, immediately howled. The intense pain made him throw his pistol away and roll on the ground, clutching his finger. Fuck, you goddamn broke my finger, damn it. Looking at the black guy rolling on the ground, Zhang Jie walked over silently, aimed at his head, and delivered a kick. The world became quiet. I know rap is your talent, but it's a bit out of place. Baby's peaceful sleep kick, wish you happy dreams. Beside them, the accomplices in the car trembled, not daring to move at all, as Zhang Jie's oppressive presence was too strong, while the gas station employees quietly watched the show from inside the small room. The world is like this, whoever has a pistol is the boss, and whoever has a pistol and is strong is the boss. Anyway, the black guy's accomplices didn't dare to avenge him, and the gas station employees certainly wouldn't get involved in such a matter. A few $100s a month, why risk their lives? After getting back in the car, Zhang Jie started the vehicle again and left the gas station. Several more hours passed, it was 8:37 p.m. Zhang Jie drove his Camaro through New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, finally entering Michigan and arriving in Detroit. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 72, Chapter 72 Motel. Driving on these interstates was quite boring, with straight roads stretching to the horizon, making it hard to avoid visual fatigue. Following the road signs, Zhang Jie slowly drove to a traveler-preferred motel. It looked decent, and most importantly, it was cheap. After parking, he went to the front desk where a young Hei Mei in a business suit was on duty. Zhang Jie stepped forward and placed his hands on the counter. I've been driving all day, and my back is killing me. Do you have a quiet room? Hei Mei sized up Zhang Jia, then replied in a flat tone, "Of course, I do. What kind of room do you want? There's only one double room left." Zhang Jia raised an eyebrow. "If you could arrange a corner suite, I'd appreciate it." As he spoke, he lifted 3 fingers from his hand, which had been resting face down, revealing the portrait of Ulysses S. Grant folded into a triangle underneath. Hei Mei's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, he knows the ropes, does he?" She discreetly reached out and pressed down on Zhang Jia's hand, her index finger pushing and hooking, then slowly withdrew her hand. She pretended to calmly click the mouse a few times. "There's a better room that just became available. Please wait a moment." After completing the formalities, the front desk gave Zhang Jia a key. "Oh, by the way, what's your license plate number?" "NYK, 2014. Then Zhang Jia took the key and went upstairs. As for the $50 tip for the front desk Hei Mei, Zhang Jia believed this $50 would pay off. Don't misunderstand, he was referring to his beloved car. Closing the room door, Zhang Jia lay on the bed. Such long-distance travel was truly exhausting. His back felt like it was folding. Honestly, using the platform's money to stay in a better suite felt pretty good. As for the upgrade, the room fee goes to the boss, but the tip is what I earn. Then Hei Mei took out her walkie-talkie and said, "Static Hey, Big Black Bull, keep an eye on that yellow car with license plate NYK 2014 in the parking lot. Don't let it get scratched." Static "Oh, Jessica, you've got some extra income again." Mike's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Static "Less talk, $10. Static "Haha, copy that." He didn't care how much Hei Mei actually took, he only cared about the $10 he actually got. His daily wage was only $72, and now, just by watching a car for one night, he could earn an extra $10. What easy money. Zhang Jia, half asleep in his room, was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. He immediately grabbed his gun and went to the door. The knocking continued. Zhang Jia looked out through the peephole, maintaining a distance of 30 centimeters. Through the peephole, he saw a white woman outside, about 30 years old, with brown hair, thick eyeshadow, and chewing gum. He couldn't see her whole body, but judging by the ample curves of her chest, he knew her figure must be stunning. "Who is it?" Hearing a response from inside the room, the woman immediately stopped her actions. "Hi, it's me, here to offer some physical and mental pleasure services for your tiring journey." As soon as the woman spoke, Zhang Jia knew what she did. Well, he didn't expect a motel to have special service workers. "But sorry, I'm also a special service worker, so I don't need your services." "Not needed at the moment, thank you." Hearing Zhang Jia's words, the woman rolled her eyes. "Are you really sure you don't need some pleasurable services?" She understood these men perfectly. On the surface, they refused, but deep down, they desperately wanted it. "Playing hard to get with me." Alas, unfortunately, the sound of "not needed" came from inside the door again, making her even stop chewing her gum for a moment. "Oh, I'm giving you face, and you're still putting on airs." She heard he was Asian. Do Asians really have to be so reserved? She was about to speak when she heard Zhang Jia say, "No, really. I still need to sleep, thank you." These words were full of coldness, showing no desire at all, and the woman finally understood. So she could only scoff, turn around, and leave. Jessica watched the woman walk down from upstairs, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "That Asian guy didn't need your services. He might be impotent, no interest at all. Forget it, I'll go chat with Mike instead." The woman tossed her hair and left, looking displeased. This made Jessica somewhat curious. It was rare for a man not to need a woman's special services. Someone's not interested in Bonnie's figure. That's actually quite interesting. Hei Mei grumbled, then continued to lean on the counter. The long night had to be passed slowly like this. Bonnie arrived at the parking lot and saw Mike, the big black guy. She walked straight up to him and hooked her arms around Mike's neck. "Hey, sweetheart, did you miss me?" Mike lifted his large, fan-like palm and slapped Bonnie's butt. "Oh, then I really missed you, baby." Bonnie laughed, her chest jiggling, not caring at all about Mike's hand groping her. "That Asian guy is really boring, he didn't even want services," Bonnie complained directly to Mike. Mike wasn't too surprised, as he had witnessed the reserved nature of Asians. However, he was surprised that a woman with a figure as amazing as Bonnie's would be rejected. "What kind of car did that Asian guy drive?" Bonnie asked Mike with some curiosity. Mike pointed to the yellow Camaro in front. "That one, baby. That's a V8. I love it so much. You can't think of taking it. I've already collected $10 for watching it." "Don't worry, on your turf, how could I possibly think of taking it?" Bonnie took out her phone, snapped a photo of the car, and then sent it out. "But then again, this car does look really good," Bonnie said with a smile, then gave Mike's chest a hard pinch, giggling as she left amidst Mike's cry of pain. "Shit, Bonnie, if you do that again, I won't be so nice to you." Mike rubbed his chest, watching Bonnie's swaying butt, and said with a feigned fierce tone, "I look forward to it." Watching Bonnie leave, Mike also had a look of resentment. "Why do I have to be on duty tonight? Damn it, just for that damn $10. In the middle of the night, two thugs came to the motel's parking lot. After looking around, their eyes fell on the bright yellow Camaro. Look, there's a Chevrolet over there. It's so beautiful. Oh shit, it's so sexy. The two black thugs circled the Camaro, unable to tear their eyes away. Just then, a tall dark figure appeared behind them, extending his left and right hands to grab the two thugs by the neck. Listen, you two punks, this car has paid for protection. Stay away from it, understand? With that, Mike threw the two men out. They landed on their butts, grimacing in pain but not daring to speak. Everyone in this area knew Mike was famously tough. The two could only leave dejectedly. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 73, Chapter 73, The Vengeful Thug. After a night's rest, Zhang Jia had fully recovered, and his mind and body were no longer so tense. After getting up and washing, Zhang Jia came to the front desk, and Jessica was still sleepy-eyed. Zhang Jia tapped the front desk twice, and Jessica groggily raised her head. After seeing Zhang Jia's appearance clearly, she became much more alert. Checking out. Jessica subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed 7:03. You don't have to check out so early. I can extend your room until 2 p.m., Jessica mumbled, but Zhang Jia heard her. I still have some things to take care of, but thank you for upgrading my room, Zhang Jia smiled. He was always very polite when he spoke. Don't thank me, thank Grant. Even after all these years since his death, he can still provide you with some services. Jessica was much more awake now and immediately joked. She picked up the key she had placed on the table and said to him, all right, I'll take it from here. Zhang Jia raised an eyebrow, then turned and walked towards the door, arriving at his beloved car. He inspected his beloved car. It was perfectly intact, even the dust had been washed off. He got in, started the V8 engine, and the roar sounded again, comfortable. When the car reached the security booth, Zhang Jia stopped and rolled down the window. He pulled a Hamilton printed bill from his pocket, crumpled it casually, and then flicked it out with his thumb. Mike had already been woken by the roar of the V8 engine when Zhang Jia started the Camaro. When he saw Zhang Jia stop, his eyes twitched. He watched the man pull a Hamilton from his pocket, crumple it into a ball, and flick it over. He subconsciously reached out and caught it. The smile on his face was uncontrollable. Great, he worked a night shift and earned $20. Then he looked left and right and said to Zhang Jia, that woman took a picture of your car last night. I think you need to be a little careful from now on. This was probably a return for Zhang Jia's tip, as he always believed that all benefits must be exchanged to truly belong to you. Zhang Jia merely raised an eyebrow at the words, then nodded at the black security guard and stepped on the accelerator, leaving the motel. Oh, God, he really is an extremely gentlemanly and charming man, and of course, his car is very cool. Watching the yellow Camaro roar away, Mike couldn't help but say. As for what would happen next, he didn't care. He had already done what he needed to do. Driving on the highway, Zhang Jia recalled the black security guard's words and sneered repeatedly. This world was like this. It didn't matter whether that woman acted unintentionally or intentionally. It was all irrelevant. If anyone wanted to reason with him, they could talk to his bullets. After leaving the motel, Zhang Jia didn't drive so fast. After all, they were very, very, very close to Detroit, or rather, this was already the edge of Detroit. He just drove in slowly, enjoying the scenery along the way. Tires rolled over the last cracks of the interstate, and Detroit's skyline emerged from the morning mist. The sun hung diagonally on the glass curtain wall of the General Motors Renaissance Center, gilding the outline of the bankrupt city. As the used Camaro SS exited the I-75 ramp, the dashboard showed the fuel level was only a quarter full. Kid Rock was singing all summer long on the radio, his hoarse voice blending with the roar of the V8 engine. Abandoned factories on both sides of 8 Mile Road looked like skin giants, with wild vines crawling through their hollow windows. A black teenager in a hoodie skateboarded past, his shadow lengthening and shortening on the faded "We Buy Houses Cash" graffiti. A Chevrolet Suburban with armored steel plates welded to it was stopped at a red light, and a white police officer in the passenger seat was chugging coffee. The moment the green light turned on, the radio suddenly interrupted with news. Detroit City Council announced today the termination of the emergency manager's duties. The clanging sound of tires rolling over a manhole cover drowned out the second half of the sentence. Zhang Jia didn't care what happened, but he saw what appeared to be another car in his rearview mirror. He had seen this car 10 minutes ago. It had disappeared a few times along the way and then reappeared. Oh ho ho, I'll have more work to do soon, though without commission. The Chevrolet with the steel plates welded to it was driving slowly ahead, and soon turned into another corner of the street. And Zhang Jia suddenly stomped on the accelerator. Boom smack. The roar of the V8 engine brought a touch of life to the quiet street, while the several black men in the old Toyota trailing far behind were yelling and screaming. Step on your damn leg faster. Don't lose him. I'm going to get revenge for that shot. He actually dared to shoot and break my finger. Later, I'm going to cut off his hand and shove it up his ass. A black thug was sitting in the passenger seat of the old Toyota. He was the one Zhang Jia had injured yesterday. His right hand was bandaged, and he held a gun in his left hand, his expression fierce. As for how he knew Zhang Jie's location, it was because he had seen that photo in the chat group yesterday. Yes, it was the photo Bonnie took in the motel parking lot last night. For this, he spent $20 to get this information. He swore he would make this Asian yellow-skinned monkey pay. His companion, Carmelo, accelerated while saying, "Devent, have you thought this through? That man doesn't look like someone to mess with." "Shut your stinking mouth. Your mouth is like it's filled with shit, disgusting. Yesterday I was just careless, I didn't dodge." Carmelo was very worried, because he had seen it clearly in the car yesterday. That man pulled out his gun and fired as fast as lightning. "And my friend Devent, you are as stupid as a pig now. And you still insist on getting revenge? I'll have to stay far away from you guys when the fight starts." The two black thugs in the back, however, looked disdainful, especially after hearing what Devent said yesterday. They became even more contemptuous, believing that this guy must have been careless to have his finger shot off. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, can he even handle a gun? Don't joke around, their ancestors have only ever used chopsticks, the two black teenagers in the back seat mocked mercilessly. Carmelo did not refute, only continued to accelerate. When you truly face him, you will realize how childish your thoughts are. Carmelo never wanted to participate in this matter from beginning to end, but there was no choice. They were a small group, and the consequences of him not facing it would be even more severe, so he could only choose to bring the three of them along to chase. Soon, after driving into an abandoned factory area, the yellow car in front actually stopped. The three people in the car immediately became excited. "Carmelo, go, hurry up and rush over to block him. Don't damage his car, it's worth a lot of money." If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 74, Chapter 74. Please clean up. Screech. A ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing against the ground rang out, as an old Toyota blocked the yellow Camaro. At the same time, the two thugs in the back seat opened the car doors, got out with pistols in hand, looking arrogant. One stood in front, and the other stood by Zhang Jie's door, both pistols pointed at Zhang Jie. Devent was the last to get out. After he exited the car, he immediately kicked the Camaro's bumper. "Hey, you damned yellow-skinned monkey, get the hell out of the car right now." Devent's tone was extremely arrogant. He now had two good buddies pointing pistols at him, so he didn't believe this guy could grow two more hands to shoot off the fingers of his other two good brothers. In fact, Zhang Jie, who was sitting in the car, truly had no way to quickly fire back, so he could only obey Devent and get out of the car. After he got out, three pistols were pointed at Zhang Jie. Devent looked at Zhang Jie's expression, and rage immediately flared up. He pointed his left hand at Zhang Jie's head, speaking non-stop. "Who gave you the courage to shoot off my finger? Do you know that without this finger, my right hand can't fire a pistol? Shit. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Devent seemed to be going a bit mad. The pistol in his hand gestured wildly, but he shouted loudly, "No, no, no, I can't let you die so easily. I must break your fingers one by one." Then, Devent came up to Zhang Jie, pointed the pistol at Zhang Jie's head, and yelled loudly, "Kneel, do you hear me? I'm telling you to kneel now." He had already decided in his mind that he would perform a kneeling execution. Facing such a deranged black thug, Zhang Jie's eyes showed no fluctuation, which made Devent even angrier. But Zhang Jie still made a motion as if to kneel, which calmed Devent down a little. However, at that moment, Zhang Jie suddenly rose sharply again, directly colliding with Devent. With one hand, he pulled, tugged, and twisted Devent's left hand. Devent cried out in pain, dropped his pistol, and groaned. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie's left hand quickly drew a suppressed Glock 34 from under his right armpit. He rapidly fired one shot each at the two black thugs standing behind Devent, who were still stunned and dared not shoot. Bayou, bayou. Both shots hit the chest. The two men instantly fell to the ground, groaning in pain. At the same time, Zhang Jie's knee struck Devent's groin. Ow, fuck, fuck, fuck. The intense pain nearly made Devent faint on the spot. He no longer cared how much his right hand hurt, or that his left hand was dislocated. He immediately clutched his crotch and rolled on the ground, curled up like a cooked shrimp. Zhang Jie then stood up and finished off the two black thugs lying on the ground with another shot each. Bayou, bayou. Both shots were direct headshots, without any hesitation. He had no mercy for these street thug scums, especially since they had come looking for him. They should have been prepared to be killed. At this moment, Zhang Jie glanced at Carmelo, who was trembling in the car and saying nothing, then turned his gaze to Devent, who was wailing on the ground. His dreadlocks swept across the ground in a fan shape, and his diamond-studded dog tag necklace jingled wildly. He kicked away the pistol nearby. Zhang Jie squatted in front of Devent, shaking his head with a tsk sound as he looked at his pained expression. "I really don't know who gave you the courage to track me and even try to kill me. Was it Liang Jingre?" At this point, Devent had just barely recovered a little, but the intense pain in his crotch still made him incoherent. Clutching his crotch, he let out an inhuman shriek. "Aak! Holy shit! I'm going to kill you. Go to hell." The last half-sentence was already tearful, like a gander whose neck was squeezed. Go to hell, lick my balls, ah hiss. Go eat shit, motherf. Bayou. Good, the world was quiet. He really didn't know if it was a racial talent, but even cursing had a special rap flavor. Chattering incessantly, so annoying, just like a fly. Of course, there was no noise that one shot couldn't solve if there was, then another shot. Devent, shot in the forehead, died with his eyes wide open. He never would have dreamed that he would die in such a way, and even less that the yellow-skinned monkey he looked down upon was actually so terrifying. Red and white liquids, combined with shattered brain matter, formed a horrifying scene on the ground. Carmelo, sitting in the Toyota, felt like he was about to piss himself, especially when the man turned around and looked at him again. He felt his teeth chattering. Sir, I swear. I have absolutely no ill will towards you. Carmelo could barely speak coherently. Zhang Jie, however, waved his hand and put away the pistol he was holding. Whether you have ill will towards me, I naturally know, but there's something I need to ask of you. Saying that, Zhang Jie pulled 2 franklins from his pocket and handed them to him. I hope you clean this up thoroughly. I don't want to be disturbed. Zhang Jie grinned. But in Carmelo's eyes, that expression was no less than Satan smiling at him. He didn't even dare to take the money, but under Zhang Jie's gaze, he still tremblingly accepted it. I'll leave this to you. Remember, I don't want to be disturbed. Saying that, Zhang Jie opened the car door, started his beloved car, stepped on the gas, and left amidst the roar of the V8. Looking at the 2 franklins in his hand, Carmelo was stunned for a while before suddenly starting to laugh, tears also falling. Who could understand this feeling of having brushed with death and returned safe and sound? He wasn't dead. That was the only thought in Carmelo's mind. After a good while, he opened the car door and slowly got out. He was still a bit weak in the knees. It wasn't that he hadn't seen gunfights. As a street thug, gunfights were the most common scenes he had witnessed, but never before had it been so oppressive as today. Especially that man, his tactics, his marksmanship, his calmness, everything was so natural, like drinking water, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Carmelo put away the franklins in his hand, sighed, and said to the 3 bodies, I told you guys a long time ago not to provoke him. You didn't believe me, and now look, you'll never provoke anyone again. I hope Satan is gentle with you. Then he began to act as a cleaner. He was well versed in this. Half an hour later, all traces here had vanished completely, and the 3 bodies were lying in the Toyota's trunk. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, Carmelo looked in the direction Zhang Jie had left, his eyes somewhat dazed. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 75, Chapter 75 Invitation. After entering Detroit, no further trouble came, and Zhang Jie's lips curved slightly. Indeed, sometimes spending a little money can solve many big problems. Otherwise, the bodies of those 3 guys would have been enough to attract the attention of the police. It's worth noting that the abandoned factory was a place Zhang Jie specifically sought out, with few surveillance cameras nearby. Coupled with his silenced gun, resolving the fight quickly wouldn't attract too much attention. Fortunately, that last little guy didn't intend to get involved, otherwise, it would have been too much trouble for Zhang Jie to deal with those things himself. After all, in the middle of nowhere, where would he find a cleaner? Come on, he's just an unknown 2-star silver assassin. To be honest, Detroit didn't leave a great impression on Zhang Jie, as its industry didn't seem as developed as he imagined. However, after driving into town, he noticed quite a few modified cars. As expected of the Motor City, the car modification scene here is extremely vibrant. His stock Camaro seemed a bit shabby here, but the V8 engine combined with its cool exterior was already enough. Modifications were another matter, at least for now, they weren't obvious. From the looks of it, the people of Detroit seemed quite passionate. Look at those 2 guys on the street, enthusiastically exchanging greetings about each other's ancestry. Well, overall, it's still civilized, I suppose. At least no more black thugs would be eyeing his car. Now it's time for business. After all, his purpose in coming to Detroit was to modify his car. He wasn't sure if his current funds would be enough. He'd check first and take on more tasks if needed. It was strange, though. Recent missions had been quite odd, and there were almost no high-star missions, only low-star ones. Veronica had also been silent. This was a rare moment of peace. After visiting several car modification shops, Zhang Jie drove away, grumbling. Damn it, are these people all crazy? It would cost me $200,000 to modify this car. Zhang Jie couldn't describe his anger at that moment. It was like a Chinese tourist going to a Chinese restaurant and still getting ripped off. Do I look like I have that much money? He only had a little over $70,000 on him now. Where would he get the remaining $130,000? A frustrated Zhang Jie could only continue asking at every shop until he reached the last modification shop. Seeing Zhang Jie's disgusted expression, the owner offered him a friendly suggestion. Friend, listen, I know you might find it hard to believe, but that's just how modifications are in Detroit. Don't think it's too expensive. If you really can't afford it, you can go to the Packard factory racetrack on Saturday night. If you can win that race, you'll get $50,000 or a chance for a brand new modification upgrade. The owner patted the Camaro's hood. Of course, the premise is that you have the skill. If your luck is bad, you could lose your life. Oh, an underground street race? That really fits the style of Detroit. Zhang Jie glanced at his proficiency panel. Vehicle driving, LV2, 64/100. With this level, winning the race shouldn't be too difficult, right? Although the driving skills of those modification masters were also impressive. Seeing Zhang Jie's eager expression, the owner smiled, then took a piece of paper, wrote a number, and handed it to Zhang Jie. Saturday night at 8 p.m., Packard factory. Zhang Jie took the note, glanced at it, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Thank you. I hope Lady Luck will be on my side and let me win a chance for a modification. The owner just smiled and said nothing. Just then, two black brothers walked in. Yo, Wood, got any good stuff lately? After entering, he nodded to the owner, then his gaze fell on the Camaro. He walked around the car, tapping the fender of the Camaro SS with his hand, producing a dull metallic sound. A 2010 car. He grinned. How many miles in 4 years? 100,000? 150,000. He lifted the hood, and dust scattered like snowflakes. Sunlight streamed through the repair shop's roof, dappling the engine, where the chrome parts had long since oxidized to a matte finish. 6.2 LV8 and no supercharger. What a waste, brother. His finger traced the throttle body, his fingertip stained with carbon buildup. Flash a stage 2 tune, swap the intake, and you'll wake this old girl up. Quick, replace this crappy intake manifold. I've got a Kevlar one in my warehouse, 20% off for you. Yo, still the original ECU. He whistled. This thing's cleaner than a virgin in a church. Then he squatted down to look at the wheels and suspension. Oil was already seeping from the shock absorbers. Rear axle not welded solid. 20-inch forge-line wheels with Nitto tires. The stance is okay, but is this suspension height for grandmas going grocery shopping? A police siren sounded in the distance, approaching and then fading away. He stood up, wiping his hands on his jeans. He finished evaluating the Camaro, muttering as he observed it, then his gaze fell on Zhang Jie. Since Wood hadn't spoken, it meant the car wasn't his, so it must belong to this young man. So he stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, nice to meet you, Tej Parker. Zhang Jie glanced at the bottom right corner of his view, where a new proficiency was displayed. Vehicle modification, LV0, 3/100. Just listening to you ramble on actually gave me a new proficiency. Zhang Jie was also greatly surprised. Hello, Zhang Jie. Any interest in modifying this car? Before Zhang Jie could answer, Wood smiled and said, Alright, Tej, he's here to modify his car, but he's on a budget. Tej heard this and sized Zhang Jie up, then suddenly chuckled. Oh, my apologies, that's my mistake. But your wallet does look quite young. Zhang Jie naturally understood what Tej meant and didn't mind too much. After all, he was indeed quite broke, with some money, but not a lot. Wood told me there's a race at the Packard factory on Saturday night. Perhaps I can win a chance for a modification. Hearing Zhang Jie's words, Tej was unimpressed. With your current vehicle's condition, winning that race might not be easy. Zhang Jie took out 2 Franklins, and Tej raised an eyebrow. But I can help you out a bit, but you'll have to cover the cost. Hearing Tej say that, Wood also smiled. It's not good for you to solicit customers in my shop. Tej grinned, but I might bring you more customers. Facing Tej's double entendre, Wood didn't say much, but one thing was true. Wood recognized Tej's modification skills. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 76, Chapter 76 Tej's Modification Art. Are you sure you want me to modify it for you? Tej confirmed one last time. Zhang Jie nodded. Since Wood thinks your modifications are great, then it's you. But I have one request, don't change the exterior too drastically, so I don't have to spend more money to restore it later. Don't you worry, I'm more worried your undeveloped wallet can't handle it. After Tej made a jest, he began to ponder the modification plan. Tej scraped his fingernail across the Camaro SS's hood, for years of car wax debris accumulating under his nail. Listen, baby, he muttered to the V8 engine bay, we're not breaking your bones, just changing your blood. Day 1, 7:17 a.m., Modification Factory. Are you sure you're not touching the short block? Zhang Jie held up a cylinder compression tester, droplets of water dripping from the cold metal tube onto Tej's AJ3 shoes. Tej didn't look up, busy measuring the diameter of the stock throttle body with a caliper. That damn GM left 15% redundancy for the LS3. He suddenly turned the caliper towards the sun, the scale lines glinting silver in front of Zhang Jie's eyes, so we're only touching the breathing system. 3 hours later, the Camaro's exhaust manifold was removed as a whole, kept intact like a surgical operation. Tej held a stainless steel header, salvaged from a pile of CTSV scrap, with 3 layers of graphite gaskets at the joints. Supercharging? No, he said to a bewildered Zhang Jie, I'm just increasing this gentleman's lung capacity by 30%. Messing with supercharging is less effective than simply increasing the air intake. This is the cheapest and most effective modification. Don't just slap a turbocharger on everything, it's not a panacea. Clearly, Tej was disdainful of aggressive modifications. Anyone can just throw money at it. But a perfect combination is king. Suitability is always more effective than forcing a fit. Day 2, 1:33 p.m., body shop. Zhang Jie covered his ears as the angle grinder shrieked, cutting open the stock air filter box. This is what you call not a major teardown. Looking at the drastic Tej, Zhang Jie was quite speechless. Don't worry, it's just a small, minimally invasive surgical procedure. Tej inserted a KNN high-flow air filter into the cut and secured it with industrial zip ties. It looked crude, but it was incredibly stable. This was Tej's practical application and wisdom, always using the simplest method to achieve the most brutally effective fastening. He held up a tablet, the screen showing a self-made intake airflow simulation diagram. The stock ECU's tolerance range is just enough to swallow this extra air. Then he pointed to the firewall, unless you plan to tell it the truth. Zhang Jie shrugged, you're the professional in this area, I'll just listen to you. Car modification, LV0, 2532/100. The increase in proficiency told Zhang Jie that Tej's approach was correct. This was what professional truly meant. The Russian threw the Brembo calipers onto the counter. 950, no negotiation. Tej held up the calipers, inspecting them against the fluorescent light, not minding the grease on his mink fur. Piston seals are aging, dust boots are cracked. He blew off brake dust. 480, plus I'll fix the ECU lock on your Cayenne. Damn it, deal. Tej could always simplify complex problems. On the hydraulic lift, the Camaro's chassis was as good as new, with only a newly welded bracket behind the driveshaft supporting a used Z06 differential. Tej completed the 3-point installation without cutting the car body in 6 hours. This step alone made Tej curse and grunt for 6 hours. Hey, Zhang, you have to pay me an extra $500, otherwise I'll hit your butt with a wrench. To this, Zhang Jie readily agreed. Skilled work deserved its reward. Day 3, 6:09 p.m., at the test track. The mechanic at Wood's factory frowned, looking at the NOx sensor data. 91-octane gasoline can't handle such a high dynamic compression ratio. Tej dragged 2 barrels of blue liquid from the trunk. VP Racing's MS-109, mixed with the stock fuel system, just forms an effective octane rating of 12.8:1. He unscrewed the fuel cap, then suddenly turned to wink at the recorder. The customer insists on using regular unleaded gasoline, understand. When the Camaro pulled 503 wheel horsepower on the dynamometer, stock 426 horsepower, the exhaust temperature sensor showed that the tailpipe temperature had actually dropped by 27 C. Tej took a photo of the dashboard and sent it to Zhang Jie. Breathing surgery successful, patient's blood pressure slightly high. Holy crap, it's done. When Zhang Jie arrived at the modification shop, he looked at the Camaro, which hadn't changed much from before, with a look of disbelief. 3 days, $28,523. Looking at Zhang Jie's incredulous eyes, Tej smiled with satisfaction. Of course, now he has 77 more horsepower than before. And his stability has also increased several times over, enough to handle this race. Looking at Zhang Jie's joyful eyes, Tej added another sentence. But you can only use it once. No, bro. Looking at Zhang Jie's confused eyes, Tej explained, many of the parts inside cannot work for a long time. Almost all of them are used parts, which is why I said it can only be used once. Prolonged use will damage the car. So I spent $28,523 just for a one-time use item. Tej spread his hands. You can't blame me for this. If you want to win the championship, this is the only way, and you only have one chance. If you don't win the championship, this car. Alright, it seems the pressure is quite high this time. He must win the championship, as the people in the underground racing scene are not pushovers. They might even play dirty during the race. Glancing at his level 2 driving skill again, he still felt a faint worry in his heart. Of course, there was no turning back now. The car was already modified. If he couldn't win the championship, his money would truly be wasted. However, Wood had also given him some training these past 2 days, and his driving skills had improved significantly. Zhang Jie had also mastered the technique of drifting. Car driving, LV2, 6488/100. A boss who can't race is not a good modification master, but even Wood was very surprised by Zhang Jie's growth. After all, Zhang Jie's previous driving skills were entirely reflected in overtaking, adaptability, and those details. After studying with Wood for a period, he had mastered most of the racing tips and tricks, lacking only practical application. But driving skills are not just about these techniques. In reality, underground racing is far more complex than this, but these are things Zhang Jie can only experience firsthand. Wood wouldn't tell him these things, lest Zhang Jie back out. Even the car was modified. If he didn't go to the underground races to show off, wouldn't that be a waste of all that money? These were Wood's exact words to Zhang Jie, and Zhang Jie deeply agreed with this. Increasing his driving level through this method was also one of Zhang Jie's goals, as these skills could very likely become his life-saving skills in the future. So, the higher the level, the better, naturally. If you'd like to follow the story earlier than the public release, come join my Patreon. There, you can read up to 40 chapters in advance, enjoy exclusive content, and help support me to keep releasing chapters more regularly. Thank you so much for your support and for being part of this journey. 77, Chapter 77. Are you confident? Saturday, 7:32 p.m. Dusk was thick like motor oil, permeating the jagged silhouette of the abandoned factory. In the cracks of the 12-story concrete skeleton, the last rays of the setting sun were caught between rusty rebar, melting the 1930s automotive palace into a dark golden wreck. A string of neon tubes hung from rusty steel beams, flickering on and off, illuminating the crowd below. They were like a pack of hungry beasts, restlessly circling the steel gladiators about to battle. "Hey, idiot! You're blocking my view of the starting line." A burly, dreadlocked Latino man shoved the white guy in front of him, his Detroit versus. Everybody tattoo glistening with sweat on his arm. The guy who was cursed turned around and gave a middle finger. "Motherfer. Does your broken Honda even count as a car?" A burst of laughter and whistles immediately erupted from the surroundings. The crowd was buzzing at a safe distance. Mexican teenagers weaved through on modified scooters, exhaust fumes mixed with the smell of marijuana. Old men with gold chains sat on folding chairs, a betting ledger on their laps, the tip of a pen still stained with blood from the previous race. As Zhang Jie slowly drove his Camaro into the venue, the surrounding crowd erupted in an enthusiastic cheer. It seemed there were new racers joining the competition. Tej, sitting in the passenger seat, excitedly rolled down the window, leaned halfway out, and waved his hands. He kept saying, "Hey, hot stuff, wanna spend the night with me? My little brother is invincible." But the people next to him didn't care at all. Such behavior was commonplace here. However, Zhang Jie's yellow Camaro still caught attention. A big V8 wasn't strange, but an Asian kid driving a big V8 was a different story. Behind the Camaro, a green Mercedes-Benz AMG GT followed, a V8 rear-wheel drive sports car, a beast on the track. Wood's car was also armed to the teeth, but he came along today not to participate in the race, but to see what kind of results this kid Zhang Jie could achieve, and most importantly, could he survive. The addition of newcomers sparked an even greater cheer from the crowd. When the yellow Camaro stopped, the hot women all walked towards it. After all, this was more enticing than an old, beat-up Honda. As Zhang Jie got out of the car, a hot woman directly grabbed his collar. "Hey, baby, can I sit in your passenger seat?" Zhang Jie glanced at the black hot woman, smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, my standards are very high." Then, Zhang Jie's gaze began to sweep across the crowd. There were hot women with fiery figures everywhere, and the cars parked in the crowd each had their own style. Among the cars, a cherry-red Mustang GT 500 roared its engine, the blue flames from its exhaust illuminating a blonde woman leaning against the car door. She wore black patent leather hot pants that barely covered her buttocks, her long legs crossed, and on her feet were 20cm strappy high heels, the heels so sharp they could stab a strong man to death. As she bent down to wipe the rearview mirror, her ample bosom, nearly spilling out of her low-cut tight top, drew whistles from all around. "Hey mamacita." A gangster with gold teeth shouted at her, "Wanna go for a drink with me after the race? My bed is much more comfortable than this broken car." The blonde woman didn't even lift her head, she just slowly pulled a banknote from her bra, lit it with a lighter, and used the flame to light the cigarette in her mouth. "Sorry, boys," she blew a perfect smoke ring, "I only sleep with winners." Not far away, several hot women wearing fishnet stockings and studded bras were dancing on the hood of a modified Camaro, swaying their hips to the deafening hip-hop music, their high heels leaving tiny scratches on the carbon fiber hood. The car owner, far from being annoyed, excitedly slapped the steering wheel. "Hell yeah. Dance harder, baby. F you, cross." The owner of a Dodge Challenger opposite shouted, "Get your hussies out of here. They're blocking my view of the traffic light." Before long, Tej returned, patted Zhang Jie's shoulder and said, "I've put your car up for bets, it's all up to you now." Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow, and just as he was about to turn to get back in the car, a white man walked over. "Hey, wimp, this car isn't something you can handle. If you don't want to die, just tuck your tail and leave obediently." "Ha ha ha ha." The crowd burst into laughter. Looking at his arrogant eyes, Zhang Jie scanned the surroundings and found that everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, all anticipating something. Tej leaned close to his ear and said, "This should be the newcomer welcome ceremony, it's up to you how you handle it." Zhang Jie's mouth curved into a smile. "I know whether I'm a wimp or not, but you're definitely a little wimp." As Zhang Jie spoke, his eyes were only fixed on the white man's crotch. Such a sharp retort immediately caused the crowd to erupt in even more enthusiastic cheers, and the hot women's gazes towards Zhang Jie also became fervent. The white man was clearly enraged by Zhang Jie's words. He immediately threw a punch. "Can't win with words, so you're resorting to violence? You really are a wimp." This level of fighting was no pressure for Zhang Jie. He directly blocked the man's punch with his left hand, and at the same time, he kicked his right foot forward sharply, causing the man's right foot to slip out, making him sit on the ground in a split position. Hiss. Tej, who was nearby, suddenly felt a pain in his crotch. The intense tearing sensation made the white man scream in agony. But why would Zhang Jie indulge him? He directly raised his foot again and kicked the white man in the head. Go to sleep, wimp. Watching Zhang Jie's swift and violent counterattack, the hot women in the crowd looked at him with even more fervent and passionate eyes. Some hot women even started to approach him, but by then, Zhang Jie had already turned and gotten into the car. Fighting? The one thing I'm not afraid of is fighting. Several gazes fell on Zhang Jie, then subtly withdrew. The crowd suddenly erupted in an even more frenzied scream, and the traffic lights in front of the starting line began to flash. When Zhang Jie drove the car to the starting line, the car door suddenly opened, and the blonde woman who had burned money to light her cigarette earlier got in. She got in without asking, simple and crude, not even bothering to ask Zhang Jie if she could come in, and the first thing she did after getting in was light a slim cigarette. It must be said that her looks were truly stunning, just like Vanessa Kirby. Turning to Zhang Jie, she exhaled a light puff of smoke. Arya, confident you can win the race? Strong boy. Zhang Jie waved his hand, dispersing the smoke in front of him, of course. At the starting line, a sign girl wearing a leopard print bikini and knee-high boots wiggled her butt to the center of the road, the green flag in her hand fluttering in the night wind. She deliberately bent down in slow motion, revealing the deep cleavage of her chest, drawing whistles and curses from all around. Damn, I'm gonna shove that flag in my pants. Shit, this chick is way hotter than my ex-girlfriend. Move your fat ass, bitch. The race is about to start. 4,000 LED tubes pierced the dust, illuminating the starting line sloppily painted with fluorescent paint deep within the factory. Someone turned on a portable speaker, and the intro to 50 Cents in the Club was cut short by the roar of engines. When the first red light came on, the entire Packard factory fell into an eerie silence, 30 engines collectively holding their breath, condensation dripping from the exhaust pipes like nervous sweat. The next second, the moment the green light flashed, the roar of all V8 engines converged into a deafening wave of sound, and the white smoke generated by the friction of tires instantly swallowed the sign girl who was still wiggling her hips. Hey everyone, I've got 40 to 50 awesome chapters already up on my Patreon. If you enjoy this story, drop by my Patreon to support me. Thanks a lot. 78, Chapter 78 0.3 second victory. 8:35 p.m. Inside the abandoned Packard factory, 30 xenon headlights pierced through the congealed oil mist. Zhang Jie's Camaro SS was parked on rusty crane tracks, its tachometer needle trembling slightly at 2,000 RPM. The LS3 engine, heavily modified by Tej, now spewed out 503 horsepower, enough to grind the dignity of a stock Hellcat into pulverized concrete. Seatbelt. Zhang Jie said to Arya in the passenger seat. Her slender fingers pulled the 5-point harness, and the metal buckle clicked shut with a clean, swift motion. Don't get distracted. I still want to spend a good night with you. Zhang Jie's left foot precisely controlled the clutch pedal, keeping it in a half-engaged state. His right index finger lightly caressed the gear shifter, feeling the subtle vibrations of the gearbox gears. This was the effect of driving LV2, a skill Zhang Jie had learned and improved through self-study, allowing him to determine the optimal shifting time purely by mechanical feedback and the tachometer. She stared ahead, her voice somewhat seductive. Razor is in the third lane. His GTR has a new turbo. She shared the information she knew. Razor's GTR has a single turbo conversion, but the low-end response will be 0.3 seconds slower, Zhang Jie murmured, his right foot hovering between the accelerator and brake, keeping the engine RPM in the optimal torque range. Arya raised an eyebrow. I underestimated you, strong boy. I hope your strength matches your words. The signal light at the starting line suddenly went out. The first second, 3 Dodge Challengers shot out like cannonballs, their superchargers screaming, refracting into a metallic storm between the concrete walls. The moment the signal light went out, Zhang Jie's left foot fully released the clutch, and his right foot pressed the accelerator directly to 70% open. This was a technique Zhang Jie learned after studying with Wood. Full throttle would cause tires spin, while 70% was just at the edge of maximum grip. The Camaro shot out like a cheetah unleashed from its chains, its rear wheels slipping slightly before immediately regaining traction. Nas, now! Zhang Jie shouted. Arya understood, and the instant she pressed the red button, Zhang Jie's right hand had already completed the downshift and rev-matching action. The tachometer needle precisely landed at 6,200 RPM, the optimal boost range set by Tej. The NOS nitrous oxide tank, welded on by Tej, hissed with a whoosh sound, and the rear wheels instantly dug out 2 rubber trails with sparks. G-forces pressed the 2 of them firmly into their racing seats, but Arya's breathing showed no sign of disorder. The third second, the Camaro's front end was almost about to collide with the leading wide-body Mustang, when Arya suddenly yanked the steering wheel. Left is a dead end. The car scraped past collapsed steel beams and plunged into a narrow path. A bone-jarring metallic tearing sound came from the rearview mirror as the Mustang got stuck between the steel frames. The first corner arrived. Facing a 90-degree right turn, Zhang Jie employed a late braking technique, braking fully only 30 meters from the apex, using weight transfer to cause the rear of the car to lightly swing out. The steering wheel was quickly counter-steered in his hands. The push-pull steering method with his left and right hands allowed the car's front to precisely cut into the apex. Beautiful. Arya's right hand tightly gripped the grab handle, unable to help but sigh softly. She could feel the car dancing on the edge of its limits, yet it never lost control. This was the difference between driving LV2 and an ordinary driver, not brute force, but millimeter-level control to keep the vehicle in a critical state at all times. The 57th second, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in the rearview mirror. Car number 7 was a GTR with a roll cage welded in, its owner, Razor, known for ramming opponents before the finish line. As Razor's GTR approached, Zhang Jie deliberately slowed his corner entry speed, enticing the opponent to take a more aggressive line. The moment the opponent's front end poked into the inside line, Zhang Jie suddenly downshifted, using engine braking to briefly lock the rear wheels. The Camaro's tail swung out like a whip, perfectly blocking the GTR's overtaking line. Wow, that's amazing. Did you calculate that? Arya shouted excitedly, her eyes wide open. That's f***ing thrilling. Basic class, Zhang Jie chuckled, his right foot having already completed 2 consecutive heel and toe actions, keeping the RPM consistently within the power band. But the car behind still pursued relentlessly. When its carbon fiber front lip was only 20 centimeters from the Camaro's rear bumper, Arya also began her performance, pulling a flare gun from her underwear and pulling the trigger through the sunroof. The moment the burning magnesium flare exploded on the workshop ceiling, all the drivers instinctively hit their brakes. Except for Zhang Jie's car. Teja's modified titanium alloy exhaust valves were now fully open, and the Camaro shot out like a cheetah that had been kicked, the V8's roar creating a sonic boom in the enclosed space. Who says underground racing is just pure racing? This is also a prop race. The last lap, only Zhang Jie and Razor remained in the lead. Razor's GTR gradually closed the gap, thanks to its horsepower advantage. What's this? Arya asked, pointing to another red button on the center console. A little surprise Tej gave me, Zhang Jie replied casually. As they approached the corner, when the GTR was only half a car length from Zhang Jie, the GTR suddenly fishtailed and swung sideways, clearly intending to repeat its old trick. Zhang Jie suddenly tapped the brake, causing a forward weight transfer, then accelerated at full throttle. The Camaro shot forward like a racehorse that had been whipped, 503 horsepower perfectly transmitted to the rear wheels through the meticulously tuned differential. At the same instant, Arya pressed the second red button on the center console, Teja's surprise. 2-meter-long flames suddenly shot out from both sides of the car's rear. It wasn't nitrous, but gasoline mixed with nitromethane drawn directly from the fuel tank. The GTR's windows were instantly blackened. The Camaro scraped past its door, crossing the finish line with a 0.3-second advantage, its tachometer just touching Teja's set red line, 7,200 RPM, not a single revolution off. Zhang Jie clearly saw Razor giving him the middle finger from inside his roll cage. Outside, the crowd waiting at the finish line let out an incredulous roar of cheers, watching the Camaro steadily stop at the finish line. Who didn't know Razor was one of the overlords here? That modified GTR with a new turbo, rumored to have taken down a Ferrari in Chicago last week. And now, he was instantly defeated by the Camaro. Even if it was only 0.3 seconds, what did it matter? Winning is winning. Is this your secret? Arya unbuckled her seatbelt, a smile on her face. The title of Goddess of Victory once again fell upon her. No, Zhang Jie turned off the engine. This is just a warm-up. Oh really? Then tonight I'll have to properly test your true capabilities. Arya smiled, looking even more alluring in the lights. Opening his car door, Razor Jack looked at Zhang Jie with an annoyed expression. Welcome to hell, bastard. Although his tone was rough, he still stepped forward and shook Zhang Jie's hand. Good driving. Then, Jack turned to Arya. You should have been in my car tonight. Arya tilted her head noncommittally, a smile brimming on her face. Hee hee, I didn't think you'd actually do it, but I bet on the right horse, haha. Tej excitedly approached, his gaze lingering on Arya for a second before turning to Zhang Jie. But your car also needs some serious work. Tej got into the car to inspect it. Damn. You drove even more violently than I imagined. Zhang Jie grinned. Hey everyone. I've got 40 to 50 awesome chapters already up on my Patreon. If you enjoy this story, drop by my Patreon to support me. Thanks a lot. 79, Chapter 79. Beautiful scenery. Saturday's underground street race was over, and Zhang Jie was now slowly driving his Camaro SS on the way to the hotel. Arya was sitting on his lap, almost in a bridal carry, with her arms around his neck, smiling sweetly at Zhang Jie. A faint scent of perfume kept wafting into Zhang Jie's nose, making it feel a little itchy. I have to say, if you look closely, you're quite handsome. Arya's heart fluttered as she looked at his handsome face. To be honest, this was her first time interacting with an Asian man. And it gave her an unprecedented feeling, gentle and refined, not like those black bastards who talked nonsense all the time, nor like those white men who resorted to violence at the drop of a hat. Although Zhang Jie had also fought, his decisive and clean moves were even more appealing. 2 words, elegant and mysterious. It must be said that a man's charm is truly exuded unintentionally, and the ones who notice it are often beautiful women. Zhang Jie's attention, however, was entirely on the road ahead, and the police here weren't that strict. It was quite late, so he drove to the hotel without any major incidents. Upon entering the hotel room, the temperature between the two instantly rose. Zhang Jie was also a normal man. He hadn't been intimate with a woman for so long. Max's allure, Veronica's charm, and Serena's cold beauty had all impacted him. Unfortunately, given the circumstances at the time, he simply couldn't muster any interest. But now it was different. He could fully release his desires. Zhang Jie upheld his excellent tradition of being skilled at undressing, although Arya didn't have many clothes for him to remove. The atmosphere grew more enchanting. The lights went out, and the outside lights filtered through the curtains, casting faint shadows in the room, making the ambience even more ambiguous. This was the first time he had experienced a man's pleasure since coming to this world. The reflections of the lights, dim and indistinct. This was a biology knowledge competition. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that they both fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 9:30 in the morning. This was the first time in months that he had slept so late. Looking at Arya, with her wheat-colored skin, beside him, Zhang Jie shook his head with a smile, never imagining he could be so wild without drinking. Sunlight streamed through a gap in the curtains onto the bed. Arya lay half-reclined on her side, clinging to Zhang Jie like an octopus, with a thin blanket draped diagonally over her, strategically covering her key areas. There was an indescribable wild beauty about her. Zhang Jie pulled out his slightly numb left hand, and the movement woke Arya. She half opened her eyes, looked at Zhang Jie, and smiled. "I never thought you were truly so capable." Zhang Jie was about to say something when he saw Arya get up again, the blanket sliding off her body. "So white. I want to have some breakfast. Are you still up for it, my strong boy?" Faced with Arya's provocation, Zhang Jie was enraged. How can a man say no? The geography knowledge discussion began again. This time, the test was about, looking at a mountain from the side, it's a peak from the front, it's a range. It was almost noon when Zhang Jie, supporting his aching waist, sat on the sofa. "Damn it. I can fight assassins all night long and be fine, and this is nothing. Why am I sore and aching all over?" After a night of passion, Zhang Jie had managed to adjust his state. Indeed, long-term high-intensity combat had brought him significant psychological pressure, but after the exertions of last night and this morning, much of it had dissipated, and he felt much refreshed. Dressed, Zhang Jie once again checked his equipment. Arya, who was lying on the bed, also got up and started getting dressed, while curiously looking at Zhang Jie. "I'm very curious about what exactly you do. Such excellent driving skills, extraordinary combat abilities, and now." Arya hinted at something. "I'm just a third-rate assassin," Zhang Jie shrugged, self-deprecatingly. He didn't seem to intend to hide it after all. This identity would be exposed sooner or later, wouldn't it? "That's great." Emilia seemed to have confirmed her suspicions and laughed. She was very satisfied with Zhang Jie's honesty. Although she didn't plan any further relationship with Zhang Jie, having such an encounter with a mysterious man was a good memory. She was the goddess of victory, whether on the racetrack or in bed. However, as if remembering something, she reached for a piece of paper from the bedside table, picked up a ballpoint pen, wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to Zhang Jie. "If you remember me, I certainly wouldn't mind discussing biology knowledge with you again." Zhang Jie smiled as he took the note, glanced at it, then folded it and put it in his pocket. "Of course, but next time, don't give up again." Arya applied lipstick, then leaned over and kissed Zhang Jie on the cheek. "Well then, goodbye, strong boy." Zhang Jie admitted that he was momentarily stunned by Arya's ample bosom, but he didn't dodge. Leaving the hotel, Zhang Jie drove his Camaro SS back to the modification shop, where Wood and Tej were grinning at him. "Oh, looks like you had a good time yesterday." Tej teased. "You know, not everyone gets a chance to celebrate victory with Arya." Wood agreed. "At least so far, you're the fourth." Razor chased her for half a year, but never even held her hand. Listening to their teasing and seeing their focused gazes, Zhang Jie realized something, quickly pulled out a tissue, and wiped his face. Sure enough, it was a lipstick mark. "Huh, then I'm really lucky." Zhang Jie grinned, then took out the $50,000 he won last night from the glove compartment. Without thinking, he tossed it directly to Tej. Whoa, man, what are you doing?" Tej made an exaggerated face, then tossed the money back. "You've already paid the labor fee. Last night, I won the bet, a full $20,000. Tej said with a proud laugh. Wood also smiled. "Don't even mention it, you were the biggest dark horse last night. No one expected you to lead Razor by 0.3 seconds. Zhang Jie looked at Wood suspiciously. "Don't tell me you bet too." Wood shrugged and spread his hands. "That kid Tej insisted on dragging me into the bet, so I also put in some money." "Fuck. Such a good thing, and you didn't include me." Zhang Jie's face instantly contorted. "Damn it, because of you guys, I lost tens of thousands of dollars. Motherfucker. Ha 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 ha." Seeing Zhang Jie's pained expression, as if he had missed out on millions, Wood and Tej couldn't help but burst into laughter. No wonder, this guy always had such a serious look on his face. Although they had only known him for a few days, they all knew Zhang Jia was a great friend worth having. So, next up is maintenance and some minor upgrades for your car. Of course, before that, I need to restore it to its factory state. Tej said to Zhang Jia, although you won this race, in terms of modifications, I can only upgrade your car as much as possible. It will take about 5 days. Of course, I look forward to your performance. Zhang Jia chuckled. This time, he didn't lose anything at all, he even earned more than 20,000. Great. Hey everyone. I've got 40 to 50 awesome chapters already up on my Patreon. If you enjoy this story, drop by my Patreon to support me. Thanks a lot. 80, Chapter 80 Trouble at the Door. Speaking of which, he hadn't really explored Detroit yet. Driving the beat-up, multi-hand Nissan that would lent him, Zhang Jia began to tour the city. There was no need to talk about food, he had no interest in the local culinary culture. As for the assassin app, there didn't seem to be many missions here either, just a bunch of strange ones that gave Zhang Jia a headache. However, the city was also telling Zhang Jia that it was not a peaceful place, with robberies and shooting still occurring from time to time. But all of this seemed to have little to do with Zhang Jia. His phone vibrated. Zhang Jia took out his phone, and the screen displayed a message. Someone's been investigating you recently, little brother V. There were no extra words, but it was enough to catch his attention. Someone's investigating me. Damn it, talking halfway will get you struck by lightning, sis. Just as he was about to call to ask, a sudden screech of tires grinding against the ground came from behind. Zhang Jia's vigilance immediately heightened. He glanced in the rearview mirror and instantly slammed his foot on the accelerator. Only then did the beat-up Nissan slowly begin to pick up speed. Damn. How did Nissan manage to produce two extremes? A Nissan that's slow as hell, and a GTR that's a beast. He didn't have time to say much now. The people behind him were clearly coming for him. Even if the beat-up Nissan was slow, it was still faster than his two legs, and with the cars on the road blocking them a bit, it shouldn't be a problem. Tat tat tat. Intense gunfire erupted, and people on the street scattered. Rule number 1 for survival: don't get involved in a commotion. Zhang Jia's eyes scanned around. This was a street, an open street, with no cover or concealment. The only way was to quickly find a place with cover, otherwise, with the Nissan's thin, paper-like sheet metal, it simply couldn't block the opponent's gunfire. After frantically observing, Zhang Jia saw the alley on the innermost street. Then, the map instantly pinpointed that location. It was a dead end. But there were still a few forks inside, which would help with concealment and sneak attacks. The cars behind were getting closer. There was no time. Zhang Jia floored the accelerator. As he neared the alley entrance, he suddenly pulled and released the handbrake, simultaneously swerving the steering wheel sharply to the right, causing the entire car to fishtail to the left. Bang! The beat-up Nissan directly crashed into the alley entrance by turning around, and at this moment, the gunmen opposite also raised their guns and began to fire wildly in Zhang Jia's direction. At the same time, Zhang Jia opened the door and rolled out. Tat tat tat. Ding 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 dong. Continuous gunfire and the sound of the Nissan being hit intertwined. The alley was almost suffocatingly narrow, flanked by the exterior walls of old factories built in the 1960s, with dark green moss climbing over the mottled red bricks. The ground was paved with cracked concrete slabs, from whose crevices a few clumps of weeds stubbornly sprouted, swaying gently in the breeze. The air was filled with a pungent smell, a mixture of engine oil, rotting food, and urine. Several rusty tin trash cans lay toppled against the wall, and at the end of the alley, construction debris was piled up: broken concrete slabs and twisted rebar, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Sunlight was cut into narrow strips by the tall walls on both sides, casting diagonally into the center of the alley. Floating dust was clearly visible in the beams of light. When the gunfire erupted, several pigeons perched on the fire escape flapped their wings and flew up, the sound of their wings beating exceptionally loudly in the almost enclosed space. The wheels of 3 cars screeched on the ground, stopping and blocking the alley entrance. 8 gunmen got out and looked around cautiously. This alley was a dead end, with no exit at the other end. Through the reflection in the glass, Zhang Jia saw the 8 gunmen, carrying submachine guns, walking in. No one in the car, they must have run inside. Kill him. After a glance, the 8 men immediately began to sweep the area with gunfire. The first thing they did upon entering was raise their guns and sweep, fearing that the opponent might return fire and accidentally injure them, which would not be fun. But Zhang Jia's hiding spot was very clever. All the bullets couldn't reach him, and he was out of their sight. Zhang Jia was silently calculating their bullets. The moment the gunfire ceased, Zhang Jia darted out from behind the concrete pillar. The muzzle of the Glock 34 completed 3 micro-adjustments within 0.3 seconds. The first shot pierced the left gunman's Adam's apple, and a spray of blood mist erupted as the bullet exited his cervical spine. Fuck. The guy only managed to let out a short, sharp scream, the blood spray from his throat choking off the rest of his curse, and he knelt down as if his tendons had been cut. The second shot hit the middle enemy's tactical vest plate, the impact causing the opponent to pause slightly. Damn it. He's here. He's here. The man roared, his voice filled with terror, his finger clamped tightly on the MP5's trigger, bullets spraying wildly, sparking off the walls. The third shot entered the same bullet hole, and with the crisp sound of the ceramic bulletproof layer shattering, the bullet shredded his lung. Ugh ah. The shot man clutched his chest and knelt, blood foaming from his mouth, his face quickly turning ashen. Help, help me. The remaining 5 immediately scattered, but Zhang Jie had already retreated behind cover. Reload, reload. Someone shouted, the crisp sound of metal magazines hitting the ground accompanied by hurried breathing. Don't fucking crowd together. Spread out. Another voice roared, but the tone was already tinged with panic. The counterattack window was only 2.8 seconds. Zhang Jie rolled out, firing 3 shots consecutively while dropping to one knee. One ricochet hit the right wall, then deflected into the third person's knee. Me leg. My leg. Fuck. The man screamed and fell, clutching his knee and rolling on the ground, blood gushing from between his fingers. The other 2 shots accurately hit the fourth person's tactical helmet. The helmet was knocked askew, and the second bullet penetrated his eye socket through the gap between the visor and the helmet. Ugh. The man grunted, his body stiffened for a moment, and his helmet hit the ground heavily, making a dull thud. The fifth person had just raised his MP5 when Zhang Jie's sole of his shoe already kicked his shin. Ah. The crisp sound of bone breaking was accompanied by a heart-wrenching howl. The man staggered backward, his gun firing uncontrollably into the sky. Zhang Jie's Glock 34 was already pressed against his chin. Bang! The moment his skull was blown off, blood and brain splattered on the wall. The headless corpse swayed for a moment, then crashed to the ground. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The last 3 finally organized crossfire, but Zhang Jie had already retreated behind the power box. He's there. Kill him. Don't fucking shoot randomly. Conserve bullets. But how could Zhang Jie let him go? He leaned out, extended his gun, and the 6th bullet severed the leader's cervical spine. Guh. The man made a strange gurgling sound in his throat and fell down in a bizarre twist. The remaining 2 turned and ran. Run. Run fast. This is not a human. It's a monster. Zhang Jie was too lazy to chase. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Bang, bang, Fuck. Zhang Jie shot both of their knees from behind, blowing out their kneecaps. The intense tearing and pain made them wail and fall to the ground. Why should I chase you when I can stop your escape with a gun? Hey everyone. I've got 40 to 50 awesome chapters already up on my Patreon. If you enjoy this story, drop by my Patreon to support me. Thanks a lot. 81, Chapter 81 Knee Killer. At this very moment, at the custom garage on the edge of the Detroit Industrial District, the factory's exterior walls were painted in mottled gray, and the huge rolling shutter door was covered in scratches and graffiti. The interior of the factory was spacious but disorganized, with several disassembled cars propped up on lifts, their hoods open and parts scattered all over the floor. The air was filled with a mixed scent of engine oil, welding metal, and cheap cigarettes. Tires, scrap metal, and empty beer bottles were piled up in a corner, and an old radio was playing noisy rock music, but no one was in the mood to listen. Several faded posters were plastered on the walls, including custom car magazine covers and models in bikinis, all blurred by oil and dust. William was sitting in front of a greasy workbench, his fingers constantly tapping on the table, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, waiting for news from his subordinates. He kept muttering, "Damn bastard, dared to kick me unconscious. It would be too easy for you to die just like that." This guy was William, the white man who was kicked unconscious by Zhang Jie last night. By the time he woke up, the race was long over, and he couldn't catch that person, so he sent people to track him. At this moment, he was in his cousin's custom garage. The gunmen sent out were all employees of the custom garage. They usually took on customization jobs, but often, they would also transform into gang members to take on dirty work. William paid $20,000 for them to kill that guy. Vengefulness was William's traditional virtue. He looked down on Asian men, thinking they were all vampires coming to occupy their land. Last night, he had taken the initiative because he fancied that car, but he didn't expect the man to be a tough nut to crack. So, after regaining consciousness, William naturally didn't dare to confront him alone. The best way was to send gunmen to beat him half to death and bring him back. Of course, if he accidentally died, it would be his luck. On the other side, looking at the man begging for mercy at his feet, Zhang Jie disgustedly wiped his shoe on him. "So, you mean William sent you to hunt me down, is that right?" Zhang Jie held a pistol in one hand and stepped on the back of one of the men with his foot, asking calmly. John had taught him methods and techniques for interrogation, but these gang members didn't need any of those techniques. They had already spilled all the information they knew like pouring sugar beans. A bit interesting. I thought he was a brainless idiot, but now it seems he doesn't just lack a brain, he doesn't even have one. Zhang Jie's pistol lightly tapped his thigh, and the sound pulled at the heartstrings of the 2 men lying on the ground. Their hearts were in their throats, wondering how this man would deal with them. After all, they had witnessed his sharp marksmanship firsthand, and the one who experienced it directly was already having tea with Satan below. In fact, dealing with these gang members was much easier than dealing with assassins and tactical teams. There was almost no challenge, like living targets standing there. Shooting LV3 could easily handle this situation, without the slightest pressure. I'll give you two a chance to live. Catch William, and you won't have to die. After a moment of thought, Zhang Jie directly threw out the condition. Such a demand immediately made the two men breathe a sigh of relief. Good, they could live. As for how William would die, what did it matter to them? Better a dead friend than a dead me. Moreover, if it weren't for that guy, they wouldn't have provoked this god of slaughter, a pure monster, an emotionless shooting machine. No problem, don't worry, I will definitely catch that son of a bitch and bring him to you. Don't worry, that damn shit-eating guy, I'll definitely make him look good. Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow and withdrew his foot from the other man's back. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. William looked at his phone, which still hadn't rung, and grew increasingly anxious. 3 cars, 8 people went out, all armed with guns. Why had there been no news for so long? What had happened? Surely they couldn't even handle one Asian man, could they? That would be too useless. While he was still thinking this, there was a sudden heavy braking sound from outside. When the rolling shutter door was violently pulled open, William suddenly looked up, and the anxiety on his face instantly turned to shock. What the hell is wrong with you? He widened his eyes, looking at his 2 subordinates supporting each other. Their pant legs were soaked with blood, their faces pale, and their knees were clearly giving out as they walked. Then the 2 men supported each other and walked in, wincing and groaning in pain as they went. There was no other way. Both of their knees had been shot through. It was already good that they could walk back, but even if their legs healed, they would be left with hidden injuries, and their function might only recover to 40%, which would be considered a blessing from their ancestors. At this thought, the resentment of the 2 men grew even stronger. If it weren't for that idiot William, how could they have gone after that monster? What they thought would be an easy catch turned into them being an easy catch for the other party. William, you son of a bitch. One of them gritted his teeth, his voice filled with suppressed rage. You goddamn killed us. The other one directly burst into curses, his voice hoarse. Fuck you. Do you know what kind of monster you sent us to kill? William's expression changed from surprise to disdain. He sneered, stood up, hands in his pockets, and looked down at them. Useless. He shook his head contemptuously. 8 people, 3 cars, with guns, and you can't even handle one Asian guy. Did you bastards grow up eating shit? You goddamn. One of them suddenly lunged forward, but the sharp pain in his knee made him stumble and almost fall. Shut up, you useless trash. William sneered, the way you are now, you're worse than dogs. Trash like you, my cousin actually took you in. I'm calling my big cousin right now to fire you. William raised his phone, sneering. Just as William was about to continue his mockery, a figure slowly walked in from outside the door. The light inside the factory was dim, while the light outside the factory was abundant. The strong contrast between inside and outside made it impossible for William to see the newcomer's face, only a dark, silhouette-like figure continuously approaching him. William, who was about to ask a question, found that the other person's greeting was quicker than his. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out, and William's phone was instantly shattered, plastic shards and electronic components scattering everywhere. Blood splattered on his hand. His left middle finger was gone. Ah! William screamed, instinctively backing away. Oh shit, my finger. But the next second, bang, bang, 2 shots accurately hit his knees. William howled as he knelt on the ground, blood instantly staining his jeans. No, don't kill me. Hey everyone. I've got 40 to 50 awesome chapters already up on my Patreon. If you enjoy this story, drop by my Patreon to support me. Thanks a lot. 82, Chapter 82. I will kill you when we meet again. He finally saw who the person was. Wasn't it the Asian kid who had knocked him out yesterday? His voice trembled, tears and snot streamed down his face. His earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by primal fear. Zhang Jie walked up to him, slowly squatted down, and gently pressed the gun barrel against his forehead. Weren't you quite the talker? Zhang Jie's voice was calm, but every word pierced William's heart like a knife. I'm sorry. Please, let me go. William wept bitterly, his hands trembling as he raised them, as if to block a bullet. When you're out in the world, it's about influence and connections, but more importantly, it's about strength. So what are you, a little punk? William didn't answer, just kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Zhang Jie remained silent, thinking about the consequences of killing this guy. But what if he didn't? He just stared at him for a few seconds, then stood up and turned to look at the 2 henchmen who had led the way. You can go now. The next time we meet, it won't be so simple. I will kill you. The 2 looked as if they had received a great pardon, scrambling and crawling out, not even daring to look back. Hey! The 2 froze, then turned their heads to look at Zhang Jie, thinking he had something else to say. The result. Bang, bang, 2 bullets pierced their skulls, bringing with them a splash of crimson. Oh, my apologies. I said next time we meet. Who told you to look back? Zhang Jie shrugged, then looked down at the stunned William on the ground. William slumped to the ground, his legs already useless, blood spreading across the floor. He looked up at Zhang Jie, his lips trembling, seemingly still wanting to beg for mercy. But Zhang Jie merely gave him a faint glance, then turned and left. Does this mean he won't die? A big question mark swirled in William's mind. Behind him, only William's wails echoed in the empty factory, along with a tiny hint of smugness at having escaped death. He was already thinking about how to kill that damned Asian guy, absolutely not letting him die an easy death. Too bad. Bang. His answer was a bullet, a scorching hot bullet. He wondered if he would regret his rude and unreasonable actions from last night. But it was all too late. What had happened could not be undone, and the dead could not be resurrected. As for Zhang Jie, he had never been afraid of trouble. He had a very clear understanding of his identity. He was a professional killer. Every day he woke up to face life or death threats, so taking out a gang didn't cause him much trouble. Moreover, others had actively provoked him. He hadn't actively provoked anyone. Since someone was rushing to their death, he didn't mind obliging. As for William's so-called cousin, tell any problems to my bullets. If you kill me, it means I'm not skilled enough. If I kill you, you deserve it. Opening the door, getting in the car, starting the vehicle just like that, Zhang Jie drove the car, riddled with dozens of bullet holes, wobbling back to Wood's custom shop. Holy crap, what did you do with my car? You didn't go to a World War I battlefield, did you? It was no wonder Wood exclaimed like that. When the car had left, it was perfectly fine, but it returned with almost the entire body covered in bullet holes. It was extremely lucky it even made it back. Tej, wearing a welding mask, also came out and twitched his mouth when he saw the battered Nissan. Your life seems even more exciting than we imagined. Seeing Zhang Jie completely unharmed, Tej was also quite shocked. It's alright, just had some trouble with a few punks, but luckily, the problems are all solved. Then, Zhang Jie glanced into the shop. By the way, how's the car modification coming along? When it came to his professional field, Tej naturally had a lot to say. He spoke to Zhang Jie with great enthusiasm. Don't worry, the results will definitely exceed your expectations. However, some of your other requests might not be met for now, especially the bulletproofing. Currently, I can only bulletproof your windows. Then he paused again. But some basic bulletproofing is definitely not a problem. It definitely won't be riddled like this broken Nissan. You know, the Camaro's sheet metal is much thicker than this one. Alright. Zhang Jie could only accept this. After all, so-called modifications were only for performance. If he wanted to increase bulletproofing, that would require extra money. And that wasn't within Tej's scope of work, so it seemed he would have to find a solution later. Can I see my car now? Of course, no problem, follow me. Then Tej led the way, with Zhang Jie following behind. LS3 factory 426 horsepower. Well, now it's a 657 horsepower time bomb. Tej was very excited. LSA supercharger kit, forged pistons and connecting rods, enlarged injectors, reinforced chassis, chrome moly steel roll cage, carbon fiber drive shaft, 40% weight reduction, 30% increase in RPM limit, Brembo GT brake kit, 6-piston front calipers with 400mm slotted rotors. A string of names came out of his mouth, and Motec M130 full standalone ECU, anti-lag system, hydraulic handbrake linked to rear wheel braking. Tej laughed excitedly at the somewhat bewildered Zhang Jie. Will horsepower, 657 horsepower, 0-100 acceleration in 3.1 seconds, top speed, theoretical 325 km per hour. This is a rocket launcher on wheels. Car customization, LV0, 56 to 62/100. Looking at the excited Tej, Zhang Jie also smiled. He knew this was the best state he could currently modify it to. After all, the funds from winning a race weren't as abundant as imagined, and Zhang Jie also had to chip in for other miscellaneous materials, about $30,000+ But overall, he was very satisfied with this result. With the addition of driving LV2, this car would definitely unleash even greater performance. At least, whether for daily driving or missions, it would provide immense convenience. After all, what man doesn't like a big V8 becoming even stronger? As for environmental protection and fuel consumption, who cares about that? Just fill it up when it runs out of gas. Although Zhang Jie was poor, he stated that he could afford the maintenance costs for the Camaro SS. Thanks, bro. Zhang Jie hooked Tej's neck and vigorously ruffled his afro. Hey, don't touch my hair, you damned Asian guy. This one action immediately made Tej furious, and Wood laughed heartily nearby. Then Tej whispered to Zhang Jie, hey, bro, I know what you do, but that's really cool. I hope I won't need your help. Zhang Jie had never chosen to hide his identity. It was just a matter of whether he spoke about it or not. It was so obvious that anyone could see it, but Wood and Tej didn't care. And they said it was really cool, right? Yo, wouldn't you want a killer friend like that? A small question, do you prefer me to update after 12 AM, or during the day? 83, Chapter 83 Storm. Whoosh. A black rolling shutter door was slowly rolling upwards, creating a huge sound. Inside, a tactical team, dressed in tactical uniforms and holding various weapons, stood in neat formation. On the wall behind them hung all sorts of equipment, from basic pistols to rifles, then to sniper rifles, everything imaginable, even 2 rocket launchers, and a dazzling array of cold weapons. On the upper left chest of each member of this team was an emblem with the KH Alliance logo behind crossed swords, reflecting a faint red glow under the lights. In front of them was an ergonomic chair, and on the chair sat a large white man, trimming the nails of his right hand with a nail clipper. Leaning back in the chair, he crossed his legs and rested them on the office desk in front of him, where a piece of information was displayed on the computer screen. It showed an Asian person. Outside the rolling shutter doors stood a woman, her alluring figure wrapped in a black outfit. Strapped to each of her thighs was a gun holster, each holding a Colt revolver. Behind her followed 6 assassins, all with gloomy expressions, looking like individuals not to be trifled with. "Long time no see, Elena, hope you've been well." The muscular white man showed no intention of getting up, merely scanning Elena's body with a flirtatious gaze. Elena remained unmoved by his aggressive stare. She simply glanced at the muscular white man. "The madam sent me with an order. That man must be captured alive." The muscular white man laughed. "Alive? That's quite difficult. Would dead be acceptable?" In fact, the mission order had already reached him, but he had been slow to act, not for any other reason than because this tactical team was the 4th-ranked team in the KH Alliance. The team's name was Slaughter. Precisely because they had been slow to act, the madam, who was behind Elena, personally dispatched her to deliver the command. "Evil Wolf, don't forget, this is the madam's order, not my personal request." The woman's brows furrowed in extreme displeasure at this man's behavior, but she restrained herself and suppressed the emotion. The 6 assassins behind her remained motionless. "Since when does Viper also convey orders for the madam?" Evil Wolf was unconcerned, continuing to trim his right hand's nails. "My boss's mission was to eliminate him directly, not to capture him alive." So, the crux of the problem lay here. Both were bosses, but the orders they issued were completely different, which was why he hadn't made any moves. "How about this, then? We'll set off together. You're responsible for capturing him alive, and I'm responsible for eliminating him. Whoever achieves their objective first, the other team stops. How does that sound?" Evil Wolf suddenly suggested with a smile. "Although I don't think you'll win this match." Facing Evil Wolf's challenge, Elena hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." Anyway, there wasn't any mission at the moment, so a game like this might as well be a diversion. She didn't believe the newcomer possessed any astonishing abilities. It was simply a matter of good luck, but could one person's luck last forever? Bingo. Then, let's get moving. Evil Wolf retracted his legs from the desk, leaned forward, and tapped the Enter key on the keyboard. A large green label immediately appeared on the information displayed on the screen. "Accept." Viper Elena said nothing, turned, and left, with the 6 assassins following closely behind her. Finally, something interesting to do. Clearly, Evil Wolf didn't take this mission seriously. His eyes showed no ripple, and neither did the tactical team members behind him. At this time, Zhang Jia was on his way back. He had been in Detroit for 10 days and it was time to return to New York. If he didn't go back soon, he would truly be penniless on the road. However, the driving experience of the modified Camaro SS was indeed much better than before. Whether it was the throttle response, acceleration, or the wild V8 roar, it gave Zhang Jia a whole new feeling. But on the way back, he wasn't in such a hurry, so he chose not to speed. About halfway through his journey, he encountered an interesting young man on the road. He was driving an old BMW on I-80, not particularly fast, so when Zhang Jia overtook him, he didn't react. However, Zhang Jia's fleeting glance left him stunned. Eddie Redmayne? That seemed a bit unrealistic. This was America, what would a Brit be doing here? But then he remembered that this wasn't his old world, and he relaxed a bit, figuring it was probably just someone who looked similar. Zhang Jia didn't pay it any mind and continued towards New York. Further ahead was New Jersey. Zhang Jia pondered whether to go in and look around, or just head straight back to New York. But then he thought, he'd been out for quite a while, so he should just go back. The roar of the American V8 echoed through I-80. In the distance ahead, the sky suddenly grew very dark. Visibly dark clouds were continuously gathering in the distance, and even flashes of lightning appeared. Oh boy, it's going to rain up ahead. Big trouble. Rainy interstate highways are the hardest to drive on, and the rain encountered on interstates is always a thunderstorm, with extremely poor visibility. A slight oversight could lead to a car accident. And the scene in the distance was 100% a thunderstorm, and there was no sign of human habitation for dozens of miles around. Even if he stopped, the heavy rain would still come in this direction. He had no choice but to keep going forward. Stopping on such a highway was not a wise choice, which is why Zhang Jia had 2 full fuel tanks in his trunk on the way back. Wood had filled them for him. However, he also tried his best to find gas stations to refuel along the way, trying not to use the fuel in the reserve tanks. But he did need to use the reserve fuel during the Nevada stretch. There was no other way. It truly was desolate there. Stopping the car meant a greatly increased risk of being robbed, so Zhang Jia had no intention of stopping. He pressed the accelerator and continued to charge towards the thunderstorm. Splash. Rumble. When the yellow highway lightning bolt plunged into the darkness, raindrops the size of soybeans instantly splattered onto the car windows, creating a deafening pitter-patter. Accompanied by the background thunder, the sense of an apocalypse was complete. At this time, Zhang Jie was alone in the car, so he turned on the car stereo. 50 Cents in the Club played from the speakers. Combined with the pitter-patter of the wind and rain outside, it created quite an atmosphere. Reaching out to turn up the volume, Zhang Jie immersed himself in the rhythm of the music, his foot unconsciously pressing the accelerator a bit harder. It had a sense of a fast and furious apocalyptic brokenness. 84, Chapter 84 Highway Murder. Whoa! After passing through the storm-covered area, there was clear sailing ahead, with bright sunshine. The Tyndall effect was perfectly showcased at this moment. Zhang Jie looked at the distant blue sky, and his mood brightened. Nearly 30 kilometers of heavy rain was simply unbelievable. The yellow Camaro SS was still speeding along I-80, and in another 30 kilometers, it would reach the interchange, merging onto I-90, the road back to New York. All along the way, Zhang Jie hadn't exceeded the speed limit, maintaining a normal pace, with heavy metal music constantly playing in the car. Humming a tune, Zhang Jie swayed his body to the heavy metal music, which was a way to alleviate fatigue otherwise. An overly monotonous driving journey could easily lead to drowsiness. Just as he was about to reach the junction of I-80 and I-90, a roadblock appeared ahead. This area was near Chicago, where such roadblocks were generally rare, unless for routine checks, and routine checks on this road were less frequent. However, Zhang Jie hadn't been speeding or anything, so he wasn't worried as his vehicle's documents were all in order. Since this was already near Chicago, the traffic flow was quite heavy. When it was Zhang Jie's turn, the police officer merely glanced at him without saying a word. But after Zhang Jie's car passed, he picked up his walkie-talkie and said something unknown. Thus, Zhang Jie was getting closer and closer to New York. At this moment, music with a strong rhythm was still playing inside the Camaro SS. Behind him, several cars were constantly weaving through traffic, overtaking and changing lanes. Zhang Jie, in front, seemed oblivious to any abnormality. As the distance between the cars grew shorter, Zhang Jie instinctively glanced at his rearview mirror and noticed the situation. However, at first, he didn't feel anything was amiss, because it had been like this earlier too. It was 4:30 p.m., and the traffic on the road was heavy. 2 motorcycles also caught up from behind. Initially, Zhang Jie didn't pay much attention. However, a faint sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and only then did Zhang Jie realize, no, something's fishy. He once again cast his gaze into the rearview mirror, and this time, he finally noticed something unusual. The cars that were constantly overtaking and changing lanes were all black, Chevrolet SUVs, and they appeared to have undergone some modifications. My luck can't be that bad, can it? Zhang Jie was speechless, then reached for the glove compartment. Upon opening it, he found bullets and magazines inside, specially modified for him by Tej. All 4 magazines were already loaded, plus the 2 spare extended magazines he carried, and the one in his gun, totaling 8 magazines. Since the main purpose of this trip was to modify his car, he hadn't brought any heavy weapons, just 2 Glock 34s and 8 magazines. 17.6 plus 33.2 plus 2 170 rounds of ammunition. Currently, he had 170 rounds of ammunition ready for combat, but a highway chase was about to unfold, and 170 rounds might not be enough. Before the official engagement, let's see if I can slip away first. Zhang Jie mumbled softly he didn't want his beloved car to be riddled with bullet holes. Without thinking, he immediately floored the accelerator. The Camaro SS's V8 engine let out a deafening roar, and its speed instantly surged. With driving LV2, it weaved through the highway like a yellow lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, he left the pursuers behind, but he truly had no way to deal with the motorcycles. They were clearly part of the pursuit, as they were closing in frantically. Damn it, I just got back, and I'm already being hunted down. What's going on? Am I the assassin, or are you the assassins? Zhang Jie was also bewildered, not understanding the situation. An assassin like him being chased by a group of assassins. This script was a bit too fantastical. The good news was that he was gradually shaking off the pursuers behind him. The bad news was that 2 motorcycles were still hot on his heels. Damn it, if you're going to play like this, I'm going to flip the table. Zhang Jie's eyes constantly scanned the road. Suddenly, he spotted an excellent position, so he floored the accelerator and rushed over. The motorcycles behind him naturally followed closely. Just as a car was turning from that direction, Zhang Jie suddenly tapped the brakes. The motorcycle behind him instantly came to the front, running parallel to Zhang Jie's car. Seeing himself parallel to Zhang Jie, the motorcyclist immediately gripped the MP5 hanging on his chest. You think you have a chance to shoot, little guy? Zhang Jie sharply turned the steering wheel, and the entire car instantly swerved towards the motorcycle. The motorcyclist was greatly alarmed and tried to free his hand to control the direction, but it was too late. He was directly hit, and the entire motorcycle lost control, rear-ending another small car. In that instant, he experienced the sensation of the world spinning wildly. Yes, he performed a front flip and plunged directly into the rear window of that car. Motorcyclist, 1. The other motorcyclist immediately slammed on his brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving 2 clear black skid marks. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie had already floored the accelerator and sped away, giving the second motorcyclist no chance whatsoever. Fuck. The motorcyclist cursed angrily, unable to resist slapping the handlebars. Unexpectedly, the motorcycle suddenly swerved, and was immediately rear-ended by a Volkswagen behind him. A strong pushback instantly hit him. The motorcyclist fell directly off the bike and landed on the hood of the car behind, while the motorcycle stubbornly continued to run for several hundred meters. Damn it, such a big living person, and we actually lost him. In the cars that hadn't caught up behind, the people were yelling and cursing. They hadn't expected that guy to be like an eel, driving so fast in such heavy traffic. Damn it. Unable to complete the mission, they could only report the news. He got away, we didn't catch him. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's fine, let him run. Since he wasn't caught, then let Jackson's team handle it. The voice on the other end of the phone was extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. The several big men immediately understood after hearing it. At this moment, in a certain hotel, a blonde woman stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling traffic below, holding her phone. The assassins who had just called were contacting her. Good luck, Zhang Jie, but if you escape this time, will you escape next time? Through the reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, it could be seen that this woman was the same woman who had a photo with Lu Ziqiang. Lisa. 85, Chapter 85. Zhang Jie asks for help. Sunday afternoon, 4:59 p.m. I-80 and I-90 co-aligned Interstate Highway, Illinois segment. The weather was beautiful, clear skies for miles. Conditions were average, with much heavier traffic than usual. However, there were still plenty of gaps to overtake, and many people were doing so along the way, but a yellow Camaro was particularly eye-catching. Its movements were swift and clean, flowing like water, with decisive anticipation, almost no hesitation, as it continuously overtook several cars, smooth as if it had eaten Dove chocolate. Many drivers were startled, watching a yellow car suddenly cut in, and before they could even curse, they saw the car speeding away, kicking up dust. Only the bewildered drivers were left, looking around. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? At this moment, Zhang Jie was constantly overtaking cars with one hand on the steering wheel, while his other hand held a Glock 34 in a state of readiness. Without knowing if he was safe, without knowing if there were still pursuers blocking his way, his gun could not leave his hand. His driving LV2 skill absolutely ensured his smooth, fluid movement through the traffic. At the same time, he was also pondering a question. The first wave of pursuers had been shaken off, but would there be more to follow? If he wanted to kill someone, after they evaded the first pursuit, would he arrange for more people to block them later? The answer was, definitely. So, Zhang Jie now only had two paths before him. The first, continue to New York. The second, go directly to Chicago. Would the other party send people to block both sides? Judging from the short exchange just now, the other party should have prepared a very comprehensive plan, so both sides would be blocked. Without forcibly lowering the opponent's intelligence, he would definitely block both ends, or even multiple sides. The prerequisite was that he had enough manpower, but if the opponent's manpower was insufficient, they could only arrange lookouts and focus on one route. Anyway, no matter which path Zhang Jie took, the opponent would have enough time to react. After all, there were still people following behind. Even if Zhang Jie went down another path where no one was arranged, the people behind would quickly catch up. This is a headache. Do I have to start fighting again? Zhang Jie scratched his head with the gun. No, he needed to use his brain. It's a pity, he didn't know if the people he knew could arrive immediately. What a hassle. More importantly, he didn't know how many people the other side had, and if a fight broke out, would he get injured? It was impossible to be unscathed. He wasn't Superman. If he could call for backup, that would naturally be best. He remembered seeing Michael post on Facebook a couple of days ago in Detroit that he seemed to be coming to Chicago soon for a bodyguard mission. However, with a just-in-case thought, Zhang Jie still called Michael. Beep. A few seconds later, the call connected. Yo, did the sun rise from the west to shine on your little butt? Zhang, you cold-faced killer actually remembered to call me. A familiar, mischievous voice came from the receiver. Phew. Zhang Jie took a deep breath. Michael, where are you right now? What's wrong? I just took on a mission recently, over here in Gary Industrial City. Michael also heard that something was off, even though Zhang Jie hadn't said anything. What's wrong, Zhang? Are you in trouble? Zhang Jie hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm being hunted, but I don't know by whom. Where are you? Michael asked directly, not caring about the reasons. I-80 Illinois segment. Zhang Jie reported his location. Wait, let me see. FCK. Damn GPS. Hurry up. Michael's voice became a bit agitated. Oh, luckily, it's only 25 miles. Half an hour, no, 25 minutes and I'll be there. How long can you hold out? Your mission. To hell with the mission, motherfucker. What time is it now? Michael's agitated reply touched Zhang Jie a little. Thank you. Before the words even fell, that sarcastic voice came through. Holy crap. When did our cold-faced killer ever say thank you? Isn't it usually blowing smoke from the gun barrel and asking if we want another one? That little bit of emotion in his heart was directly washed away by the mischievous tone, and Zhang Jia couldn't help but retort, "FCKU, Michael, if you keep this up, I won't teach you how to cook Chinese food next time." Whoa, calm down. The sound of a vehicle starting came from the other end of the phone, followed by the roar of an accelerating engine. "Listen, hold on, I'll be there soon. Yellow Camaro, heading towards Chicago now. Hope you can make it in time, otherwise, you'll just have to collect my body." Zhang Jia teased. "Holy crap. Damn it, I don't want to collect your body, there's no reward, and I'd have to pay out of pocket." Then, Michael's call ended, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Jia's mouth. He hadn't expected this guy to actually be nearby. Well, then, it won't be me who's unlucky next. Who's the hunter and who's the prey is still unknown. Zhang Jia kept in mind Michael's unwavering decision to drop his mission and come help. He would repay him later. For now, he needed to focus on dealing with these pursuers. "Since you want me to go towards Chicago, I'll go and see what tricks you have up your sleeve." On the other side, Michael saying he was abandoning the mission wasn't that serious. After all, he now had a team, so he could just let his subordinates handle the escort. He just needed to free himself up. Then his mind raced, who else nearby could help, otherwise, he might not be enough on his own. Soon, a figure appeared in Michael's mind. That guy's whereabouts were uncertain, but perhaps he was also nearby. So he immediately dialed another number. Beep. Watching the phone ring continuously with no one answering, Michael slapped the steering wheel in frustration. "FCK. That damn bald old man, he's retired and still answers the phone so slowly." Before his complaining finished, the call was already connected. "Shut your stinking mouth, Michael, your mischievous look disgusts me. If you can't shut up, I don't mind making you shut up, motherfucker." The agitated voice from the phone made Michael shut up, but then he immediately yelled loudly, "God damn it. Zhang is in trouble, where are you?" Hearing what Michael said, the voice on the other end was clearly stunned for a moment. "Where is he?" Listening to the serious and stern voice from the other side, Michael was also stunned, then immediately said, "He's heading towards Chicago on the I-80 Interstate Highway, Illinois segment." Oh, that's just great, I'm in Chicago. Haha, I really want to see that Asian kid's awkward look. This might be one of my biggest gains this year, just thinking about it makes me excited, motherfucker. Clearly, the person on the other end of the phone was extremely interested in this matter. "Oh, that's really fortunate. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. After speaking, Michael hung up the phone and immediately began to drive with full concentration. After hanging up the phone, the man lowered his head and kissed the woman leaning in his arms. "Sophia, I have something to do." The camera moved up, and this man was none other than the bald egg, retired top assassin, Darius Jean Kide. "Oh, my little cockroach, go, Zhang needs you," Sophia said with a lazy, smoky voice. She certainly knew who Zhang Jia was, and she had heard the phone call very clearly. "Oh, baby, I love you so much." Jean Kide kissed Sophia on the forehead, then got up and left the bar. 86, Chapter 86 Abandoned Factory. 6:22 p.m. Zhang Jia had already driven his Camaro SS into Chicago. In the southern suburbs, although there weren't many people, due to the sparse population, the towns were quite far apart. However, various gangs flourished here, and there were many daily skirmishes, making it the most chaotic area in all of Chicago. As it was nearing evening, pedestrians on the road were hurrying, afraid that if they lingered, they might catch a bullet. It was clear how poor the public safety was here, but Zhang Jia couldn't afford to worry about that now. He drove his Camaro like a yellow flash of lightning, instantly cutting through. He had to find an ideal engagement point as soon as possible, otherwise, if he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. As dusk fell, Zhang Jia chose an excellent location, an abandoned factory, completely devoid of light. Screech thud. With a harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Camaro stopped steadily in front of the abandoned factory. The powerful hot air generated by the Camaro blew the weeds on the ground low. He turned off the engine, got out of the car, went to the passenger seat, and put all the bullets and magazines into a fanny pack. He was currently wearing casual clothes. He opened the trunk and took out a bulletproof suit, which he then put on. Soon there would be intense combat, and without bulletproof armor, it would be a huge problem. He then strapped the satchel to his waist. Although it looked incongruous, at least for now, it was the optimal choice. Then, without a word, Zhang Jia looked at the approaching dust cloud in the distance, turned, and walked into the factory. A short while later, another screech of brakes sounded, and 8 or 9 vehicles surrounded the front gate of the factory. Looking at the abandoned factory, the assassins on board were expressionless. They had expected a continued highway chase, but they hadn't anticipated that this guy would hide in an abandoned factory. It seemed his car was out of gas, he couldn't escape, and he was making a final, desperate struggle. Inside the abandoned factory, Zhang Jia took out his phone, opened Facebook, sent a location to Michael, and then turned off his phone. He couldn't risk having his position exposed by a phone call or a text message during combat. Next, he needed to observe the environment and find a suitable place. Single-person combat certainly meant he couldn't expose himself, and the abandoned factory was the best choice. When Michael arrived, they could coordinate an inside-outside attack and eliminate all of them. Calmly, he screwed silencers onto both Glock 34s, the threads slowly connecting, then tightened. He didn't know how many opponents there were, nor how long he could last. He looked at the proficiency displayed in the bottom right corner of his vision. Pistol, LV3, 39/100. Shooting, LV3, 36/100. Environmental analysis, LV1, 76/100. Tactical planning, LV1, 75/100. Reconnaissance, LV1, 52/100. Crisis response, LV1, 97/100. Solo CQB, LV2, 52/100. It's up to you all. This was a large, two-story flat factory. Although abandoned, not much inside had been moved, though it was very messy. He quickly passed through the front door, using the twilight glow to survey the internal environment. Then, Zhang Jia went to the second floor, also quickly scanning all the surroundings. Zhang Jia then went to the stairwell, a position where one could not see from below, but from above, one could see heads peeking up from below. There were two such staircases, one at the main front door and one at the back door. To reach the second floor from the front, one could only use the main entrance, while the back required a detour, so it wouldn't be as fast. Fortunately, the quality of this abandoned factory was quite good. Although the exterior was made of corrugated iron, the internal main structure was made of precast concrete slabs, so there was no need to worry about bullets coming from below. Then, Zhang Jia heard the screech of brakes. Because the distance was a bit far, it wasn't that loud, but this was an abandoned factory, and all sounds would be amplified. The hunt begins. Immediately following was a series of not-so-disordered, dense footsteps gradually approaching from the direction of the main gate. However, the sound quickly diminished. It seemed they had also entered a state of readiness. But the faint footsteps still couldn't escape Zhang Jia's ears. Hearing was a very difficult proficiency to level up. Even after all this time, he was still stuck at LV1. It showed that he wasn't a Superman, just a normal person. But the advantage of good hearing was its ability to distinguish subtle sounds, such as footsteps, reloading, or an empty magazine catch. From the current footsteps, there were at least nearly 10 people, or even more, searching downstairs. And several footsteps were gradually approaching the staircase, but they didn't rush up. Clearly, they were also observing. Zhang Jia had long since suppressed his breathing. His breathing was slow and long, almost imperceptible in the quiet factory. Zhang Jia leaned against the stairwell, the silencer of his Glock 34 gleaming with a metallic sheen in the dim light. The footsteps in his ears became clearer and clearer. 3 people were approaching simultaneously. 3 deliberately suppressed tapping sounds came from downstairs. The collision of metal and concrete created a unique echo in the empty factory. Zhang Jia narrowed his eyes. This was a common contact signal used by professional teams. This was followed by the rustling of fabric. Others were checking the first floor. Clear. A deliberately lowered male voice with an Eastern European accent came from the southeast corner. Zhang Jia's index finger moved from the trigger guard to the trigger. It seemed these were not ordinary gang members, standard tactical jargon, professional movement rhythm. Big trouble. He subtly adjusted his breathing, shifted his body weight to his left foot, and slightly bent his right knee into a shooting stance. The shadows at the second floor corner perfectly swallowed his silhouette. From below, there was only a pile of rusted steel pipes and the remains of a broken conveyor belt. But, through the gaps between the steel pipes, Zhang Jia could clearly see 2 dark figures ascending the stairs, moving with alternating cover. The leading assassin suddenly stopped, raising his clenched left hand. The outline of night vision goggles was faintly visible on his helmet. Zhang Jia's heart tightened. No thermal imaging, but the opponent was equipped with basic night vision gear. Thermal negative. The assassin whispered into his collar microphone, his voice producing a slight resonance through the factory's metal structure. Recommend Group B advance from the west staircase. Zhang Jia's gaze swept over the area he had just passed through. Fortunately, the bulletproof suit had good thermal insulation, and coupled with the natural insulation of the concrete structure, he had temporarily evaded detection by night vision equipment. But his time was running out. It seemed this group of people was not the one preparing to intercept him on the highway, but another team. Zhang Jia was also very puzzled. Who would go to such great lengths to kill him? Hiring such professional people really shows how highly they regard me. This level of assassin squad isn't cheap. 87, Chapter 87 Factory CQB. At the same time, less than 12 miles from the abandoned factory, Michael's phone lit up. He immediately grabbed it and saw a message from Zhang Jia, a location pin. He opened the location and started navigation. Of course, he didn't forget to send this location to Jean Kaid. Since Zhang Jia had already sent him the location, it meant he had reached the position, and perhaps the engagement had already begun. So Michael was still a bit anxious. But the car was already at its limit. He couldn't go any faster. His driving skills weren't that superb. Damn it, can't you go faster? Michael pressed the horn irritably, then overtook the car. On Jean Kaid's side, after receiving the location from Michael, he glanced at it, seeing 5 miles remaining. He noted the location, then tossed his phone aside. Hang in there, I still want to play a passionate duo match with you. Let's send those damn guys back to their mother's wombs. 2 people, 2 cars, sped towards the marked point on the map from different directions. 6:36 p.m. Listening to the footsteps downstairs gradually ascending, Zhang Jie began to cautiously peek out. The hand he kept at his chest also slowly extended, the muzzle pointing downwards, ready to fire at any moment. Ding! Suddenly, a metallic scraping sound came from downstairs. Zhang Jie's pupils constricted. Is this the sound of a grenade pin being pulled? He almost instinctively rolled backward, simultaneously hearing a crisp clatter, as an M84 flashbang was thrown up the stairs. Boom! Blinding white light and a deafening 170 decibel roar erupted simultaneously. Even with his eyes closed and ears covered beforehand, Zhang Jie still felt a wave of dizziness. Well-trained footsteps immediately closed in, tactical boots thudding rhythmically on the stairs. Although he had managed to avoid the direct impact of the flashbang, his vision was still a bit blurry, and his head felt woozy. But at this moment, Zhang Jie couldn't afford to wait for these effects to subside, as he already saw the first dark silhouette appear around the corner. Baiu, Baiu, Baiu. Zhang Jie's instinctive Glock had already completed 3 quick shots. The suppressor muffled the gunshots into faint Baiu Baiu sounds, faint being relative to normal gunshots. It was still quite loud in the quiet space, but the sound of the flashbang explosion still echoed on the second floor, covering part of it. 3 9mm bullets formed a triangular pattern, piercing through the night vision goggle's eyepiece. The back of the killer's head exploded against the concrete wall, leaving a red and white fan-shaped splatter. 15 rounds remaining. The gruesome sight of the first killer was naturally seen clearly by the second killer, who immediately adopted a kneeling shooting stance. The muzzle of the MP5 submachine gun spat a half-meter-long tongue of flame in the darkness. Zhang Jie rolled sideways, bullets trailing his trajectory and sparking off the concrete floor. A flying shard of concrete grazed his cheek, and warm liquid immediately trickled down his jawline. He's injured. Damn it. Zhang Jie raised his hand and fired 2 shots while rolling. Baiu, Baiu. The first shot hit the killer's right shoulder, the second pierced through his throat microphone. As blood gushed from the carotid artery, the killer's index finger remained on the trigger, the out-of-control MP5 emptying its remaining bullets into the ceiling. 13 rounds remaining. The engagement on the second floor naturally drew the attention of those downstairs. Contact. Second floor, northeast corner. An urgent shout came from downstairs, followed by sounds of chaotic running. Zhang Jie quickly checked his magazine, simultaneously glancing at the skill data in the lower right corner of his vision. The values for environmental analysis and crisis response had changed, each increasing by +1. He noticed a faint vibration coming from the west staircase. Team B was flanking as planned. Orange twilight streamed through the broken windows on the west side of the factory, spilling onto the ground, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Zhang Jie used the light to spot the steel cable hanging from a crossbeam. In the corner, there was also a bundle of nylon rope. Zhang Jie immediately picked it up, pulled it taut, and it felt very sturdy. He quickly tied a slipknot in the nylon rope and swung it towards the steel cable. The moment the rope accurately looped around the steel cable, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Zhang Jie leaped from the second-floor platform, the nylon rope screeching as it chafed against the steel cable. He twisted in mid-air, seeing 5 fully armed killers fanning out. The 2 in front had already raised their muzzles. No time. Bang, bang. 2.45 ACP bullets whizzed past Zhang Jie's bulletproof suit. He fired continuously as he descended, the Glock's action rapidly cycling, brass casings constantly ejecting from the ejection port. Baiu X9, Baiu X4, click. He fired 13 consecutive shots, providing himself with a brief suppressive fire. White-gray dust exploded on the bulletproof vests of 3 killers. The ceramic plate stopped the fatal blows, but the impact still sent them stumbling backward. The accuracy of dynamic shooting from a height was too poor. Hitting them at all was good, but killing them was almost impossible. Slide lock. Just before reaching the ground, Zhang Jie let go. He rolled forward upon landing, taking cover behind a toppled, old CNC machine. Tat tat tat. Bullets immediately pursued him, carving dozens of dents into the machine's cast-iron casing. He pressed the release button, the magazine slid out, and his other hand had already inserted an extended magazine from under his armpit into the bottom of the grip, the polymer material making a dull clack sound upon impact. He pressed the release button with his left thumb, quickly pulled back the slide with his right hand, hearing the subtle metallic friction as the recoil spring compressed. When the slide reached its maximum travel, he suddenly let go. Click-clack. 33 rounds remaining. The sound of the bolt slamming forward echoed briefly from the abandoned machine, a brass casing rim glinting in the twilight before being swallowed by darkness. Flash out. Someone shouted. Zhang Jie immediately closed his eyes, lowered his head, and covered his ears with both hands. The flashbang exploded in front of the machine, the shockwave making his eardrums ache. But this time, he was prepared, opening his eyes before the intense light dissipated. Through the gap at the bottom of the machine, he saw 4 pairs of tactical boots alternately approaching. Zhang Jie suddenly noticed the automatic sprinkler system pipes overhead. Although the factory was abandoned, the main pipes should still retain some pressure. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots, piercing the control valve 3 meters away. The rusted metal made a harsh cracking sound under the bullet's impact. 31 rounds remaining. High-pressure water spewed from the ruptured pipe, instantly forming a water curtain. The killer's night vision equipment failed in the sudden mist. Some frantically removed their goggles. Zhang Jie seized the opportunity to rush out of cover, the Glock firing continuously at close range. Bang 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 bang. 2 killers fell, shot in the chest, losing their ability to resist. A third killer's face shield was shattered, blood splattering from behind the broken bulletproof glass. Fall back. Fall back. The surviving killers dragged their wounded comrades back, leaving long blood trails on the ground. 26 rounds remaining. Zhang Jie did not pursue, but quickly moved behind a load-bearing column. His breathing finally became ragged, the shirt under his bulletproof suit soaked with sweat. New sounds reached his ears. At least 3 groups of people were reorganizing their attack from different directions. Trouble. 88. Chapter 88. Fake Man Saves the Day. Suddenly, engine roars came from afar. Unfortunately, the gunshots inside the factory were too loud. All movements outside were covered by the gunshots. At this moment, Zhang Jie was suppressed by the opponent's heavy firepower, unable to lift his head. 3 teams were frantically spraying bullets in his direction, and the load-bearing pillar behind him was almost destroyed. He had 2 choices in front of him. The first was to continue charging forward, but footsteps seemed to be coming from ahead as well, though they were drowned out by the gunshots and completely inaudible. The other option was to use the abandoned machine tools during their reload breaks, but the assassin team was professional. They were reloading in shifts. This left Zhang Jie with no opening, unable to even lift his head. But Zhang Jie remained calm. Panicking at this moment would be useless, only leading to a quicker death. Time gradually passed, and the twilight grew darker, but Zhang Jie still captured useful information. To his front right was a stainless steel plate of a machine tool. Although covered in dust, he could vaguely see the shadow behind Zhang Jie. Behind him was a fire curtain, obstructing their view. Even if they fired, they couldn't fully see Zhang Jie's movements through the visual obstruction. So they maintained suppressive fire while moving forward, attempting to get past the interference of the water curtain. But Zhang Jie had largely determined their positions, so he raised his gun and aimed directly at the fire pipe above him. Bayou. The main fire pipe was thick, so this shot naturally couldn't penetrate it, but a ricochet occurred. Fuck. Critical. Covering. It turned out that the ricochet hit the arm of an unlucky person behind. Because it was a ricochet, it didn't directly penetrate like a normal bullet. It tore open his arm in a spinning motion, creating a large wound. The firepower from behind suddenly faltered. They had clearly realized Zhang Jie's threat and immediately adjusted their tactics. It must be said that Zhang Jie's ricochet tactic was indeed very effective and also alerted the 3 teams behind him. They no longer approached but instead increased their distance. And this was exactly what Zhang Jie wanted, because directly in front of Zhang Jie was a door. Beyond the door was a corridor. It was uncertain if anyone was outside, but from the current situation, it seemed there was no one. So, the moment the gunshots ceased, Zhang Jie immediately took a running start and, with a front flip, lunged towards the door. Bang! The thin wooden door was directly smashed open by Zhang Jie, and then he passed through into the corridor. Upon landing, Zhang Jie didn't even have time to react when an extremely strong sense of danger instantly pierced through him. Without thinking, he fired several shots to his right. At the same time, he dodged to the left again. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The muzzle flashes flickered 3 times in the dim corridor. An unlucky person lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He hadn't followed the main force for suppressive fire but had chosen to flank alone from behind, attempting a frontal assault on Zhang Jie. However, he hadn't even reached the door when it was smashed open, and Zhang Jie appeared. Because Zhang Jie was landing from a front flip, 3 shots directly hit his left shoulder, lower abdomen, and thigh. Normally, he wouldn't feel pain the moment he was hit. But because he was knocked to the ground by Zhang Jie, plus the 3 follow-up shots, the pain instantly rushed to his head, making him wail. But how could Zhang Jie leave such a hidden danger? He raised his hand and another shot went through his skull. His scalp was directly blown open, and red and white matter splattered on the ground. 22 rounds remaining. Immediately following were the gunshots from the 3 teams behind, sweeping towards the door. However, Zhang Jie did not linger after the finishing shot but continued to rush quickly down the corridor to the left. When outnumbered, one could only resort to guerrilla warfare, so he could only run deeper into the corridor. That area connected to the central part of the factory, which was like a research and development center, where the environment would be even more complex. Just as he reached the corner, he saw a person suddenly rush out. Zhang Jie had no time to react. In that instant, he immediately ducked into a slide tackle, kicking the person directly to the ground. Crack! A very clear sound of bone breaking. The person's shinbone was fractured by Zhang Jie's kick. Zhang Jie then rolled to the right to avoid, and without thinking, raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the person's head. Bayou, bayou. Before a scream could even escape, with 2 flashes of gunfire, the body on the ground lay still. 20 rounds remaining. Zhang Jie was breathing heavily. This close-quarters combat was truly too dangerous. A slight carelessness could have cost him his life here. Then, getting up, Zhang Jie rushed into the office. The place, untouched for a long time, instantly stirred up dust, filled with a musty and strange smell, mixing together and making Zhang Jie almost cough. But at this moment, he couldn't stop. He could only continue to rush forward. This place couldn't withstand the penetration of those bullets. After opening another door, Zhang Jie finally reached his ideal location. Here, all were abandoned machine tools, and there were several other doors in different directions. Choosing a random abandoned machine tool, Zhang Jie leaned against it, breathing heavily. This sudden burst of running was extremely draining on his stamina. As Zhang Jie's back touched the machine tool, 3 5.56mm bullets drilled through a stainless steel electrical box 20 meters away. He judged from the gunshots that the enemy was using an Mk18 short-barreled rifle, a weapon with a spread of no more than 2 MOA within 50 meters. Must change the engagement distance. No sooner had this thought risen in Zhang Jie's mind than 2 gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, holy shit, why is the muzzle so close to me? Motherfucker. Before Zhang Jie could hear the sound of the bullets landing, he heard a familiar string of curses. Jean Kaid. Oh, damn it, how did you get here? Hearing Jean Kaid's voice, Zhang Jie was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this legendary assassin to appear, like a divine soldier descending from the sky. Haha, Jean, surprised. Unexpected? Mike told me you were in trouble, and I just happened to be on vacation nearby. Damn guys, they're so damn troublesome. Jean Kaid complained while looking around. And that assassin who was holding the 18 Malawian kwaches was already as dead as could be. With Jean Kaid's addition, the entire battle situation instantly turned around. Zhang Jie could shift from defensive counterattack to active offense. What's going on exactly? How could such a professional team be targeting you? Oh, shit. His gear isn't cheap. After crouching down and glancing at the dead person's equipment, Jean Kaid complained again. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I ran into them right after I returned from Detroit, totally out of nowhere. Zhang Jie was still breathing heavily, but he decided that after returning safely, he would definitely improve his physical fitness. Jean Kaid pursed his lips, not surprised by this answer. Sometimes, those who are killed don't even know where the people who want to kill them came from, let alone assassins like them. 89, Chapter 89, Can you just say what you want to say? An M4A1 hung across Jean Kaid's chest, and it was quite clear that this was the weapon he had just used to take down that guy. As for how he got it, well, it's faster to grab what's handy than to wait for a tailwind. Jean Kaid's old black daily passive skill triggered naturally. But none of that mattered since he dared to pick it up and use it. It meant there was no problem. Moreover, they were currently in a firefight, the terrain was complex, and the enemy was numerous. There was no need to fuss over such details. I came in through the main entrance and took out 3 people. How many are left? Jean Kaid asked the question he was more concerned about. If he could determine the number of these guys, that would be best. If not, then they would just have to charge in. Zhang Jie, however, was at a loss. I'm not sure either. There are a lot of them, at least 10 or more. Alright, whatever. Jean Kaid was too lazy to dwell on this, and footsteps were already approaching from outside. He aimed the M4A1 on his chest directly at the doorway and fired a 3-round burst. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps outside immediately fell silent. This way. Clearly, Jean Kaid had no intention of getting entangled with these guys. He pulled Zhang Jie along and rushed out from where he had come. What the F? Bang, bang. Zhang Jie hadn't even stepped out the door when he saw Jean Kaid suddenly exclaim in surprise, followed by 2 gunshots, and then the sound of a body hitting the ground. It turned out that Jean Kaid, in the instant he rushed out, had come face to face with another assassin. But Jean Kaid was quick on the draw, 1 shot to the chest and 1 to the head, instantly taking down the opponent. Motherf. Jean Kaid instinctively frisked the corpse, confiscated the magazine from the opponent, and then continued forward. Zhang Jie turned to look behind him, holding his Glock 34 with both hands close to his chest, ready to fire at any moment. Even with 2 people cooperating, they couldn't just blindly charge forward. The rear also needed to be observed. Again, neither of them was a Superman. They would get injured if hit by bullets. Jean Kaid, in front, charged forward relentlessly, constantly observing his surroundings vigilantly. Before long, he encountered a second assassin, and again, his shots were clean and decisive. This time, however, he didn't frisk the body. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie kept a vigilant eye on the rear. Footsteps approached from behind, and without thinking, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Bang, bang. The sparks from the bullets hitting the metal doorframe made the pursuers behind them pause again, but this wasn't a long-term solution. However, at this moment, there was no time to worry about such things. The squad currently chasing them had already lost 10 people, with 3 injured. There were still more people behind, which meant that at least the squad sent to pursue them this time consisted of nearly 20 people. At least 6 more people were still trailing them. I say, is there any way to keep all of them here? Zhang Jie asked directly. Jean Kaid, who was clearing the path ahead, merely curled his lips at the question. It's a bit difficult, but we can try. However, after this short period, Zhang Jie had also recovered somewhat, so the two of them, with renewed vigor, immediately began to split up. It was a fork in the road, with corridors on both sides. The purpose of splitting up was to deal with the people behind them. Of course, neither of them forgot to check if anyone was hiding in front of them. However, after losing so many people, this assassin squad clearly didn't have any more personnel to deploy. Both of them found good cover, which was essentially hiding behind protruding wall pillars. Footsteps quickly approached, but there were only a few scattered sounds. Zhang Jie estimated there were only 4 people. Where did the rest go? But there was no time to discuss such things. When they reached the end of this corridor, the people behind them were clearly stunned, because this was a fork in the road, and they didn't know whether the people went left or right. As they hesitated, Jin Kaid and Zhang Jie appeared. Jin Kaid stood directly, while Zhang Jie was half kneeling. Both fired at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. Jin Kaid fired 4 shots, killing 3 people, while Zhang Jie fired 4 shots, killing 1 person. 12 rounds remaining. The two who had eliminated the 4 people did not continue to act but remained still, but no sound came from behind. Just as the two were wondering, a whooshing sound suddenly came. Zhang Jie and Jin Kaid exchanged glances, and without thinking, they suddenly rushed out in the direction behind them, then threw themselves to the ground. Boom! A flash of fire. Then a huge explosion reverberated through their eardrums. The strong shock made Zhang Jie feel a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, they had also put some distance between them, but the corridor amplified the effect of the shockwave. Immediately following was, of course, the shrapnel flying everywhere. Using a fragmentation grenade in such a confined space, the enemy clearly had no intention of leaving them alive. After getting up, Zhang Jie dodged to the side, but he also noticed something was wrong. He was injured. His forearm and thigh were scratched by shrapnel, which was already a blessing in disguise. Blood was constantly seeping out, but at this moment, there was no time to worry about such things. Jin Kaid seemed to be a bit better than Zhang Jie. After getting up, he immediately ducked into cover, but there was no movement from him. Just then, Zhang Jie heard the sound of metal scraping again. Damn it, it's endless. Just then, another burst of gunfire rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Then, an explosion sounded at the other end. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, Zhang, Big Baldy, are you two all right? It was Michael's voice. It seemed he had arrived too. Oh, thank you so much. If it weren't for your appearance, I'd probably be chatting with my grandmother by now, motherf. Jin Kaid was as foul-mouthed as ever. Michael didn't mind. I'm safe for now. Safe. Safe. Jin Kaid and Zhang Jie both emerged from cover, and the three met in the corridor. However, both noticed Zhang Jie's somewhat disheveled appearance. Yes, Zhang Jie was injured. Michael, seeing that the two were fine, asked directly, how is it? Are there still people? Zhang Jie shook his head directly, indicating he didn't know. But Jin Kaid said, there are people outside the door. 8 cars, it's impossible for there to be so few people. There should be others, be careful. I snuck in through the back door and only encountered 1 person. After Jin Kaid and Zhang Jie exchanged glances, they looked at the corpse on the ground. Him. Otherwise? If it weren't for me, you two would probably be covered in popping candy by now, right? Michael shrugged, but just then, Jin Kaid suddenly pressed Michael's head down and simultaneously pulled the trigger of the M4A1 in his hand towards the back. Bang, bang, bang. An assassin who had just rushed out from around the corner was directly shot dead by Jin Kaid. God, can't you just say it directly? Don't do that to me. Michael was speechless. Jin Kaid, however, smiled and patted Michael's shoulder. Remember, I just saved your dog life, just now. 90, Chapter 90, 3-shot surprise. Just like that, the first floor of the abandoned factory fell into complete silence, the three standing still without a word. The 3 brass casings that had just been ejected from Jin Kaid's M4A1 were still slowly rolling on the ground. The blood on the forehead of the killed assassin in the distance had not stopped flowing. Everything seemed so quiet, yet so eerie. The afterglow outside the window gradually disappeared, and the sky grew darker and darker, the light reflected on the glass losing its color as the sun finally set. At this moment, on the second floor, 3 people were slowly moving towards the stairs, the sudden cessation of gunfire downstairs making their steps extremely light, not daring to make the slightest sound. As violent as the previous gunshots were, so suffocating was the current silence. One of them tiptoed to the window, looked down, but saw nothing. In his line of sight, there was nothing. No, that's not right. There were also 2 corpses and 3 wounded individuals leaning in a corner, bandaging themselves. They, too, remained silent, for they knew very well that once they made a sound, a 5.56mm bullet would be their greeting. However, just then, a few sounds of tires rubbing against the ground came from outside the factory. Then, the sounds of doors opening and closing rang out. The few assassins on the second floor seemed to let out a sigh of relief, but the expressions of the 3 in the center of the factory became extremely solemn. I still have 141 rounds. What the F? Why did you bring so many bullets when you left? Jean Kai's eyes widened directly. This was the first time he had heard of an assassin bringing nearly 200 rounds of ammunition when going out. Because there must have been some consumption in the previous battles, and now there are still 141 rounds left, one can imagine. Michael's eyes also widened. This was also the first time he had heard of such a situation. Aren't you tired? It's no wonder the two were shocked. One must know that 170 rounds of ammunition plus 4 standard magazines plus 2 extended magazines plus 2 Glock 34s, weighed nearly 5 kilograms. Was Zhang Jia not tired? Of course, he was tired. This thing was heavy hanging on his waist, but there was no other way. He had a fear of insufficient firepower. After fighting for a long time, he still had 140 rounds. How could he not be tired? Because what Zhang Jia was most afraid of at the beginning was continuous combat. If he ran out of bullets, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? That's why he brought so many bullets and magazines. However, next time he should learn his lesson. After all, it really affected his performance, which could be seen from the degree of his physical exertion. What about you guys? Zhang Jia directly asked, as his own ammunition was definitely sufficient. Jean Kai unloaded the M4A1's magazine, took a look, and then said, 44 rounds of 5.56mm bullets, 59 rounds from 4 pistols combined, and 1 switchblade. A big question mark floated above Zhang Jia and Michael's heads. Dude, you're just one person, why do you carry 4 pistols? Michael was more practical. He glanced at the P226 in his hand and then said, 3 full magazines, 45 rounds, plus 16 loose rounds. All right, then let's begin. Michael nodded, then held his pistol with both hands, and the three tacitly began to move towards the stairs at the back. Clearly, the first floor was no longer suitable for continued combat. Those coming from outside would definitely use suppressive fire. At this time, they could only go to the second floor and use the terrain advantage to kill the enemy. Indeed, just as the three reached the corner of the stairs on the second floor, the sound of breaking glass came from the first floor. Crash. Then came a few thuds. 2 seconds later. Boom. Several explosions rang out consecutively, accompanied by clinking and clanking sounds, which were the fragments from the fragmentation grenade spreading and hitting objects around them. Do you want to kill us? The 3 wounded individuals hiding in the corner were almost driven mad. Fortunately, they had chosen a good position, otherwise, they would have been finished. What the F? Good thing we left quickly, otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Michael muttered in a low voice. Jean Kai, however, stared silently at the top of the stairs. Although the light was dim, the 3 had adapted, and the current light was just enough to barely see some things. Zhang Jia's reaction was to directly pull a bullet from his fanny pack and throw it towards the corner of the second floor. Thud. This was the dull, heavy sound of the bullet hitting the ground. Locating by sound, although this method is old-fashioned, it is sometimes quite effective, but besides this sound, there was no other sound. Just as Zhang Jia was wondering whether to go up, Jean Kai had already rushed up. This old guy is always so fierce. Since Jean Kai had already charged, how could Zhang Jia be willing to fall behind? He immediately followed suit and rushed out. Nothing happened after reaching the second floor. Michael, who followed last, let out a sigh of relief. Come on. Can you not play these sudden attack games? No way. Haven't you gotten used to Jean Kai's habits by now? Zhang Jia teased. Who can get used to his style? Michael was a bit flustered. Oh, really? I seem to recall someone taking a bullet for him under his influence. Zhang Jia held back a laugh. That was my duty as a bodyguard. Just then, a thud sounded so abruptly. Zhang Jia's gaze had already locked onto that flashbang. Duck. His crisis response suddenly went into overdrive at this moment. There was no time to think too much while he spoke. His pistol had already fired. Adrenaline surged wildly. He felt as if everything in his vision had slowed down a bit. The flashbang on the ground was still rolling, but much slower. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The first shot hit the edge of the flashbang, moving it. The second bullet also hit the edge of the flashbang. The third shot was the same, but more difficult. But these 2 subconscious shots directly sent the flashbang, which had just landed, flying back. Why not hit the middle of the flashbang but the edge? Because he was afraid of premature detonation. Jean Kai and Michael, on the other hand, stared blankly at the flashbang that Zhang Jia had shot back with 2 bullets, and then reacted. Motherfer. Boom. The 2 quickly retreated back to the stair corner. A dazzling white flash momentarily appeared, and a faint F was heard. Then the 3 rushed out again, and this time Zhang Jia's pistol fired first. Bayou bia bayou. 3 shots, a shocking surprise. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. The assassin hiding in the corner, covering his eyes, went to play chess with Satan on the spot. You just. Michael opened his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Jean Kai merely looked thoughtful and did not speak, his eyes scanning the surrounding environment. The footsteps downstairs also became noisy. It seemed a close-quarters battle was imminent. 91, Chapter 91 Rolling Thunder. After a brief observation, Jean Kai confirmed there was no immediate threat around them. However, that didn't mean there wouldn't be one later. as the dense footsteps from downstairs were already telling the three that the upcoming battle would definitely not be easy. Or rather, their proud tactics might soon be torn apart by overwhelming firepower. Apparently, the previous squad's failure had provided enough warning to the newcomers. They ignored the wounded hiding in the corner and began a concentrated sweep. "You're good at shooting, aren't you? Then I'll use suppressive fire. You like playing tactics, don't you? Then I'll concentrate. Let's see how many shots you can fire at the same time. My dozen or so men are not to be trifled with." Just like that, they quickly cleared the entire area downstairs. After confirming no one was there, they turned their attention to the second floor. They ascended the stairs from the back door, their footsteps gradually drawing closer. They, of course, knew that the stairs were not a good combat scenario for them. In fact, they would be at a significant disadvantage fighting from below upwards. But there was no other way, they could only go up, so the only option was to clear the path with grenades. After all, people aren't fools, their lives are valuable, and using grenades to clear the way is the best method. Ding! Several faint sounds rang out consecutively. This was the sound of the fragmentation grenade's pin being pulled, very slight, but quickly amplified in the stairwell. After holding the grenade for a few seconds, it was thrown. Several grenades bounced off the wall at the corner between the first and second floors with a pop, then rebounded and continued to arc upwards. Finally, with a soft thud, they landed on the second floor ground and slowly rolled forward a short distance. Boom, boom. Several explosions sounded one after another. Countless fragments ricocheted wildly within the second floor space. The glass near the stairs shattered instantly. The M67 grenade, a local product, features a grooved cast iron casing, a 4-second delay, a 15-meter kill radius, and an initial fragment velocity of 1500 plus m/s after detonation. Its jagged cast iron fragments, 0.3-0.5 g/fragment, can penetrate level 3 body armor, making it a versatile offensive and defensive tactical grenade, nicknamed the Metal Lemon. Both the shockwave and the fragments are very powerful. However, Zhang Jia and his two companions had already hidden behind a wall. Although their ears were ringing from the shockwave, they were fortunate to have the obstruction of these walls, so they didn't suffer much damage. "Damn it, they're too cautious," Michael muttered in a low voice. Using an M67 grenade in a confined space was undeniably ruthless. Fortunately, they were prepared otherwise. Even if they hadn't died from that, they would have been disoriented for several seconds. Immediately after, they heard the sound of shoe soles hitting the stairs they were charging up. "Get ready." Just as the three were preparing to counterattack the people coming up the stairs behind them, Zhang Jie's crisis reaction was triggered once again. He could clearly sense danger coming from his rear, so he immediately turned and fired 3 shots in quick succession towards the door of the rear passage. Bayou. The bullets directly pierced through the old wooden door, and a muffled grunt came from behind the door. 6 rounds remaining. Jean Kide and Michael naturally paid attention to Zhang Jie's actions, but they did not turn around. Instead, they remained vigilant towards the stairwell in front of them. They entrusted their backs to Zhang Jie, confident that he could handle it. Then the two opened fire, because the people on the stairs had already charged up. Bang bang bang, bang bang. In an instant, the M4A1 in Jean Kide's hand roared. However, he was using burst fire mode, so he wasn't rapidly depleting his ammunition. Michael was equally unwilling to be outdone, his pistol continuously firing in bursts. In just one exchange, they took down one opponent, and 2 others were injured and fell back, dragged away by their companions behind them. And Zhang Jie, from behind, also injured one person with 3 consecutive shots. The other 2 also dragged him away to avoid secondary injuries. On the stairwell side, after one companion died and 2 were injured, they immediately pulled out a flashbang, pulled the pin, and threw it. When they confirmed that the opponents were not affected by the fragmentation grenades, they immediately threw a flashbang to suppress them. Fuck. Jean Kide, who was about to charge forward, let out a strange cry and immediately dove to the side, not forgetting to pull Michael with him. Boom. A blinding white flash erupted. The 3 assassins who followed immediately rushed up with their guns, about to open fire, but they were attracted by another sound. Clatter. A round metal lemon lightly struck his shoe. When he saw that round object, his mind instantly exploded, and his pupils dilated by 23% in an instant. Frag out. Boom. Unfortunately, they had very little time left. Before the words even fell, it exploded with an orange flash. It turned out that when Jean Kide pulled Michael to hide in another corner, he directly pulled out the M67 grenade he had scavenged from a corpse earlier, and then rolled it across the floor. Of the 3 assassins, only the one at the back was lucky enough to dive away, while the remaining 2 directly faced the full impact of countless fragments and the shockwave. The right leg of the first unlucky person was directly blown off, and countless fragments left the 2 on the ground groaning in pain. Blood also seeped out of their bodies as if it were free. Then, as they struggled on the ground, it painted a bizarre and twisted picture. At this moment, the people in the stairwell were also scared and dared not show themselves casually. Thus, a brief standoff period appeared once again. The same was true in Zhang Jie's direction. After taking down one person with 3 shots, the remaining few also dared not make any moves. The entire second floor began to fall into an eerie silence, but everyone knew that this silence would not last long. The dim stairwell had no light, only faint outlines visible through the windows. This was extremely unfriendly to Zhang Jie and his two companions, as they didn't have night vision goggles, although the people who came in later didn't have them either. But would Zhang Jie just sit there and wait for death? Fuck. Where did you get that grenade? The continuous thrilling moments just now made Michael's heart rate soar to 140. He asked Jean Kide in a low voice. Jean Kide shrugged. Scavenging is a good habit, isn't it? One sentence explained the origin of that grenade, and Michael was instantly speechless. Sometimes, he really didn't know how Jean Kide's mind worked. Although action always trumped planning, his actions were always unexpected, whether it was scavenging, shooting, or even his current hiding position. But it had to be said that the M67 grenade just now indeed played a very good deterrent role. At least they had gained some breathing room at this moment, but his heart was still pounding violently in his chest. Michael had to start taking deep breaths to regulate his heartbeat. Otherwise, if his hands trembled later due to the rapid heartbeat, making it impossible to accurately hit the target, that would be a big problem. 92 Chapter 92 Trash Talk Tactics. The sudden silence gave both sides a chance to catch their breath, but this quiet didn't last long, only a few seconds. The light on the entire second floor was getting dimmer and dimmer. If it got any darker, they really wouldn't be able to see the way, so the only option was to resolve this as quickly as possible. The incident happened so suddenly that none of the three had any lighting equipment on them, except for their phones. However, when Jean Kide and Michael looked in Zhang Jie's direction, they found that Zhang Jie had already crouched down and moved towards the back. Seeing that Zhang Jie was ready for action, Jean Kide naturally didn't want to fall behind. He pulled out his last M67 grenade. He bit off the pin directly with his mouth, holding the trigger handle. As long as he didn't let go, this grenade would always be safe. Hey, you sons of bitches, do you know what a killer is? Hiding behind a wall and licking my toes isn't a good habit. The grenade hadn't even been thrown yet, but Jean Kide's trash talk was already spewing out. Michael looked shocked, thinking, my good brother, can your trash talk make the other side jump out? Unless the other side was crazy, they wouldn't come out to fight you to the death. Michael didn't think this kind of trash talk would make those killers lose their minds. Instead, it would expose their position. Oh ho ho ho, you little brats who haven't even finished drinking your milk, are you waiting for the cake this old man is sending you? Jean Kide had no intention of shutting up, still spouting endlessly. And he seemed to intentionally make his voice very loud. Just as Michael was about to advise Jean Kide to stop talking, Jean Kide suddenly raised his index and middle fingers, and the safety lever dropped off amidst Jean Kide's trash talk, emitting a crisp ding sound, but it was completely drowned out by his loud voice. Even Michael, who was right next to Jean Kide, didn't notice it. Jean Kide suddenly raised his voice and cursed a couple more times. You little rascals who haven't even grown all your hair, all of you go to hell for me, motherfucker. As he spoke, he directly threw the M67 grenade with his left hand, and by this time, the grenade had been in his hand for about 2 seconds. It was an extremely dangerous operation. It wasn't until Jean Kide threw the grenade that Michael noticed the grenade's safety lever had popped out and was right in front of him. Holy shit. Damn it. Fuck you. The moment he saw that safety lever, Michael immediately started cursing. He was terrified. The thrown grenade directly hit the wall, making a thump sound, and then bounced to directly above the staircase. The 7 people plus 2 injured people huddled in the stairwell were now seething with anger from Jean Kide's trash talk, wishing they could rush out immediately and kill him. That damned guy must be a coarse black man. I'm definitely going to kill him. In fact, some of them had already cursed out loud, but just then, they heard a thump. Before they could react, an orange-yellow flash of light appeared instantly. Boom! The M67 grenade exploded above their heads. The intense shockwave instantly made them dizzy, followed by hundreds of shrapnel pieces. Ah! Fuck! Help! The moment the explosion sounded, Jean Kide had already rushed out, then reached the stairwell, raised his M4A1, and began to fire in short bursts downwards. Those killers who had just been crying and cursing hadn't even finished their rant before they were greeted by a bullet, and the entire staircase was filled with contrasting red and white blood. Besides Jean Kide, Michael was, of course, indispensable. Their combined shooting eliminated all 9 people. On the other side, Zhang Jie, moving stealthily, was already by the door. He had tried his best to suppress his breathing, put his Glock 34, which only had 6 bullets left, back under his left armpit, and at the same time, pulled out a fully loaded Glock 34 from under his right armpit. Carrying 2 guns when going out was a good habit of Zhang Jie's, and it came in handy at this moment. Just as he was thinking about how to rush in, Jean Kide's angry cursing sounded from behind him. He secretly clicked his tongue. Those killers hiding in the stairwell had their family trees cursed by Jean Kide. But it was also because Jean Kide's angry cursing broke the quiet of the second floor, filling the entire building with his voice. Suddenly, a thump sound came, making Zhang Jie's spirits lift. Then, boom! The huge explosion gave Zhang Jie an opportunity, and he seized it, slamming his left shoulder into the dilapidated wooden board door, then firing his gun at the right side of the wooden door. Bang! The first shot missed, but the moment the gun fire flashed, Zhang Jie had already clearly seen the environment inside. 2 people were huddled in the corner, and an injured person was lying on the ground. The moment Zhang Jie crashed through the door, the moment the gun fire flashed, the 3 people inside were somewhat stunned because the explosion affected their judgment, and the sudden crashing sound was also covered by the sound of the grenade. They only reacted when the first gun fire sounded. But Zhang Jie had already quickly pulled the trigger at this moment. Bang 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 bang. 6 consecutive gunshots echoed in the room. The 2 people leaning in the corner were instantly killed by Zhang Jie with 2 shots to the chest and 1 headshot. The injured person lying on the ground had just made a move when Zhang Jie moved his gun, instantly headshotting him, a bullet passing through his skull. Dark red blood slowly flowed across the floor. 11 rounds remaining. But Zhang Jie still dared not relax at this moment, because he wasn't sure if there were still people on the second floor after all. He had no idea how many people there were. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot came from his front left. Zhang Jie instinctively leaned back. That bullet grazed his shoulder and hit the wall behind Zhang Jie. In an instant, Zhang Jie's wrist moved slightly, his gun barrel already turned to that position, and he fired 3 shots. Then he rolled forward, hiding his body behind the wall. Zhang Jie knew very well that those 3 shots hit nothing, but at least he could confirm that there was a person hiding in that direction, and it was a cunning old fox. Subsequently, Zhang Jie's gaze swept over the 3 corpses on the ground, and he immediately went over and took an M67 grenade and a flashbang from the 2 people. Old Hay was right, convenience is faster than express delivery. Without thinking, he directly flipped the safety of the M67 grenade and then pulled it off. But Zhang Jie didn't throw it immediately. Instead, he held it tightly in his left hand, holding his gun with his right hand, and quickly peeked around the corner of the wall. There was nothing there, so it seemed the opponent was also very cautious. Or rather, that person also realized that Zhang Jie's shooting and tactics were very sharp, so he didn't take any rash actions. Zhang Jie's quick peek was also a tactical movement, allowing him to scout the opponent's situation in a very short time without exposing himself over a large area. And his peek was from below, not from above, which avoided the opponent aiming their gun. Jean Kai's angry cursing was still coming from the direction of the stairwell, but it was completely silent in front of Zhang Jie, with no movement whatsoever. At this point, to exit this room, there was only that one door, while the other door was behind Zhang Jie. 93, Chapter 93 ran away. Since there was no way to confirm the opponent's location, it was better to chat, just like Jean Kai's trash talk tactic. Hey, brother on the other side, I don't know what kind of grudge we have that makes you chase me like this. The other side was silent, not a sound, as if Zhang Jie was not talking to him, but talking to himself. Jean Kai, after dealing with the person, heard 9 gunshots from behind him, frowned, looked at Michael, and the 2 of them walked straight downstairs. After saying a few sentences, there was no movement from the other side, and Zhang Jie also felt very strange. How could this guy be so patient, without any reaction at all? The 2 were less than 10 meters apart, and his voice was quite loud. With the echo in the corridor, he shouldn't have been unable to hear it, right? Tightening the grenade in his left hand, Zhang Jie suddenly felt a little pain in his right shoulder. Looking down, blood had already seeped through his suit. The entire bulletproof suit, except for the sleeves and armpits, was bulletproof. Zhang Jie's custom-made level was 3 for bulletproofing, and the waist was level 2, so the bulletproofing also varied. The shot just now happened to hit Zhang Jie's right arm. Although it was just a graze, blood still flowed out. Damn it, when can I be like a Superman and ignore bullets? He said several sentences, but the other party didn't react at all. Zhang Jie didn't want to wait anymore and directly released the safety lever of the grenade. With a ding, the safety lever sprang off. He then threw it out, skimming the ground. The grenade, thrown at a low angle, quickly reached the base of the wall in the opposite corridor, hit with a thump, bounced off, forming a 75 refraction angle. From Zhang Jie's position to where the opponent was hiding, he couldn't see and couldn't directly throw the grenade over. And if he tried to hit it off the wall, it was very likely to bounce in the wrong direction, leading to no effect. But throwing it from an angle close to the ground could ensure that after the grenade hit the opposite corner of the wall, it would form an effective reflection angle and reach the precise location Zhang Jie wanted for the explosion. Boom! Sure enough, after reflecting, the grenade directly reached the opponent's hiding place and then exploded. Zhang Jie immediately rushed over, hugging the corner of the wall. Upon reaching that position, he immediately crouched down and aimed his gun, but found no trace of anyone. What the hell? Where is he? Indeed, no one was found, except for the chaotic scene impacted by the grenade fragments. There was nothing. At this moment, footsteps also came from in front of Zhang Jie. He immediately held his gun vigilantly, but found that it was Jean Kai and Michael rushing over. No one was found. Seeing Zhang Jie, Jean Kai said directly. He had originally wanted to take Michael and block the guy who fired the sneak shot from the other side, but found no one. It seems this last sneaky guy was very cautious. No wonder he only fired a sneak shot at the end. After firing one shot and realizing he missed, he immediately disappeared without a trace. He must have retreated. Damn it. There was an empty feeling, like accumulating power for a punch but hitting nothing. And he was also injured. This feeling made Zhang Jie very uncomfortable, but he also had to admire the opponent's decisiveness. After realizing all his team members were wiped out, he chose to fire a cold shot, and upon realizing he missed, he immediately withdrew to save his life. This kind of veteran killer posed the greatest threat to Zhang Jie, because he never knew when he would reappear. Of course, it was also possible that he simply took on this mission and retreated when he realized it couldn't be completed. Let's go too, someone will handle this here next. Jean Kide suggested. The conflicts in the assassin world are so cruel. If you die, someone will collect your body. If you don't die, you will look down on the failures like a king. Clearly, the winner tonight was Zhang Jie. He didn't die, only got injured, while those who hunted him paid the price of almost complete annihilation. Although one person remained, no one knew his whereabouts, and it was already dark. Staying longer wouldn't lead to a good outcome, so it was better to leave early. Let's go, get out of this godforsaken place. Zhang Jie readily accepted Jean Kide's suggestion. Michael looked around, then followed the two without a word. But strangely, none of the three put away their guns. Instead, they remained cautious, looking around. When they reached the stairs at the front door, Zhang Jie looked back again. He felt nothing, and even his danger sense wasn't triggered, indicating that the person was probably really gone. So, Zhang Jie pulled out the flashbang from his pocket, directly pulled the pin, and casually threw it out. It should be noted that this M84 flashbang weighed 250 g, and carrying it in his pocket greatly affected his movement. Now that the battle was over, he might as well just throw it, and this thing also had a certain degree of danger, so it was better to detonate it directly. Watching Zhang Jie's somewhat childish behavior, Jean Kide was speechless. God, you're wasting resources like that. Michael, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Anyway, it came from looting bodies, so if it exploded, it exploded. Boom. As a blinding white light lit up behind them, the three went downstairs to the parking area at the main gate. At a glance, at least a dozen cars were parked, empty, because everyone inside had died in the factory. It seemed someone could make a fortune from these abandoned cars. At the front door, the three had a brief farewell. After all, Jean Kide had to go back to his wife, and Michael still had a mission in progress. This quick rescue was great. Zhang Jie expressed his gratitude, but the two waved him off. Zhang Jie, this is an investment, understand? Next time I need help, I hope the cold-faced killer won't refuse. Michael gave Zhang Jie a punch on the chest, laughing. Jean Kide looked back in the direction of his car. I hope Sophia won't say I ruined his romantic honeymoon when I get back. Damn it. Why did I answer your call? Motherfucker. Listen, answering my call was to save Zhang Jie. What do you mean, why did I? Michael protested directly. Sure enough, whenever Jean Kide and Michael were together, they couldn't help but start bickering. Zhang Jie was also very happy to see this scene. What a fortunate thing it was to have someone come to his rescue quickly in his time of crisis. Dusk had completely taken over the sky, with faint traces of interwoven blue and black still lingering on the horizon. A plane slowly passed overhead, leaving a white trail. This was the wilderness, so there were few people, but the headlights of passing cars still flickered on the distant highway. Starting the car, the V8 engine roared again. He turned on the headlights, bid farewell to the two, and set off again on his journey back to New York. Jean Kide drove his own car away directly, while Michael randomly drove one of the cars left by the assassins to the back door, switched to his own car, and also left. At this time, the inside and outside of the factory were silent, but not long after, a sound suddenly came from under an office desk on the second floor. Jackson staggered up, supporting himself on the desk. He was the one who shot Zhang Jie. When he realized all his subordinates were killed and he seemed to be surrounded, he chose to hide. At the moment the grenade exploded, he also hid under a metal cabinet behind him. The flashbang Zhang Jie casually threw happened to land next to Jackson's hiding place. When the flashbang exploded, it knocked him unconscious, and it took him a while to wake up. At this moment, his ears were ringing wildly, he couldn't hear the outside movements at all, and he felt nauseous and dizzy, swaying with a strong sense of vertigo. Shit, Lisa, I'm not done with you. 94, Chapter 94. The old lady is gone. New York was still New York, and Brooklyn was still Brooklyn, as always, as if nothing had changed. But driving on this road, Zhang Jie had a different feeling. Perhaps his mindset had changed, or perhaps he had changed. The events of the past few months had been so dense that they left him feeling a bit fatigued. But he had no right to be fatigued, because he was only a 2-star silver assassin. His strength was still miles behind those top assassins. For instance, at the abandoned factory in Chicago this time, he could clearly see the difference between himself and Jean Kide. Jean Kide could be said to have stopped at nothing, utilizing everything he could, even resorting to trash talk to interfere with perception, no matter the cost. And there was only one goal: to survive and achieve victory. Michael was originally a professional bodyguard, so he didn't have too many demands for these things. He only needed to ensure that he and his target survived. His greater role was protection, not offense, and Jean Kide was the epitome of offense. Of course, in contrast, John was the other extreme. If one had to describe him with a single word or phrase, it would be elegance, a killing of utmost elegance. Or rather, every movement, every step, every action of John had a plan and regularity akin to obsessive-compulsive disorder. No one could interrupt his rhythm once he started moving. He would be a super-armored vehicle that would absolutely not stop until the final objective was reached. Therefore, every top master had a different temperament. Even Max, an assassin ranked in the top 10 of the Ouroboros organization, had her unique charm, but her limits had not yet been revealed even the last time. It was merely a test in a game. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jie also summarized his shortcomings and weaknesses, hoping to improve them and prevent these mistakes from being infinitely magnified in more rigorous combat environments. Any flaw, when infinitely magnified, becomes a fatal weakness. Just like that, Zhang Jie drove his Camaro back to New York, back to Brooklyn. As he was about to reach his apartment, a figure suddenly darted out, making him instinctively slam on the brakes. Screech thump. With a harsh screech of tires against the pavement, the Camaro SS came to a steady stop in front of the person, its bumper just 5 centimeters away from him. Holy crap. Only then did Zhang Jie react and prepare to get out of the car, simultaneously putting his right hand into his left armpit, his hand already gripping his Glock 34. Hey, I said, do you have a death wish? Muttering, he got out of the car, but he remained standing behind the car door, looking forward, maintaining his vigilance. The man who had suddenly rushed out seemed to be stunned as well, standing motionless in place. After a while, he looked at Zhang Jie as if waking from a dream. Sorry, I don't know why I suddenly rushed into the road and caused you trouble, I'm very sorry. Zhang Jie did not lower his guard because of the man's words. Having just gone through that battle, he knew someone was hunting him, so he absolutely could not relax his vigilance at this time. But this young man seemed unaware of Zhang Jie's tension, merely stepping back 2 paces, gesturing continuously with his hands in front of his chest. Everything seemed normal, as if it were just an accident, a careless incident that almost led to a mishap, which Zhang Jie successfully avoided. Watching the man step back and then turn to walk in another direction, Zhang Jie breathed a slight sigh of relief. After looking around in all directions, he got back in the car and restarted it. But he didn't go back to the apartment. Instead, he drove in another direction. After making a long detour and confirming that no one was following him, he returned to the apartment. This time, however, he parked his car next to his backdoor neighbor's house. After climbing in through the back window and returning to his room, Zhang Jie peered out through the curtains, not noticing anything unusual, and then went back to bed. The wound on his right arm had already scabbed over, but he still needed to change the dressing. Zhang Jie's mind pondered that the man he had just seen looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. The other party hadn't recognized him either, which meant the other party didn't know him. Subsequently, Zhang Jie decided to go to the refrigerator in the living room to get something to eat. When he arrived at the refrigerator, he found a sticky note attached to it. It read, "Zhang, I'm going back to Europe and will be there all year. You need to keep the house clean, or else you'll be sorry when I get back. And don't touch my kitchen." Looking at the note left by old lady, Zhang Jie smiled knowingly and didn't mind. When he opened the refrigerator door, he was stunned. It was filled with all sorts of drinks and food, everything imaginable. Well, this is everything I wanted to eat, isn't it? However, with old lady suddenly returning to Europe, the house felt empty. No one was there to collect various strange fees from him, and no one woke him up. Suddenly, life felt a bit dull. But he also recalled some brief snippets. This old lady was indeed often away, although she would return periodically, perhaps to inspect her fixed assets. Her last return seemed to be a few days before he took over the account, so that's why she didn't notice his abnormality. Who knows? Key memories about the original owner were still too few. Thinking of this, Zhang Jie opened the door, got into his car, and started driving in the direction of John's house, because he suddenly remembered that he had been away for so long, and Hades probably hadn't been fed. When Zhang Jie arrived at John's house, he pushed open the door and was met with a strange smell, then saw Hades lying motionless on the sofa. OSHT. Zhang Jie hadn't expected that he had been gone for so long, and all the dog food he had prepared had been eaten by Harris, and Hades hadn't even run out to find food, just quietly lying on the sofa. Zhang Jie quickly went to the refrigerator. Sure enough, everything edible inside had been completely eaten, and there wasn't a single bit of dog food left in the living room. So, Zhang Jie could only call the pet store owner to deliver various types of dog food. After a good while of bustling, Hades barely recovered a bit of its healthy state. But the recovered Hades only showed its rear to Zhang Jie. No matter how Zhang Jie called out, it ignored him, always facing him with its backside, and even let out a FRT. Pfft. After calling for housekeeping to clean the entire house, Zhang Jie finally left John's house. Having taken care of Hades, he also felt a bit hungry, so he drove to Chinatown. He wanted to eat a hot pot meal and have a good feast. Upon arriving in Chinatown, Zhang Jie walked directly into the Chuanyu Beize hot pot restaurant. The business was good, with people constantly coming and going, and the rich aroma of hot pot filled the entire restaurant. The sound of sizzling continuously came, clearly indicating people were struggling with the spice. There were Chinese, foreigners, and black people in the restaurant. In short, the diners here were diverse. He ordered a single-serving spicy hot pot set, chose a window seat, poured himself a glass of cola, and sat by the window, ready to start cooking his hot pot. Just as he had finished blanching a portion of tripe and put it into his bowl, preparing to dip it in sauce and eat, a girl sat down opposite him. 95, Chapter 95 Undercurrent. Dim bars always give people a hint of confusion, indulgence, and the release of their desires. The soothing music makes people instinctively relax all their guard, only enjoying the present happiness. Flickering lights of various colors occasionally landed on different people. Some were drinking in silence, some were in high spirits, and some were just looking to pick up a man or a woman. At this moment, a man sat in a booth, holding a glass of iced beer, and took a big gulp. "I remember you didn't like to drink." After the woman walked in, she sat directly on the right side of the booth, a wisp of blue smoke rising from the thin cigarette between her fingers. Her open white shirt had 2 buttons undone, the snowy skin below her collarbone gleamed with an inexplicable luster in the light, a bodycon black skirt hugged her waist and hip curves, and the faint lace pattern at the seam of her stockings flickered on and off with the rhythm of her red high heel tapping the glass. When she brushed her golden hair behind her shoulder, a beam of light happened to hit the diamond on her earlobe, making it burst with dazzling cold light. The faint scent of perfume, not yet faded, lingered on her swan-like neck, slowly spreading, mixing with a dangerous aura that pierced into people's hearts. Yet, despite such a domineering and seductive woman sitting in front of him, the man remained completely unmoved, and even showed a hint of wariness. "Because of your intelligence, almost everyone in my squad died." The man's tone was not as furious as one might expect. Instead, it was very calm, as if turbulent undercurrents were hidden beneath a tranquil sea. The woman raised her eyes, looked at the man, and then smiled. "I thought it was something much bigger. Just this." The woman looked at him, then flicked the cigarette in her hand. "Can't even deal with a rookie, you're really damaging your reputation as Black Bear." Bang! The glass in his hand was slammed heavily onto the table in front of him, the impact causing the liquid inside to splash out. "Lisa, I'm warning you, it was your intelligence error that caused the deaths of my subordinates, my brothers. Don't think for a second that I wouldn't dare touch you." This man was Jackson, who survived the abandoned factory in Chicago, and he was also the captain of the mercenary squad known as Black Bear. Unfortunately, all that was in the past, because the Black Bear squad had been completely wiped out, with only the captain surviving, and the other 2 injured members were unable to form a cohesive team. It could be said that it was due to Lisa providing incorrect intelligence, or it could be attributed to his underestimation of the enemy. But what was undeniable was that the tactics of those 3 guys were simply unheard of, surprisingly effective and efficient. And the culprit behind all this was not the target they were pursuing, but the woman in front of him. She seemed indifferent to everything, completely unconcerned. Yet, he had no way to act against her. The woman slightly raised her eyelids, glanced at Jackson, then stood up. "If you only came to me to talk about this, then I'm sorry, I can't help you." After speaking, she turned and walked away. But what she didn't notice was that the moment she turned around, a cold glint flashed in Jackson's eyes. "Chien Mian, you just wait, this matter won't pass so easily." At 9:50 p.m., a light blue private jet slowly landed at New York International Airport. The cabin door opened, and 12 people streamed out, each with a stern expression, no emotion, and carrying a tactical backpack. The burly man leading them glanced at his watch, a cold smile playing on his lips, and then the group boarded a shuttle bus and left the airport. Meanwhile, a Boeing 747 passenger plane slowly descending also landed at Terminal 2, and as the broadcast continued to sound, a woman dressed in a black leather jacket, wearing high heels, and with her hair tied in a ponytail, slowly walked out of the waiting area. Her long brown hair swayed from side to side behind her, and her gaze seemed not to be surveying any of the people or things around her. She stopped just as she and the 12 men who had just gotten off the shuttle bus were about to meet. At the same time, the first burly man among the 12 men also stopped, and the other 11 people stopped simultaneously. His gaunt face was sharply chiseled, his gray-blue eyes fixed on the woman, and the faint, almost imperceptible cold smile on his lips seemed capable of instantly transforming elegance into a deadly sense of oppression. He slightly parted his lips and silently uttered a sentence. The woman said nothing. She knew this was a challenge from the other party, and it also meant that their competition had officially begun. The woman, who resembled Anne Hathaway, continued to walk out, took out her phone, and made a call. "I've arrived. Where's the target?" At this moment, Zhang Jia was still battling the hot pot in front of him, intensely spicy and exhilarating. Every taste bud seemed to explode, while also emitting a scorching heat. His tongue's pain receptors were in full swing, and beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. He hadn't felt such an invigorating sensation in a long time, as if all the pores on his body had opened up. The girl who had been sitting opposite him earlier hadn't left. Instead, she was staring intently at him. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Zhang Jia grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, then chugged a large glass of iced cola before looking at her. "Hiss ha. It's not that I'm saying anything, but why are you sitting here? You've been staring at me for over half an hour. If you have something to say, just say it." If you say you've mistaken me for someone else, I can understand. Zhang Jie truly didn't understand why this Asian girl sat down here and wouldn't leave. What, did her butt grow roots? The girl just stared blankly at Zhang Jie, not speaking. When Zhang Jie asked her, she immediately frowned and sniffed. You don't recognize me. The girl's words instantly made Zhang Jie's mind explode. What was going on? The girl's expression, demeanor, and words clearly indicated she knew him, but he had no recollection of this girl whatsoever. There was nothing he could do. He hadn't inherited any of the original owner's memories, not even scattered fragments related to this girl. Hiss ha. Zhang Jie suddenly felt a bit like scratching his head. Excuse me, who are you? In an instant, countless excuses flashed through his mind, but in the end, he only managed to utter this one sentence, which was blunt but practical. Seeing that Zhang Jie had no idea who she was, the girl immediately looked wronged, as if she was about to cry. Stop. I'm telling you, that kind of act won't work with me. Seeing the girl about to cry, Zhang Jie immediately called a halt, stopping her next move. The girl was also stunned. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her like that. You really don't recognize me, benefactor. The girl's words immediately left Zhang Jie a bit bewildered. Benefactor? What a rare word. He hadn't heard those two Chinese characters in this life or his previous one. They were utterly unfamiliar. So, can you tell me who you are now? The girl's short sentence contained a huge amount of information, impacting Zhang Jie's mind, which was almost overwhelmed by the spiciness. But he still couldn't recall what connection he had with this Asian girl. 96, Chapter 96. I'm a super fighter. 96, Chapter 96. I'm a super fighter. Seeing that Zhang Jie had no impression of her at all, the girl was very disappointed. At the same time, she was a little angry. I'm so cute and pretty, and he doesn't remember me at all. But looking at his unintelligent eyes, it seemed he really didn't remember her. Alas, am I so outstanding that no one dares to remember me? Zhang Jie had no idea what the girl opposite him was thinking. He didn't understand at all, but he had to get rid of this girl quickly. The fact that she was related to the original host was just bizarre. New York is so big, how could we possibly run into each other? Even though you look like a younger Li Bingbing, I'm not into that. Bang! Just as Zhang Jie was wondering how to get rid of this girl, she suddenly clapped her hands on the table, stood up, and leaned over to look at Zhang Jie. People eating hot pot in the restaurant all looked over, but quickly looked away because there was no drama for them to watch. The girl looked directly at Zhang Jie, then introduced herself. Benefactor, since you no longer remember me, let me reintroduce myself. I am Yi Xiaoxiao, 20 years old, an 8th-generation inheritor of Wing Chun, currently studying at New York University, proficient in Wing Chun, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Jeet Kune Do. After speaking, she glanced at Zhang Jie. No, what are you trying to say? Proficient in Wing Chun, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jeet Kune Do, so what? Before Zhang Jie could speak, Yi Xiaoxiao continued, on September 15, 2013, you saved me in Brooklyn. If it weren't for you, I might have died. Thank you. Faced with Yi Xiaoxiao's formal thanks, Zhang Jie felt a bit flustered. No, what is this about? And you, what's your name? Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jie still said, I'm Zhang Jie, proficient in American Aikido. Simple and clear, I'm so awesome. Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Haha. American Aikido. I've never seen an Asian person use it properly. However, she didn't expose him. It was good enough to meet her benefactor. Alright, you've seen the person, you've said what you wanted to say, so let's go our separate ways and never meet again. Zhang Jie waved his hand and stood up to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao was displeased. Hey, why are you like this? You're leaving after only a few sentences. Am I a monster? Hearing this, Zhang Jie walked even faster. Yi Xiaoxiao could only follow. No, Zhang Jie, you're making me feel very unaccomplished. Zhang Jie walked ahead with his head down, not even getting into a car. He could guarantee that as long as he dared to get in a car, this living ancestor would definitely follow him, so it was better to find a place to shake her off. Zhang Jie never expected that he would simply go out for hot pot and end up being pestered by such a young kid. It was simply a disgrace to the assassin world. However, at this time, Chinatown was at its busiest, with all sorts of people moving back and forth, so getting rid of this Yi Xiaoxiao was still a bit difficult. His eyes were frantically scanning the surrounding environment, and his brain was working furiously, planning the best route to shake off this girl. Suddenly, Zhang Jie darted into an alley. This alley connected to another, but there were also two forks in the road in between. After Zhang Jie darted in, he took off running. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was following behind, was about to say something when she looked up and realized the person in front was gone. So she immediately darted 2 steps forward, then locked her gaze on the alley and followed him in. It must be said that martial artists are different. Their stamina is excellent. He immediately sprinted for a while, almost out of the alley, already panting, but the girl behind him was perfectly fine. No, buddy, why are you running? I'm not a monster. Yi Xiaoxiao followed behind, not even breathing heavily. Helpless, Zhang Jie could only walk out of the alley and continue forward, while Yi Xiaoxiao, who was following him, kept chattering incessantly. Zhang Jie felt as if he was seeing a second Mrs. Schneider. How do you manage to be both young and nagging? Which young person nowadays has a mouth as broken as yours? Zhang Jie felt a sense of being unable to live or die. He couldn't shake her off, couldn't run away, and had to listen to her chatter the whole way. One moment she'd say, "This is nice." The next, "That's pretty." Then, "What do you do? And, do you want to learn martial arts with me?" No, your brain works pretty fast, doesn't it? I can't even keep up with your thought process. The further they walked, the fewer people there were. Finally, they reached the end of Chinatown. Walking further would take them out of Chinatown, and by then, there weren't many people left. Zhang Jie finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned to look at Yi Xiaoxiao, who, caught off guard, almost bumped into Zhang Jie's arms. "It's not me saying this, Granny, but what exactly do you want?" Zhang Jie was truly at his wit's end. Yi Xiaoxiao, however, looked at him with her sparkling big eyes. "I just want to repay you, you see. Do you want to learn martial arts or do something else? Of course, I don't sell myself." Yi Xiaoxiao crossed her arms over her chest, making a "I'm so scared" gesture. Zhang Jie was speechless. "With your NYU hoodie plus cycling shorts plus limited edition AJ outfit, what could I possibly see?" Stop those inexplicable fantasies of yours." Zhang Jie quickly stopped the girl's dangerous thoughts. Then, with a serious expression, he said to the girl, "First, I'm not after your money. Second, I'm not after your beauty. Third, I don't need you to teach me martial arts. Can you understand that?" Looking at Zhang Jie, who was speaking to her with a serious and proper expression, Yi Xiaoxiao smiled. "All right, I understand. Then how about I teach you Wing Chun?" "Zhang Jie, why do I have the illusion that I called the police, and the person who answered the phone was you? So, everything I just said, you didn't hear a single word of it? Martial arts? Why would you teach me martial arts? Who wants to learn such flashy stuff? Isn't my American Aikido good enough? You said you want to teach me martial arts, right? Then I ask you, within 7 steps, is a gun faster, or a knife faster? You have a knife, I have a gun. If I shoot you, can you dodge it? Answer me. Look into my eyes." Facing this question, Yi Xiaoxiao merely smiled without speaking. She disdained to answer. "No matter how I answer, you won't be satisfied. How about I demonstrate it for you?" "No, I'm afraid I'll shoot you dead." Zhang Jie waved his hand, having already decided not to continue getting entangled with this Yi Xiaoxiao. So, he walked away without looking back. "No, you have to believe me, I'm not a liar, I'm really super strong." Seeing that Zhang Jie still didn't believe her, Yi Xiaoxiao grew anxious and quickly chased after him. She chased for less than 100 meters when she saw Zhang Jie standing still ahead. Yi Xiaoxiao was immediately overjoyed. "You've finally come to your senses and want to learn martial arts." By the time Yi Xiaoxiao reached Zhang Jie's side, she realized a woman dressed entirely in black leather stood in front of them. "It seems I'll have to deal with 2 tonight." The woman glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao and said coldly. Plus. 97, Chapter 97. 2 Women Fight. Again. Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. She wasn't a fool. Such dialogue and attire could only mean one thing, a killer. She took a few steps forward, directly reaching out and shielding Zhang Jie behind her. "Zhang Jie. What's wrong with you? Didn't you see the killer's attire? Step back." Yi Xiaoxiao's tone was cautious, yet tinged with excitement. Zhang Jie's right hand was kept under his left armpit, very wary. "You should go. This isn't something you can get involved in. I can't drag you into this." Zhang Jie didn't want to implicate others. The woman opposite sneered, listening to their conversation. "No need to argue. You're both going to die." Though she said that, her mission was to bring Zhang Jie back alive. As for the other one, killing her would be fine. Yi Xiaoxiao's lips curved into a wide smile. "Who gave you such confidence?" Then, she turned to Zhang Jie and said, "Watch closely. I'll show you what it means to be super capable of fighting." Zhang Jie was speechless. He couldn't knock her out now, otherwise he would have. What time was it? Still thinking of a one-on-one battle. The woman opposite also became interested. She didn't mind a warm-up match first. "Oh, you say you're very capable of fighting? Then come and try." She tilted her head, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao. The aura around Yi Xiaoxiao also changed. She adopted a Wing Chun opening stance. As her elbows tucked inward and her palms faced upward, the air in the alley suddenly took on a tangible quality. Interesting. The woman raised an eyebrow. Yi Xiaoxiao, 4th-generation inheritor of Wing Chun. Announcing one's name shows respect for an opponent, and although she thought it was silly, she adhered to this tradition. Then what should I say? Elena, the KH Viper. Elena struck a Sanda pose, staring at Yi Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing Elena announce that she was from the KH Alliance, Zhang Jie's eyes narrowed. Had they finally come knocking? To be honest, looking at this killer who resembled Anne Hathaway, and then at the adorable Yi Xiaoxiao who looked like Li Bingbing, Zhang Jie found it hard to imagine these two could be pitted against each other. He never expected the KH Alliance to come knocking first. What was all this? Weren't they supposed to kill him? Why were these two fighting each other? However, Zhang Jie still quietly retreated a few steps, both hands now under his armpits, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The faint moonlight cut through the shadows of the fire escape, dividing the narrow back alley into a cage of alternating light and dark. Yi Xiaoxio's AJ Sol screeched to a halt on the greasy bricks, making a rubbery friction sound. 3 meters away, Elena's tactical leather boots' steel heels crushed a cockroach's carapace, the crunch becoming the drumbeat of war. Yi Xiaoxiao moved. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoxiao charged, closing the 3-meter distance in an instant. Zhang Jie's eyes widened. So fast. As her straight punch aimed for the throat, Elena had already shed her leather jacket, throwing it directly. The heavy leather suddenly covered her head. Yi Xiaoxiao spun and kicked off the wall. Her hoodie hood was caught by the leather jacket's steel buckle, causing a momentary pause, and Elena's knee strike had already pierced through the after-image of the clothes, heading straight for her spleen. Yi Xiaoxiao naturally noticed it, but it was too late. Yi Xiaoxiao could only instantly tense her abdominal muscles like steel plates. Bang! The impact point sank into a bowl-sized dent, and her hoodie fabric stretched to its limit. There was no time to react to the pain. Yi Xiaoxiao used the momentum from kicking off the wall to flip backward, her legs coiling around Elena's neck like venomous snakes, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu triangle choke. Elena's leather skirt ripped, revealing the steel cable-like muscle groups on her outer thigh. She actually used the suffocating sensation of being choked to lunge forward with her body weight, fiercely digging her thumb into Yi Xiaoxio's ribs. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoxio's rib cage sprang up sharply, causing the triangle choke to loosen for 0.5 seconds. The leather on Elena's cervical spine made a cracked sound as it came free. The two exchanged positions in the jagged moonlight. Both gasped for breath. Who hiss? Yi Xiaoxiao began Bruce Lee's shuffling steps, her AJ heel scraping accumulated water from the ground and splashing it towards her opponent's face. The moment Elena turned her head to dodge, Yi Xiaoxio's spear hand had already reached 3 inches from her eyeball, only to collide with Elena's elbow tip, which she had raised in anticipation. It was a Krav Maga shield defense. The dull thud of finger bone against ulna. Yi Xiaoxio's 3 fingers instantly bruised purple, while Elena's elbow leather ripped, and the subcutaneous capillary network ruptured, turning bluish. But now was not the time to consider pain. Elena seized the opening from the injured fingers, her throat-lock hand going straight for the windpipe. Her tactical leather skirt restricted her leg extension. To increase speed, she forcefully twisted her hips, and 3 rivets on the back waistline of the leather skirt popped open. Yi Xiaoxiao was waiting for this 0.1 second hesitation. She allowed the throat-lock hand to cut in, but her neck muscles slid away as if oiled. This was a Wing Chun, release of force, technique while simultaneously poking her joined fingers at Elena's exposed axillary nerve plexus. Elena's entire right arm jolted like an electric shock, the armpit seam of her tactical leather jacket tore, her sweat-soaked chest heaved violently under the neon lights, and her movements twisted and deformed with the spasm. Both simultaneously leaped backward, a tactical retreat. Yi Xiaoxio's hoodie was torn at the left rib, faintly revealing subcutaneous bruising on her waist. Elena's leather skirt had a high slit, and earthworm-like muscle bundles bulged on her inner thigh from excessive exertion. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her bruised right hand, but her toe flicked a half-broken brick in front of her. Elena quietly wiped her left hand across the tear in her leather jacket, the bloodstain forming a deeper dark patch on the black leather. The sound of a drunkard vomiting came from the end of the alley. Zhang Jie was stunned. He suddenly felt that his own fighting skills were truly nothing compared to these two. The exchange of blows just now, which seemed to last a long time, was actually less than a minute. Could humans really do that? Are you okay? Zhang Jie had seen Yi Xiaoxio's fingers clash with her opponent several times, not to mention the numerous body collisions. Didn't you say you were a Wing Chun inheritor? Why didn't I see you use it? Zhang Jie's curiosity directly earned him a glare from Yi Xiaoxiao. You don't know a thing. Get lost, amateur. Then she turned her gaze to Elena, who was also panting. You're quite good. In this moment of evenly matched opponents, they felt a sense of mutual respect, like kindred spirits. But it wasn't over yet. The moonlight carved sharp shadow lines on the damp brick wall, and the two re-established distance in the narrow alley. Through their earlier exchange, they had already probed each other's strength and reaction speed, and it was necessary to create distance to avoid falling into a disadvantage. Even though Elena didn't understand Wing Chun, it didn't hinder her judgment in battle. She only knew one thing: her opponent's fighting style was extremely formidable and perfectly suited for close-range, short-burst combat. Yi Xiaoxio's breathing had returned to normal. Her right 3 fingers still throbbed, but her gaze was colder. She once again adopted the Wing Chun opening stance, the 2-character goat-gripping stance, with the asking hand forward and elbows sunk, accumulating power. Her body was like a fully drawn bow, ready to unleash its power at any moment. Elena's tactical leather skirt had ripped up to her inner thigh, but her movements were completely unaffected. She turned slightly, her right hand resting lightly on her waist, where an unsheathed tactical folding knife was hidden, but she had no intention of using it now. Her Krav Maga close-quarters combat stance had her center of gravity low, ready to lunge forward at any moment. After 0.5 seconds of silence, the stored energy in their muscles burst forth instantly, and both moved simultaneously. Want early access to the latest chapters and exclusive content? Support me on Patreon and unlock special perks. 98, Chapter 98, Martial Arts Prodigy faints at blood. The two moved again. Yi Xiaoxio's son character punch shot out like a bullet, aiming straight for Elena's throat. Elena dodged by tilting her head, but Yi Xiaoxio's punch suddenly changed trajectory, turning her fist into a palm, then a spreading hand into a Wing Chun, Bong Saw, wing arm, as her right arm pressed down on Elena's collarbone like an iron gate. Elena advanced instead of retreating, her left hand forming a claw to grab Yi Xiaoxio's wrist joint, while her right knee fiercely struck her ribs, a combined joint lock and knee strike. Yi Xiaoxio's left hand instantly pressed down, changing from Bong Saw to Fook Saw, controlling hand, forcefully blocking the knee, but the impact still made her retreat half a step. Inch power exploded. Yi Xiaoxio's right palm suddenly vibrated, delivering a short-range burst of power, an inch punch directly to Elena's heart. Elena's tactical leather jacket caved in under the force of the punch, but at the last moment, she twisted her body to dissipate the force, letting the punch graze her ribs, while her right hand snaked out like a viper, gripping Yi Xiaoxio's elbow joint in an anti-joint grappling move. Yi Xiaoxio's muscle memory was faster than her thoughts. Her elbows sank slightly, and the Wing Chun, disengaging, technique made Elena's grip slide off. The two once again created distance, their breathing slightly ragged, but their eyes remained sharp. A draw. Under the moonlight, their figures briefly froze. Yi Xiaoxio's hoodie collar was torn, and a red mark on her collarbone was faintly visible. Elena's tactical leather jacket was completely ripped open at the armpit, her sweat-soaked skin gleaming in the cold light. No flaws, no mistakes, only a pure clash of techniques. Elena's tactical folding knife finally unsheathed, its blade cutting a cold arc in the air. She realized that mere fists and feet wouldn't be enough to take down that girl. But what made her pupils constrict even more was that Yi Xiaoxiao, at some unknown point, held a butterfly knife in each hand, their metal handles flipping between her fingers, emitting a dangerous hum like a poisonous butterfly flapping its wings. Knives. Yi Xiaoxiao sneered, crossing her two knives in front of her chest in a posture that combined offense and defense. I have them too. Zhang Jie's Adam's apple bobbed. He had clearly seen those two knives being drawn from behind her hoodie. This little girl actually carried knives with her, and she hid them so secretly. No wonder she wore such a loose hoodie. It was to conceal these two butterfly knives, wasn't it? The knives were a bit small, they must have been custom-made. A storm of steel suddenly erupted. Elena's folding knife, like a viper's tongue, struck directly at the throat, and as Yi Xiaoxio's left knife blocked, her right knife was already slashing towards her opponent's knife-wielding wrist. The silver net formed by the alternating knives shattered the moonlight, and sparks from colliding blades exploded into a series of orange-red meteors in the alley. Wing Chun dual blades versus military dagger combat. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly changed her move as her left knife pinned down her opponent's weapon. Her right knife spiraled upwards along Elena's forearm, a lifting slash from the 8 chopping knives form. The fibers of the tactical leather jacket snapped under the knife tip, and as Elena rapidly retreated, a strand of golden hair was already shorn off. But Elena's counterattack was equally fierce. She suddenly abandoned defense for a fierce offense, her folding knife piercing through the gap between the two knives, directly stabbing towards the heart. In the nick of time, Yi Xiaoxiao crossed her two knives into an X, forcefully blocking this killing blow, the metal scraping sound so sharp it set one's teeth on edge. A deadly game of chess in a moment of stalemate. Their noses were barely 10 centimeters apart. Yi Xiaoxiao smelled the mint in her opponent's breath, and Elena saw the glint of knives dancing in her opponent's pupils. Sweat dripped from their tense jaws, splashing tiny rainbows on the knife blades. With a soft clink, Elena's tactical dagger suddenly flew from her hand, its handle heavily striking Yi Xiaoxio's temple. The moment Yi Xiaoxiao dodged by tilting her head, Elena's knee strike landed on her abdomen. Bang! Both flew backward simultaneously. Yi Xiaoxio's back hit the fire escape, and Elena's shoulder blade smashed through a stack of cardboard boxes. Under the moonlight, two butterfly knives were stuck diagonally in the ground, trembling, while the folding knife was embedded in a wooden box, humming. Still a draw. The metallic hum still lingered in the air as Elena retreated 3 steps, raising her right hand. She pulled out the tactical folding knife embedded in the wooden box. She shook her slightly numb wrist, her golden hair lifting in a cold arc in the night breeze. I didn't expect to meet such a master. Her voice was cold and emotionless. Tonight's warm-up ends here. Yi Xiaoxiao still clutched her two knives tightly, her knuckles white from the effort, but her eyes had calmed down. She tilted her head slightly, her peripheral vision sweeping over Zhang Jie's position. That guy actually wanted to pull out a gun. Foolish, bullets would only make things messier, and more importantly, they would attract the police. Elena noticed her small movement, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Jie, she called him by name, her voice carrying a condescending teasing tone. You're very lucky you have a woman protecting you tonight. Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow but said nothing. But hiding behind a woman is definitely how a man should be. Zhang Jie originally wanted to retort loudly, but thinking of their off-the-charts combat power, he suddenly felt a bit cowardly. A gunfight might be possible, but if it came to close-quarters combat with cold weapons, he was indeed a bit lacking. Elena's folding knife spun once on her fingertip, then finally returned to its sheath. She retreated and merged into the shadows, the rip in her tactical leather jacket faintly visible in the moonlight, yet it did not diminish her dangerous aura in the slightest. "Remember this." Her voice drifted from the darkness. "My mission is to capture you alive. If someone else comes, it might not be the same outcome." Only Yi Xiaoxio's faint gasps remained in the alley. Zhang Jie's stiff fingers finally loosened from the gun grip, cold sweat soaking his back. Yi Xiaoxiao closed her two knives with a click, casually tucking them back into her sash, then turned and walked towards Zhang Jie. Her hoodie already had several rips, and the red mark on her collarbone was particularly glaring in the moonlight, but her eyes were still as sharp as knives. "How was my combat power? Not bad, right? Want to learn Wing Chun with me?" Looking at Yi Xiaoxio's playful demeanor, Zhang Jie's eyebrows also twitched slightly. This was indeed an invitation that made his heart stir. Indeed, his current close combat skills were not presentable in a moment of close-quarters engagement. He might be able to achieve a surprise victory, but if he truly encountered a master, it would probably still be very ugly. However, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was covered in injuries, Zhang Jie felt pain for her, yet she herself seemed to feel nothing, as if she had grown accustomed to it. "Hey, are you all right?" Zhang Jie still asked redundantly. The night wind swept up a piece of torn fabric from the ground, and the lingering echoes of the battle slowly dissipated in the air. "Huh." When Zhang Jie asked this, Yi Xiaoxiao subconsciously glanced at herself. Blood was slowly seeping from her wrist. This glance was harmless, but suddenly her entire body froze, her pupils slowly dilating. The blood on her wrist seemed to transform into a vast, blood-red sky, instantly covering her entire vision. During the battle, due to her high concentration of spirit and will, she hadn't paid attention to these minor details, but now that the battle was over, her focus had relaxed. After seeing the blood on her wrist, Zhang Jie wondered why she had stopped talking. Looking again, he saw that Yi Xiaoxiao had already rolled her eyes and was falling backward. Holy crap. "Hey, wake up." Zhang Jie quickly took a step forward, his left arm embracing Yi Xiaoxio's back, and his right hand supporting her lower back. Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao, who had already fainted, Zhang Jie instantly understood this guy was actually hemophobic. No way, a martial arts prodigy who fought so fiercely, a descendant of Ip Man, was actually afraid of blood? Are you kidding me? He was breaking down, truly breaking down. But more importantly, Zhang Jie couldn't just leave this guy alone, otherwise, her situation would become even more dangerous. Pressing her philtrum. "Wake up, damn it." Medical, LV1 2122/100. Want early access to the latest chapters and exclusive content? Support me on Patreon and unlock special perks. 99, Chapter 99, Massacre Squad. Yi Xiaoxio's question gave Zhang Jie a headache, but he couldn't ignore her, so Zhang Jie could only forcefully help her towards his car. It felt like helping a drunk person, but luckily, both of them were Asian, so it didn't arouse suspicion from others. After a great deal of effort, he finally tossed Yi Xiaoxiao into the Camaro's passenger seat. Zhang Jie quickly got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. Zhang Jie truly hadn't expected Yi Xiaoxio's hemophobia to be so severe. Helpless, he could only check into a hotel. Savings, $400. Sigh. His wallet had gotten thinner again. He didn't dare let a waiter help her, otherwise, the two knives on his waist would be enough for someone to call the police. He then took out the hotel's medical kit and cleaned Yi Xiaoxio's wounds. Fortunately, they were all superficial injuries, nothing serious. As for what was under her clothes, he didn't dare touch it. If she woke up, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. However, his medical proficiency did increase a bit. Anyway, as long as she didn't faint again after waking up, it would be fine. He didn't make a move today, but Elena did catch his attention. The HK Alliance actually sent assassins to kill him. This woman said she wanted to capture him alive, but the others wouldn't, which meant there were at least 2 teams of people. It seemed his days ahead wouldn't be peaceful. There was also John's reminder to him, beware of the Malay. The problem was, these past few days, besides encountering an unknown force hunting him, there was also Elena, the Viper from KH. Currently, it seemed the Malay had nothing to do with it. What a sin. From the moment he stepped into the Ark Hotel until now, the troubles hadn't stopped. It was as if everything had converged at once. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Elena's retreat tonight was also inexplicable. She fought with Yi Xiaoxiao in a daze and then left. He always felt there was another conspiracy hidden behind it. Thinking of this, Zhang Jie took out his phone, found John's number, edited a message, and sent it. No reply. After about an hour, Yi Xiaoxiao slowly woke up. Waking up and finding herself in a hotel, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately cautiously checked herself. Discovering her clothes were perfectly intact, she breathed a sigh of relief, then cast her gaze towards Zhang Jie, who was standing by the window. You didn't take advantage of me. You really are somewhere between a beast and worse than a beast. The 2 consecutive taunts made Zhang Jie's mouth twitch. I'm not saying, miss, what exactly are you trying to do? Zhang Jie was truly speechless. He found it hard to imagine an Asian person having such a mindset. Had he fallen behind the times? Seeing Zhang Jie's speechless expression, Yi Xiaoxiao stopped teasing. Alright, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to learn Wing Chun with me? I'm not saying, sister, are you short on money? Or is your martial arts school short on students? Why do you keep asking me if I want to learn Wing Chun? Although I'm a bit tempted, I shouldn't have shown it so obviously, right? Seeing Zhang Jie remain silent, Yi Xiaoxiao also fell silent for a moment. Alright, benefactor, I won't force you anymore. When you want to learn, just tell me. Knowing Zhang Jie had his concerns, she wouldn't push him. These things were originally about fate. What's more, her visit this time was truly to repay a life-saving kindness. Although it was a chance encounter, repaying the favor was genuine. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to fight with that woman, all to prove her strength. Let's go. Huh. Zhang Jie turned around and saw Yi Xiaoxiao already at the door. My family is strict, I can't stay out overnight. To be honest, Yi Xiaoxiao's words truly made Zhang Jie laugh and cry at the same time. What, am I going to eat you or something? But since she'd said that much, then go. Although the room had only been occupied for less than 2 hours, when checking out, Zhang Jie had a good talk with the front desk. After a fierce negotiation, the room was taken by Zhang Jie in the form of an hourly room. Assets, $50. Assets plus $350. Zhang Jie was very satisfied with this result. His already not-so-rich wallet finally got some breathing room and didn't have to go on a diet anymore. The front desk manager also watched Zhang Jie leave with a shocked expression. How did this guy haggle? How did I agree to convert the full-day room rate to an hourly rate? Could this man be impotent? Couldn't he last one night? Ignoring the front desk's reaction, Zhang Jie and Yi Xiaoxiao had already walked out of the hotel. Are you really not going to learn? Yi Xiaoxiao still couldn't help but ask. Your persistence makes me think there's something fishy going on. Where do you live? I'll see if it's on the way. If it is, I won't give you a ride. Yi Xiaoxiao. No, what do you mean? If you don't want to give me a ride, don't say anything. You insensitive man. Behind the Metropolitan Theater. Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, glaring at Zhang Jie, even striking the opening pose of Wing Chun, as if to say, if you dare say it's not on the way, I'll beat you to death with a flurry of sun punches. Get in the car. Zhang Jie rolled his eyes. Can't beat her, admit defeat. Just as the big V8 engine started, 2 gray Hummer H2S not far away also started. At the same time, an RQ-11 drone quickly took off from the roof of a Hummer, providing aerial vision support. The Hummer and the Camaro maintained a distance of about 500 meters. The RQ-11 Raven, a 1.9 kilograms hand-launched drone with a 60 to 90-minute endurance, is military-grade equipment. Zhang Jie didn't notice, because Yi Xiaoxiao was chattering away. How can you be a chatterbox normally, calm in battle, hemophobic after battle, and yet so persistent and relentless at the same time? Are you a character from Identity V? Complaining is complaining, but Zhang Jie wouldn't say it out loud. He just headed towards the Metropolitan Theater. New York at midnight was not quiet either. The air conditioning hummed softly, and the jazz music from the car radio was like a glass of stale whiskey, murky and languid. Driving out of Chinatown, the neon char shoe cast a blood-red glow on the windshield. A woman in a sequin cheongsam stood at the alley entrance. The flame of a lighter licked the dream tattoo on her collarbone, then extinguished. The art gallery gates in Soho were tightly shut, and causes graffiti grinned in the shadows. The Lincoln Center fountain in Midtown was dry, coins at the bottom like drowned scales. In the distance, a neon tube on a building popped and burst, a blue-purple arc briefly spelling met in the night sky, then fading. Zhang Jie's gaze, however, became serious. At a traffic light earlier, he had seen that gray Hummer. After 2 more traffic lights, he saw it again. He initially thought it was a coincidence, just the same route, but when Zhang Jie pretended to go to the next intersection, he found that gray Hummer quietly trailing behind him at a distance. He immediately knew he was being followed. Although the Hummer was sometimes visible and sometimes not, it was indeed always trailing behind. You might not be able to go home tonight. Zhang Jie spoke coldly, his mind already simulating the map of New York. Being able to follow from a distance consistently meant more than one car was following, and perhaps there were technological means. He didn't know if there were drones, but being tracked was a solid fact. Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned, but seeing Zhang Jie's serious expression, she immediately fell silent. Hold on tight. Zhang Jie instructed, then stomped on the accelerator. The V8 engine instantly roared, and the immense torque was directly transmitted to the tires, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. Screech. The V8's roar, combined with the piercing sound of tires rubbing, caused many windows in the buildings above to light up. Then, this yellow Camaro SS shot out like a yellow lightning bolt. Faintly, Yi Xiaoxiao's startled cry could be heard from the passenger seat of the car. In the rearview mirror of the passenger seat of the Hummer following behind, a man's face was reflected. The leader of the massacre squad, Evil Wolf. A man who resembled Mads Mikkelsen. The speeding car kicked up a fortune cookie strip that read, "Great luck," but no one picked it up. Want early access to the latest chapters and exclusive content? Support me on Patreon and unlock special perks. 100, Chapter 100 Cat and Mouse Game. Midnight in New York showed signs of awakening amidst the roar of engines, but quickly fell back into a deep slumber. The yellow Camaro's V8 engine roared like a beast unleashed, its exhaust pipe spewing a faint blue flame, and its sound waves shattered the reflections on the glass curtain walls of the financial district. This muscle car wasn't just driving on the road, it was devouring the asphalt, every inch of tire friction like licking congealing blood. The clear moonlight was stretched into blurry streaks by its speed, and its taillights left two crimson trails in the long exposure-like view. They're still following. Zhang Jia looked in the rearview mirror, where two grey Hummer H2s ghosted in the distance. At this moment, he already knew that he was definitely locked on by technology. No matter how much horsepower the Camaro had, he couldn't shake off those two Hummers. The sunroof of the first Hummer slowly opened, and a man in tactical gear emerged, holding a Seiko TRG M10 sniper rifle. He aligned the rifle's slot with the pre-reserved buckle next to the sunroof, and the sniper rifle stabilizer was ready. Then, half of his body was inside the car and half on the roof, the crosshairs of his scope steadily fixed on the Camaro's rear window. He was ready for a headshot. And higher in the night sky, an RQ-11 Raven drone circled, its camera transmitting real-time footage back to the second Hummer. In front of the screen, a hand wearing a tactical glove gently tapped the keyboard, adjusting the tracking parameters. Zhang Jia also noticed the actions of the car behind him. Holy hell. It can't be, right? They're preparing to eliminate him permanently. The Camaro suddenly made a sharp turn, its tires screeching on the curve, the car body almost scraping the curb as it slid into a narrow alley. The Hummer behind was forced to slow down but quickly caught up again. Using his familiarity with New York's terrain, Zhang Jia constantly avoided the danger of being locked on by the sniper through such winding alleys. But, can't shake them. Zhang Jia's eyes were calm as he glanced at the dashboard. Fuel full, engine temperature normal. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Since I can't shake them, let's change the game. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, the Camaro's rear swung out in a perfect arc, directly crashing through an iron fence and into an abandoned cargo terminal. At this point, he couldn't care less about his beloved car. Escaping was the most important thing. Yi Xiaoxiao, sitting in the passenger seat, was almost scared senseless. She had never witnessed such a driving style. At this moment, she deeply regretted getting into Zhang Jia's car. She wished she hadn't hitched a ride with him. To be chased as soon as you get in the car, can you believe it? The shadows of the containers stood like giant beasts, and the moonlight was fragmented. The Hummers followed closely, but their size made them clumsy in the narrow container passages. The sniper cursed as he adjusted his posture, only to find he had lost his aiming angle. The drone's footage was still relatively clear after all. Containers would also cause signal interference, but entering narrow roads turned the Hummer's advantage into a disadvantage. 3 seconds later, the yellow car shot out from the other end of the terminal, rejoining the streets of New York. In the rearview mirror, the Hummers had disappeared. Zhang Jia whistled softly, shifted gears, and accelerated. He knew very well that he had only temporarily shaken off the Hummers behind him, but the thing in the sky had not been shaken off. Are you being hunted? Yi Xiaoxiao was both curious and nervous. She had clearly seen what was done on the sunroof of the Hummer behind them just now. Oh my god, they even brought out a sniper rifle. They want them dead. Zhang Jia was also frowning, thinking about his next move. All his movements would definitely be tracked, locked on by the drone. To make himself completely disappear from the drone's sight, there was only one way: stall for time. Drones need power to stay airborne. If the battery isn't enough, it can't provide an accurate view and even risks crashing. But usually, a drone's flight time should be around 30 minutes. Obviously, the opponent couldn't be using a civilian grade one, so it should be military grade. Military grade drones have a slightly longer flight time, at least 50 to 70 minutes. Plus, there was wind tonight, so this time would be greatly reduced, but it would still be nearly 45 minutes of flight time. The martial arts master sitting next to him didn't know how to use a gun at all. Expecting her to shoot down the drone was simply a fantasy, not to mention the pursuers behind them, which was too dangerous. This idea was not even worth considering. Don't even think about having the passenger drive like in the movies. Humph, with Yi Xiaoxiao's skills, she probably only had enough to drive on the road. If she were to drive, it's estimated that in the next second, both of them would be headshot by a sniper rifle from a distance. As for shooting down a drone at least 400 or even 500 meters away, it's ridiculous, don't even think about it. He only had 2 Glock 34s on him, and their effective range wasn't nearly that far. Even if he immediately upgraded his shooting skill from level 3 to max level right now, it would only ensure precise lethality within an effective range of 200 meters. So, after ruling out all possibilities, only one last option remained: wait for the drone to run out of power. And from then until now, at least 15 minutes had passed, meaning he still had to hold on for another half an hour. The pursuers behind him were fully armed. How was he going to endure this half an hour? The second question: did the opponent have a backup drone? If there was no backup drone, when this drone was about to run out of power, it would definitely descend to recharge and take off again. If there were backup drones, the time gap between their ascents would probably be shortened to within 1 minute. What could be done in 1 minute? Zhang Jie's mind had already started working frantically. Various tactical plans constantly appeared in his mind, only to be rejected one by one. They were too dangerous, impossible to execute. And he had a burden in his passenger seat. No, he had to find a way to get this burden out of the car. Otherwise, facing them alone would be fine, but with an extra person, the survival rate was almost zero. As if seeing Zhang Jie's concerns, Yi Xiaoxiao proactively said, "Find a way to let me get out of the car." This was the only way. "But, this is very dangerous," Zhang Jie said with some apprehension. Yi Xiaoxiao replied, "Don't worry, I have a plan, but we need to avoid the surveillance above." Saying that, she pointed to the sky. It seemed she planned to jump out of the car, but how could she jump without being discovered? Zhang Jie began to think, but his actions didn't stop. In the Hummer following closely behind, Evil Wolf was indifferent to the car's various escape maneuvers. He even had the leisure to file his nails with a nail clipper, as if everything was under his control. He was all too familiar with this cat-and-mouse game. Every mission encountered such situations, but they had become accustomed to it. You can run for a while, but can you run forever? I'll just quietly hang behind you like this. Even if you use all your tricks, you won't be able to escape my grasp. Want early access to the latest chapters and exclusive content? Support me on Patreon and unlock special perks.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.